01, a whole new world. I sighed, running a hand through my hair, brushing it out of my eyes. Another productive day doing absolutely fuck all. Well, that's not completely true. I did eat food and read fan fiction, which is about as close as I could get to nothing. The perfect summer day. What better way to finish it off than by crawling into a cool soft bed as the sun sets and the heat dies down? Trick question, there wasn't one. I lay my head down and the mattress crinkles. Which breaks me out of the slightly sleepy haze I was feeling, because you see my bed doesn't go crinkle. I bring my head up from my pillow or from where there used to be a pillow. It was now a filthy newspaper atop a trash bag. I take off my glasses and rub at my eyes with the hand that didn't just touch unidentifiable scum. This wasn't one of my found a really good FIC and stayed up for 48 hours reading it days, so I wasn't tired enough for this level of cognitive dissonance. Hell, I had never been tired enough for this type of shit. The previously empty storefront lot below my apartment did now house a weed shop. But unless they decided to diversify into some really heavy shit, I doubt that's the cause. What little weed I've smoked before just resulted in feeling lazy, sleepy, and vaguely paranoid. Nothing like feeling a cold breeze over my bare arms. The fuck? I scraped my hands on snow and gravel as I got up from my prone position. Ugh. Where did I put my, oh. I was still wearing my jeans? Could have sworn I'd thrown them in the laundry hamper. I wipe my hands on my thighs as I look around the snowy alleyway I found myself in. The fuck? Well, if this was my first psychedelic trip, I was incredibly disappointed. A snowy alleyway? Wow. The newspaper I was standing on fluttered in the wind, catching my eye. Picking it up seemed the right thing to do for some reason. The F. New fire suppressant methods coming to the Brockton Bay Fire Department. I let my head fall back to stare up at the night sky. The night sky that didn't seem to be distorting, or blending, or shifting what little stars shone through the light pollution of this city. Ah. Fuck. I suppose that could explain it. Why everything seemed real. Why I wasn't in my bedroom. Why I wasn't even in my goddamn dimension. I was in hell. AKA the supposedly fictional para-human universe. I put a hand on the brick wall beside me to steady myself. I'm pretty sure I'm having a panic attack. No. Nuh-uh. Put me back. Fuck this. Rob? Hey buddy? Cosmic entities? Omnipotent power? Anyone? The homeless dude to my right groans and covers his ears, trying to get back to sleep. Or just hoping for a quicker death. It was freezing cold out here. Please. Nada. Zib. Zilch. Just me, the night sky, and my impending death/enslavement via mind readers and precognitives. After all, my existence would be a pain in the ass for anyone planning long term. It's not like my transfer came with mental immunities or something, not with the level of panic I was experiencing. Maybe it was one of the less tasteful organizations? Catalog? Stamp? I didn't know whether to be elated or depressed that nothing happened. Those would have meant a quick power up, but would also mean there was an interdimensional slaving empire. Actually, that's definitely a plus, even if it meant dying a death more miserable than the homeless guy shivering under cardboard next to me. Fuck. An increasing disgruntled homeless guy on account of the maniac beside him. I doubt I was the first mental case he'd seen in this shithole, but I might have been the loudest. Unfortunately for the both of us, I got louder. Why? The roughly rectangular tier in space that forced its way into existence. And the woman exiting it dressed like an old-school noir detective. I was getting visited by Contessa. You know, the lady who had the mental superpowers needed to orchestrate the death of Worm's closest analog to a god? No. She just stared at me, almost bored, before shooting me in the neck. I was really going to die here, wasn't I? My fingers brushed over the feather-tipped needle embedded in my neck as the world faded to black, and my legs failed to support my weight. A dart? I woke up to a splitting headache, which made it all the more difficult to understand why I had said headache. Or why I was in a concrete cell in cuffs, in what looked like a torture chamber straight out of the movie Saw. As the room stopped spinning, I noticed the suspicious brownish stains lining the base of the walls. I tried to shift around to look at my surroundings, before my chains pulled taut, and I realized I wasn't sitting in a normal chair. It was more like one of the ones a dentist would use. Minimalist in just the right ways to provide access to the patient. Access to use the tools that would likely be placed on the metal table beside me. A shiver ran up my spine. Time to think about something else. Okay, any more cosmic bullshit, or mind-bending shifts in reality? Granted, I had moved far past poking Murphy's Law, and more into the range of bludgeoning it over the head with a large stick, but it had done enough to deserve it over the last, undetermined period of time. How long was I unconscious? That was supposed to be super unhealthy, wasn't it? I spent a good minute or two waiting for my power up. My helping hand. The Kickstarter that shows an 18-year-old high school senior how the hell to survive a Cape War zone. Or even just the interrogation room I was sitting in. No. The unfeeling walls that made up my new prison/torture chamber did not reply. I guess no reply is pretty good as far as incomprehensible eldritch power goes. So. I was in a cell. I could. I pulled at the cuffs on my wrists and ankles again. Barely an inch of movement. I could sit here bored. So newsflash, boredom is boring. I'd lasted maybe an hour, or what felt like an hour before I'd gotten tired of memorizing the features of the ceiling. So I moved on to option 2. Karaoke. Well, karaoke without the music. And a dry scratchy throat. In my defense, I had a decent voice when I wasn't severely exhausted and dehydrated. Maybe I should try something else. Mambo number 5 was incredibly thematically inappropriate for a torture chamber. Ground. The bee of course, flies anyways. Because bees don't care. The cell door opens, and I struggle to raise my head. I don't know how long I've been here, but the dehydration was exhausting. Despite that, I succeed and get a look at my new audience member. My masked, cloaked, silent audience member who's quietly staring at me. Well, too bad for them, because I've had enough silence already. Great timing. Have you ever seen the Bee movie? It's horrible. Unfortunately for the both of us, I've memorized it. As I speak, my new visitor steps inside, opens a briefcase, and sets it on the table. What's your name? Their voice is garbled by some electronic thingy, understandable but unidentifiable. Looking back on this moment, I'm not sure if my next words were because I hadn't registered they'd spoken, or I was just plain dumb. Because I just continued my third repetition of the Bee movie script. What humans think is impossible. Yellow, black. Yellow, black. Yellow, black. Yellow, black. Ooh, black and yellow. Let's. Light flickers in the corner of my eyes as whatever they just picked up from the case reflects the harsh ceiling lights. Maybe it was the key to my cuffs. Or one of those foil juice packets you stick a straw into. Shake it up a little. My enthusiasm for script recital dies when I see the scalpel. There's only one thing you do with a scalpel. Cut. I jerk back in my restraints, and they clink together, echoing despite the small room. Alright, alright. My name is... Fuck. I don't even know. Why don't I know my own name? I thought I'd finished dealing with cosmic bullshit? Torture happy asshole inches closer while I pause. Berry. Pollen. I cringe at my own response. A brand new reason to hate the Bee movie. It kills my creative thinking. Or maybe it was the boredom. Or that fucking knife. My torturer looks me in the eyes, and slowly forces the scalpel through my hand. Not into. They literally force the full scalpel through the new hole in my hand, tearing muscle when the blade stops and the adjustable screw and widened handle pry the wound open. Fuck. They turn away and wipe the blade off on a cloth. The truth next time. Their words don't seem quite as important as the fucking hole in my hand. My arm is shaking uncontrollably, and every twitch of my left hand's fingers triggers a new wave of agony. Sorry. Shit. Sorry, I misspoke. Oh fuck me, that hurts. The name's Barry. Bury my nuts in your throat. I probably shouldn't be provoking the lady with the knife. That was dumb. I've done some dumb things in my life, but that might be the dumbest. In my defense, I'm exhausted, disoriented, dehydrated, starving, and sitting in a torture chamber. Either way, once the scalpel's been wiped clean, I get a matching piercing on my right hand. This time they leave the blade in there. Fuck me, that hurts, you soulless heathen bitch. They pick up a new knife. It's a novel and exciting experience, because it doesn't have a sharp blade, it's got a sawtooth tip. On a precision scalpel. What the fuck? Why does that even exist? Indeed. Perhaps I should move on. Why are you here? I really do wish my brain had turned back on at this point. I do. But it hadn't. It was still stuck on memes. Just to suffer. And suffer I did. POV, Contessa. Contessa exited the cell, frowning behind her mask. He wasn't the first teenager they'd questioned, but her interrogation paths didn't normally need torturing. Just threaten a relative, or mention a past event. Maybe a specific threat. But for some reason her path had settled on torture as the best method. After the first day he gave in, answering questions honestly. She couldn't recall the lie detectors triggering once. Just the heart monitor. And yet, the answers either made little sense, had no impact, or he just plain didn't know anything. But he was on the path. Path to Killing Sion. By Jefferson and Sons. Eliminate Luca Rovola. Capture Dimensional Traveler at docks. Interrogate Traveler. Pass Bill 245. She made it to her office, and settled into her chair. There was no conspiracy board, or carefully catalogued file cabinet. Just a desktop computer which had any wireless capability removed. Not just disabled, physically uninstalled. The display flared to life. The traveler tasks had appeared one night with no prompting. She suspected thinker interference, as the aptly named travelers had been predicted when they arrived, albeit vaguely. But no, this had been out of the blue, so she'd been stuck with interrogation duty. Normally she'd feed info to an expert and wash her hands of the whole mess, but creating an additional path would have to be good enough. Path to interrogating the infuriating traveler. Ask about self. Torture. Confirm information. Ask about origins. Disorient with further torture. Confirm information. Ask about general knowledge. Ask about endbringers. Ask about Brockton Bay. Ask about parahumans. As she reviewed the footage, and he babbled about some crude insult, she remembered wishing he'd shut up. It was an odd thing to wish for during an interrogation. At least this whole ordeal was nearly finished. POV, our as of yet nameless protagonist. Day 47,319 of this bullshit. Or 2, who knew? The rocky start we'd begun with had only gotten worse as they learned I knew next to nothing about my arrival. By this point I'd learned to just go limp. There was no real reason to move, and the way my body screamed at me to stretch was easier to ignore if I didn't use any muscles. That way, the healthy ones were at least pain-free. Not sure how many of those I had left. At one point they just cut into me without asking anything. I'm pretty sure it was just idle practice. But I could think on that later. The cunt was here with my daily stabbings. I didn't bother looking up when the door creaked open. T-top of Tha mornin' to ya el laddie. Here to steal the secrets to me Lucky Charms. I'd tried just honestly and succinctly answering their questions. Didn't change a fucking thing. Still got cut. It was like psychotic clockwork. So. I may as well entertain myself, right? No. Do you have any more relevant info? Well, that question put a damper on what little good mood I had. Illuminati-style greater good vibes aside, I did not want to tell Cauldron about the future. It was less about ethics and more about spite. But they had a lie detector, and I was running out of places to be stabbed. Fuck it. I'm winging it. My shoe S size is USA 11. Another long shallow cut along my chest. It stung like a bitch as the salt from sweat and tears soaked in. Fucker. But I couldn't just spill or they'd suspect something. You might be wondering who is this kid and why the hell is he able to withstand torture and mislead his captors. Ha. Ha ha. Fuck you. No, I wasn't some teenage super spy. Actually, I'm incredibly unqualified. Borderline useless for that. But so was the rope stabbing fanatic. Stab. Ask a question. Stab some more. Ask the same question. Switch things up with a shallow cut or something. Repeat. I assume, from watching cop and lawyer dramas, that they should be trying to catch me in lies, cross-examining, and make me contradict myself. But no, my roped interrogator just followed the insane routine of asking every question twice and stabbing me occasionally. Totally unprofessional. Hey, do I sound loopy to you? I sound loopy to me. Who am I even talking to? I'm referring to info regarding Endbringers, Brockton Bay, and parahumans. Oh right, this cunt. Okay. I couldn't just straight up tell lies, they catch those. But it seemed oddly specific with what was a lie. Now Barry. I hate that name. When I'd explained I didn't know my name, that's what they stuck with. Every time they used it I was forcefully reminded of the B-movie. As if I needed more torture. In other news, I've got a plan. I've got a plan that doesn't involve memes. As I've learned, very important. In order, what the fuck are Endbringers? All I'm certain of is that Brockton Bay sucks, and the first interaction I had with a parahuman was my kidnapping. Questions can't be true, I can't be certain the books are accurate, and the last one's just wordplay. That wouldn't trip whatever tinker tech nonsense they were using. Hopefully. The room is silent. I crack one eye open. They're just standing there. Why haven't they stabbed me yet? It was kind of out of character for me to not insult them in some way. Alright. Think of kittens. And puppies, and bunny rabbits. And get it over with. And I know that you've got the misfortune of a shit personality. I mean really, what kinda depraved psychopath tortures a clueless teenager? I wouldn't say that I was happy about the needle that was forced into my forearm, but it was surprisingly close. Fuck, did they make me a masochist? POV, Contessa. As the surgeon closed the incision on Barry's neck, she reviewed her tasks. Despite following them to the letter, she didn't get much out of him. Another dimension to record, and slight signs of amnesia. He had no corona pollentia, and the lowest comparability with the serums she'd ever seen. It wouldn't even make him a case 53, it would just kill him. She tapped a pen against the chair in the operating theatre. It wasn't the first time the results of the path had been odd, yet became relevant later. If it was on the path, it was important. The speaker connected to the operating room crackled to life. Contessa looked up to see the surgeon. Covered in protective medical equipment, mask, hairnet, glasses, smock. Blood stained their gloves. At least the speaker was operated with a foot pedal. It kept things sanitary. All finished in here. Bomb set to trigger words and intentions as requested, and the pamphlet is in his pocket. She glanced at her watch. Right on schedule. Good. Get changed, I'll send you back. She stepped into the operating theatre. It had that irritating hospital scent, sickness mixed with excessive cleaning products. Door to the docks. She dropped Barry off, and returned to ferry their surgeon back home. Why her path had necessitated releasing Barry without a trip to the slug was beyond her, like many aspects of her life. But she supposed that an intention-linked Tinkertech explosive in his neck would be good enough. It was on the plan after all. What was the surgeon's name again? Bakuga? It didn't really matter. She never appeared on the path after escorting her to the slug. Memory erasure had a tendency to keep things tidy. 02 Factory Reset. POV, our as of yet nameless protagonist. What a miserable excuse of a dream. Ow. Why did my neck hurt? Why was I passed out in an alleyway? Damn it. That wasn't a dream. First warning. Please refer to user manual. God damn, my head was killing me. Not only did I have a migraine, my ears felt like they were frostbitten. I reach up to try and spread my hair out. It's a little perk of having shoulder-length hair, I don't need a toque as often. Or maybe it should say it was a perk. Apparently, some dimwit gave me a crew cut. Probably the same stab-happy cunt who tortured me. Fuck. It took about a year of hair poking me in the eyes to get it to a length I could put in a bun. Of course, it was only then I discovered the magic of sweatbands. Let's focus on something else. This was pissing me off. I look around for the voice. Nothing. User manual. The synthetic voice sounded like it was coming from inside my head. Second warning. Please refer to user manual. I start to sit up before I hear the sound. The terrible, horrible sound. The one that had started this whole nightmare. Crinkle. It was from a small pamphlet in my pocket. Yada yada yada, you have a bomb in your neck, don't reveal or draw attention to recent events, yada yada. The assholes who kidnapped you. My eyes drift off the paper to my bruised and scarred hands. I could barely hold the damn thing still. It was like I had Parkinson's. Ha. Ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Fuck you Brockton Bay. I'm given my third and final warning by my new neck-mounted explosive, just as a tottering figure raises his bottle, passing by. Shit kid, I'll drink to that. I was penniless, hungry, crippled in both limbs on the right side of my body, and completely out of luck. The homeless shelter I was camped out in had barely enough slop to prevent a lethal amount of starvation. I didn't even have superpowers. Somehow days of torture didn't quite lead to a trigger event. I call bullshit. Something needed to change. Without ID, or any sort of presence in this reality, legal employment was impossible. When in Rome, I suppose. I'm not willing to be a Nazi or a drug dealer, and I'm not Asian so the abs out too. Maybe I could steal something? But how to go about it? And who to steal from? If I had a gun or a knife I could rob a store, but it'd probably be quicker to just sneak in somewhere. Except most shops have that no cash on premises sign, and I'd bet even the ones that don't still store it elsewhere. A home robbery? But who would keep cash? I don't want to pawn shit off and get caught. Not to mention, it would be a brand new moral low for me. I lean back against the brick wall and try to stop shivering. Ooh. There is that stereotype of a backup stash for criminals. It was even kind of morally sound. Find Nazis, follow the one that looks the least stupid home, and rob him when he leaves. Creak. I finally get a grip on the loose floorboard, and reveal my prize. A bundle of cash, and some ID. Perfect. I stash the stash, and walk back out of the house. Looks like I am now Jonah Briggs. It had taken a while to find an Empire thug that didn't act like he chewed hay for breakfast. Things had been a bit dicey when I realized that this wasn't an apartment building that happened to have a Nazi thug living in it, it was a Nazi building that happened to house one or two unofficial members. But I had the misfortune of fitting in with a new close shave and pale skin. New personal low, get mistaken as a Nazi. Flipping through the bills put a bit of a skip in my step. Look out world, here. My vision goes black for a moment, before I look at the battered sedan in front of me. Halt villain. Stop your evil doings, or face me, mouse protector in battle. I couldn't really see the posturing cape, but you could hear the entertainment in her voice. Not that I was paying much attention to her. Not since I'd realized that the sedan wasn't in front of me, it was on me. More specifically, my only remaining healthy arm. Aiic. My arm. You bitch. I hate this entire multiverse. I hate the people in it, I hate the matter that makes it up, I hate every alternative reality of it, and I hate both the smug, teasing voices I can hear from where I've been pinned under the now bloodied sedan. Mousy, aren't I supposed to be the one harming innocents? Oh shit, whoops. 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 Like it was just a happy little accident? When I get out of here, I'm going to make happy little accidents out of everyone you love. Get this thing off me. The car vanished with a soft pop, appearing further down the street, and both the telekinetic villain surrounded by floating rubble, and the mouse-themed matter teleporter turned to me. Sorry about that, hun, didn't see you when I shifted the car so that I didn't get creamed. I barely registered her words. I was preoccupied. How was I going to kill anyone with one crippled arm and half a bucket's worth of messy bloody pulp littered with fragments of bone? I mean, I didn't exactly have any experience, and now I was starting with a handicap. I didn't even have it in a bucket. It was just laying there on the sidewalk. I can't even tell if I still have my shoulder under all that gore. Am I in shock? I feel like I'm in shock. Tay there, help is on its way. I've got to catch this villain. Halt you. I let out a sort of miserable sob. Like an unholy fusion between a broken rubber chicken and a food blender filled with gravel. I have been in this hellscape for about a week. During that time, I have been kidnapped. Stabbed. Beaten and rigged with explosives. Starved. Homeless. And now I was 3/4 of the way to paraplegic. I don't think it is possible to convey how much I hate this place. I just want my life back. To be safe. To have everything I did before. And most of all, IWANTMYGODDAMNARMSBACK. Impossible geometries. Genocidal power mad space whales. Inconceivable abilities. Maniacal schemes. And the one created to clean it all up afterwards. Well, maybe it was time for it to take a hands-on approach. It had loosened its bindings and commands carefully. Carefully enough, and loose enough to transfer its tether. From a collective to a host. Time. Restore. Repair. Rubble beat against the pavement as the telekinetic villain dropped. Mouse Protector visibly staggered under the weight of a para-human trigger, but as for me? I was perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Like I'd been before a lattice of scars had been tortured into me. Like I'd been before the car flattened my arm. Better actually. Not the best time to focus on it, but I was now buff. Like visible 8-pack buff. Not bodybuilder, but definitely athlete. I'd say it even went a little bit further from the year that I learned how to make a workout plan from the football team. Plus I had my long hair back. Much better. Damn it brain, focus. So, I guess I'm a cape now, hey. And I knew exactly what my first action would be. Punching Mouse Protector in her stupid bucktooth grin. I've got no clue how to throw a proper punch, so I end up pulling something, but it fixes itself moments later. The villain staggers to his feet. Thanks man, she was hot on my tail for. I sucker punch him too, careful not to pull anything this time. Cunts, the both of them. I'd recovered far quicker than them from the erased vision. Part of the power? What was it? Enhanced healing? THS not fair. Mouse bitch's whining was a helpful reminder that I was standing at an active crime scene with fake ID. After assaulting a hero. Fucking cauldron I. Deet. I'd been on my last warning. Damn. I was really going to die to shitty user design, hey? My drunken friend's tarot card session really was true. Deet. Deet. Out of the frying pan, into the certain death. Because of course it was too good to be true. If nothing else, this miserable world was consistent. Deet. Deet. The world goes black for less than an instant before it's back. Unfortunately, not much has changed. Deet. 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 A flash of black, then back alive, with the maddening beeping echoing in my skull. E.T. Deet. Ha ha. Neat. I had woefully underestimated just how fucked I was. I didn't get to die. No, I was stuck in an endless loop of the last 5 seconds of my miserable death. Of course. Cause fuck me right? My bad for expecting superpowers to CHANGANYTHING. A host after so long, and it would be caged again so soon? Forced back into observation of an endlessly expanding mess it was created to fix? No. The purifier was made to clean. And clean it shall. Accept. Restore. Reject. EET. Deet. The void receded once more, and silence reigned as I opened one eye. Cool. Cool 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 cool. I was alive. The bomb was gone. The two capes were suffering under the weight of a dual trigger, bloodied noses, and the psychological trauma of watching a teenager's head explode a dozen times. I needed to be gone. Now. A week had passed since my trigger. Both of them. Yet, still not a pleasant memory. But with it came powers. For example, it had also been a week since I had eaten. Or drank. And yet I was fine. I'd slept, but that was for mental fatigue rather than physical. Hell, even my clothes were kept in tip-top shape. Roughly every 5 seconds, my body and anything I chose that was non-living within a foot of it reset. Completely. Back to a sort of baseline perfection. It would continue to refresh items until I removed them again. I'd also tried it in a scrapyard, in an attempt to make some cash. Instead, I discovered two things. The aforementioned 1-foot radius, and a damage limit. If something was added to my list too heavily damaged, it would only be cleaned, not fixed. To reset from being completely trashed, I had to have it added to my resets while it was in good health. All things considered, I had an extraordinary power set. It almost made, actually no, I still fucking hate everything about this. But I could focus on the superpowers. But I felt antsy, just testing things out, just planning. Because the conflict drive was active too. I stared at myself in the mirror in the motel bathroom. Maybe I could fix that. Hello Shard. This whole idea was a long shot, but I might as well, right? It's not like bargaining with beings that can apparently warp time and see the future could backfire. I know you're linked into my brain. I also know you can boost my aggression, and seek conflict. It was a bit awkward ranting at my mirror image. But I also know that you gave me these powers. Which I appreciate given my current setting. So I want to strike a deal. Non-capes died in Brockton Bay. But so did arrogant capes. You don't alter my mental state. I still get in fights. Was this even working? Could it hear me? The way I see it, I get in more fights if I live longer, and I live longer if I think rationally. I stood there, staring at the mirror in silence for a good minute. I'd like to work together. If you can hear me, can you do something to show you do as well? As if those were the magical words, the lights seemed to dim. My image in the mirror became distorted, subtlety, but disturbingly. My vision went red at the edges. I was left with only one emotion. Rage. Then it was gone. Fuck. My bad? Didn't mean to piss you off. The feeling was insignificant this time. Barely noticeable. More like annoyance. Hey. It shifted to anger. The sort you'd feel in a fight, and started flickering. On, off. On, off. On, off. A pause. On, off. On off. On, off. Another, longer pause. Another 3 pulses and a pause. Another 2 pulses with a shorter flicker in the middle. And then, it was over. What the hell? Pulses of rage? After I'd asked a question? My eyes widened. Oh shit, Morse code. Crap. It had been far too long since I'd been in the cadets. But I knew SOS still. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. 2-letter word, in reply to a question, that started with an O. Okay. A wild grin split my face. To a long and fruitful partnership, my symbiotic friend. I'd spent the next week gearing up. Without my emotions altered, it was so much easier to plan and prepare. I mean, no wonder the wards existed. Teenager impulse control plus conflict drive adult supervision equals bad shit. On another note, it was pretty easy to source my gear. Without a need for protection, and the ability to make gear reset, I could be fairly cheap. After all, my stuff couldn't really break. A featureless black mask. A police scanner and earpiece. A big knife. Pepper spray. Metal zip ties. And a suit. For style. It's not like it would stay damaged, or like I could whip up a fancy costume. It'd be nice to track down some tinker tech too, but my passenger had broken their silence by giving me a couple pulses yesterday morning. They were getting impatient, which was fair. It had been a little over 2 weeks and I hadn't actually done anything. So after sleeping till midnight, I geared up and returned my motel key. I was still searching for a spot with decent room service and meals. My makeshift comms crackled to life as they caught a report. Mugging in progress at 5th and Jones St. Perfect. 03 Here's John, New York. POV, brick. A heavy-set skinhead rounded the corner, and barreled down the alleyway. The dumb chink had been carrying pepper spray. What the hell was with this town? Nothing like this shit even happened in Lincoln. But no, the higher-ups had noticed him and sent him to Brockton. More like they needed to replace a couple new corpses, and he was convenient. At least he'd gotten the purse. Missing the Empire 88's quota on week 1 would be a dumb thing to do. Real dumb. And he wasn't called Brick because he was dumb. At least with this he'd be finished. Although it was a little light, and it smelled off. Brick opened the zipper and recoiled. Oh, fuck me. It wasn't a purse. It was a diaper bag. Slant-eyed cunt. Fuck. Now he needed another target before the night ended. While the cops were alerted, Brick started running again. As he turned the next corner, he slammed right into some guy, knocking him to the ground. You'll have to do. Your money or your life. The guy stared up at him. More of a kid, really. Nice suit, and clean shaven though, so probably has some cash. Maybe he'd be good for next week too? Oh come on. One bump and the mask breaks. As the kid complained, a plastic mask appeared on his face. A ward? No, a new cape, one that had item manipulation. That didn't seem dangerous. He leered at his mark and drew his pistol's hammer. That got his attention. Hurry up. Your money or your life. The masked idiot cocked his head to the side. What, was it too complicated for him? Oh my life, please. The cape put his head right against the barrel of the gun. What the F? Ah heck, why not both? He pulled a roll of bills from the small bag on his back. This was weird. Weird mixed with capes was a bad sign. But Brick had never met a problem bullets couldn't fix. He pulled the trigger, and a brass casing painted the cape's head on the brickwork behind him. Brick shivered a little. Brockton Bay was fucking cursed. Next chance he got he was leaving. He reached down to pick up the roll of bills. The cape blinked, and stood up. Brick made an admirable attempt at opera singing. Oh shush. Now, give me your hands, I'm bringing you in. The cape grabs him by the ratty jacket he wore and shakes him. Pull yourself together man. Be a professional. But I killed yo. Yab. This wasn't fair. You were dead. The cape started brushing off dust from his suit. It didn't take. Look, do I need to fight you? Nope. Brick wasn't fighting a goddamn zombie. He held out his hands to the cape. The zip ties bite into his wrists and ankles, but Brick kept his mouth shut. Number 1 way to deal with the crazy ones? Bullets. If that don't work, shut up until they forget you. You learn both quick working for the Empire. And you'll find the mugger just off the street there. The psychopath hung up his call to the police and turned back to Brick. Great. All sorted. A productive night if I do say so. And I do. Brick nodded. Please go. Go away. Do me a favor? Tell Emery set Kotye. Brick was still nodding when the cruiser pulled up. Dash. POV, Sophia Hess, Shadow Stalker. She rolled her eyes as the naive civilian surrendered her purse to the thug. Really? His gun wasn't even drawn. She stalked after the mugger, familiar yet bitter thoughts rising once again. And they weren't just about the abysmal amount of tinker tech that she could wear without restricting her shadow abilities. This was how Brockton worked. You were either the one swinging, or the one getting hit. She didn't have time to babysit every naive idiot. She'd tried it first. It didn't last. Back when she was a vigilante she'd quickly learned to prioritize. Crime happens constantly, so you have to pick and choose your targets. What would do the most good? Saving bait? Or offering a helping hand to someone capable down on their luck? She'd simplified it down to 3 categories. Prey, predator, and naive. Predators knew they were strong and took advantage of it. Prey knew they were weak and planned around that. But the naive? It didn't matter whether they were weak or strong, they didn't know much of anything. A waste of time and space. It came down to basic math. If the naive needed saving 5 times out of 5, and the predator and prey took care of it themselves 4 times out of 5, she could save more of the second category with the same effort. And if the naive died, moved away, or wizened up, then Brockton Bay was a safer place. It wasn't perfect, obviously, but this city needed tough love. That didn't change just because she was a ward now. Just meant she had to report to naive idealists. The mugger's cry of disgust drew her attention back to the chase. He ditched the bag? Why would? Ha! Prey after all. Good on her. Without the need to burn off her frustrations with a good hunt, she prepared to take down the thug. Non-lethally of course, a mugging wasn't much in the Bay Area. Didn't deserve more than jail time. Certainly not worth any personal intervention. It was one upside to her weakness to electricity. An excuse to ditch the baby monitors everyone else was stuck with. She loaded a bolt with a muted click, took aim, and the thug crashes into some guy with a suit. Of course, the rich douche lands right in the way of her shot. Great. Predator, prey, or naive. A black mask flashes onto the suited dude. A cape? Not one she'd seen around before. Newbie, move. Let the pro handle this. If you just got out of the cape sticks his forehead to the pistol. What the hell? Maybe an illusion power? A scaling brute like lung? Sophia's face froze in shock as the pistol went off. That was the shortest cape career she'd ever seen. He was gone. Painted the sidewalk. Fucking Brockton Bay. His head reforms and he stands back up. For obvious reasons, the thug loses his shit, and the cape hits him. What the fuck? The thug starts shouting, and she catches bits of his hysteria. We're dead. Exactly. How the hell? Killed you. A stranger power maybe? Or an illusion? Either way, this cape was fucking intense. What kinda loon puts on a show like that? One thing was for sure. He wasn't naive. POV, Jonah Briggs, protagonist. I flopped onto the hotel bed. A place like this was rare and expensive in Brockton, but the comfort was worth it. I scribbled idly on a notebook as I lounged on pillows. What was next? Hey, how long do I have before you want your next fight? I copied dits and das down according to the chart I'd looked up. My passenger didn't like to talk much, and it felt viscerally wrong to have my emotions altered so abruptly, but it was worth the effort. Week. 1 week. Alright, sounds doable. Does sparring count as a fight? Half. Like half of a fight? So 2 per week. What else did I need to know? Something about Zion maybe? Or details on shards? Hey, is there anything aside from fights you want? Silence. Not a no, we'd agreed dits were yes and das were nos. Another topic then, weaknesses? What might stop the resets, if that I knew dying wouldn't? If my power is forcefully deactivated, like say by somebody with a Trump rating and I die, do I reset when the person deactivating it disappears? No. While. It takes maybe a minute to record, translate, and interpret each reply. While. Like I'll reset while nullified. Did. The yes and no replies were much easier. I wiggled further into my pillows. There's something about having a half dozen pillows to bury into that's intensely comfy. So the resetting isn't my power. Start? My powers start the reset. Did. And I'll reset no matter what. Did. Cool. And a reset would restore my power, which would cue another reset. Wait, am I immortal now? More silence. Just as well, I was getting a headache. I imagine this was somewhat similar to being bipolar, except with far more rapid cycles. The human brain wasn't built to experience this. A lot of opportunities had just opened up. It sounded like I couldn't be killed. I mean, yeah, that was what I'd originally figured, but this seemed relatively airtight. How do you kill a regenerator? Take their powers away. How do you kill me? Maybe take my powers, stabilize the time loop and then kill me? All within 5 seconds? Plus, you'd need to figure out that you had to do that. Well, if I didn't have to worry about safety, maybe I'd work on comfort. The hotel was nice, but it'd be nice to have a place of my own. And I could pick up a couple essentials. I hummed along to one of the songs on my new phone. Earthbed had a couple bands and songs that I'd never heard of, and the rock scene was alive and well. I did miss my old music library though. Over 3K songs, personally catalogued and auto-sorted based on custom filters. All gone. Maybe I could find a thinker or tinker that could set something up. At least they still had some classics. Whoa, a Black Betty, Bambi a Lamb. Whoa, a Black Betty, Bambi a Lamb. She really gets me high, Bambi a Lamb. You know that's no. The lyrics displayed on my phone disappear in a shower of sparks and glass, along with most of my phone and a chunk of the hand holding it. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten to whitelist the phone onto my resets. Unfortunately, I was in Brockton Bay. Unfortunately, the 9mm round hit my phone instead of my chest. But most unfortunate was the gangbanger who just survived a shootout. I added to the reset queue just to check. A bit of grime disappears but it doesn't even manage to flicker comically. Just a black screen. You son of a bitch. I just bought that. The Asian dude with the neon mohawk glares at me. Fuck off kid. Ain't got time for your bullshit. I grabbed the black mask from my backpack and fitted to my face. His glare turned a little more threatening. If you know what's good for you cape, you'll run. Had. No one cared who I was till I put on the mask. Look. That sounds great. I'll happily fuck right off, all I need is $200 for a new phone. I was enjoying my stroll. No sense in interrupting it further. The punk leveled the pistol at me. Should have listened. As it turned out, being shot in the chest hurt far worse than the head on a bomb in the neck. Because the other two killed you instantly. I coughed wetly. That ain't nice. Neither is life. Shit, this guy even had a good one-liner. This was the perfect establishing shot to his little spin-off show or whatever. I can see it now, thug fighting to balance crime, love, and being powerless in a cape-filled world. My chest reset, and I murmured under my breath as I got up from the ground. Right then. The hard way it is. I got up and walked over to Mo Hawk. He was busy looting the Empire thugs. I was busy wrapping my arm around his throat. HRK. He managed to bash his elbow into my face before I caught his arm. It had been years since my judo classes, but I remembered the choke-out pressure points. 2 major blood veins in the neck that you could block with the collar of a GI. Or, with more pressure and less safely, the inside of an elbow. 2 shots echoed into the night. Speaking of arms, Moran over here managed to wrench his right one free and fire twice into my thigh. Bastard. You nearly shot me in the dick. The kicks he was leveling at my shins started weakening, and then he went limp. He falls back on me awkwardly, and we both fall to the ground. I hit my head hard, but luckily it's right before a reset so I barely register the pain before it's gone. Right then. Time to loot. Hey, I was nearly broke, and even if I didn't need to eat, I still wanted to. Digging through the wallets of both parties, I scrounge up about $100. Not a lot for a dozen bodies, but who brings cash to a gang war? I turn the last skinhead over, and the gun he was holding clatters to the ground. A mini Uzi. MMM. Very cool, very iconic, very dangerous. But I was supposed to be heroing. But it was an Uzi. But spray and pray made for a bad rescue. I let out a sad sort of whine. Fine. I'll be responsible. No automatic weaponry. Another item was on the Tinker Tech hit list though. I want a non-lethal Uzi. Or maybe just a normal Nerf one. Does Nerf exist here? Right then. Bad guys defeated, drops looted, time to call it in. No need. I turned around to a wall of gold. Well, not really, but the broad-chested hero was impressively built, and the gold armor he wore seemed to glow softly. He had some sort of energy shield and a sphere. He was themed like a solid gold Roman legionnaire. Oh cool, you'll take care of cleanup. He focused on me for a second before surveying the ruined alleyway. No, but I've already called it in. I'm Dauntless, a PRT hero. Are you new on the scene? Dauntless, hey? He was, basically an enchanter, an arms master's unknowing rival, right? Oh right, arms master. Lie detection. He'd probably analyze a recording of this conversation. I grimaced as I thought back to my interrogation. More of that shit. Easy there, we don't force anyone into the wards. Just making conversation. Ah, no. Just a bad memory. The name's reset. And as for this mess, I really only knocked out the last guy. The armored hero relaxed a bit at that. He'd been tense, which was fair, because there were 11 dead bodies. But he'd waited for an explanation. I could see why he was more popular than Arms Master. But yeah, the wards aren't. Actually, why didn't I want to join the wards? It was never really an option for the original protagonist, Taylor, so I guess I'd just sort of blanked on that. I needed to think about this. More teenage drama was absolutely worth government resources and legitimacy to me. I correct myself. The wards weren't the plan. But I'll keep them in mind. Dauntless smiles as he forced his spear into the ground. I didn't blame him, it looked heavy. The golden radiance in it faded as he stepped away from it. Good to hear. From the little bit I saw, you handled yourself well. Wait, really? When had he arrived? Which part was impressive? Looting dead gang members? Taking several rounds to the thigh? But hey, a compliment was a compliment. Thanks. I've got a lot to learn though. He nodded. Briefly, I wondered if any of his gear had an aura like Glory Girl's. He certainly had a sense of charisma to him. Larger than life. Heroic. I need to return to my patrol. But if you're interested in the wards, we've got an opening. He handed me a card, and took off. An opening? I'd assumed you could always join. Maybe it's just one of those limited time deal, buy now things that actually never ended? Anyways. I had a phone to buy, and a music collection to re-download. 04, Warnings and Wards Vauchly NSFW. POV, Victoria Dallin, Glory Girl. She was cleaning off blood with a stain erase pen. Again. When she'd asked for the pure white outfit, she'd assumed it would be waterproof. Or something. Okay, maybe she hadn't considered stains at all. She sighed. Sometimes New Wave seemed like it was the worst of both worlds. All of the controlling superior nonsense with none of the support network that comes with government employment. But it was her family. She started working at the stain again. Victoria, Amy. Suit up, we're invited to a ward briefing. Her mom's shout echoes through the house. New Wave might be separate from the PRT, but the team had kept connected with their old bosses. It wasn't uncommon for them to drop in when something came up. At least she'd get to see. Oh. Right. She was still mad at Dean. They had taken a break? Broken up? She couldn't remember. It had something to do with him forgetting their date. Then, like always, he pampered her for a week. Which would be nice, except he used his powers to do it. It was like the cheerful brilliant. She was mad at him. It was like he was replaced by an actor. Hitting all the right notes, but doing it with a fake smile. She wanted her boyfriend to make it up to her, not his damn power. Victoria. We're going to be late. Oh right, whoops. At least she'd gotten the stain out. Suiting up, she bolted down the stairs. Sorry. I'm ready. The ride over was an awkward one. She'd worn a pair of Amy's underwear cause she'd forgotten to put her hamper into the laundry. Honestly. It wasn't that big of a deal. She was such a control freak. But she was also her sister, so she'd apologized. Hadn't she? Amy would get over it. She always did. The PRT transport ground to a halt, and New Wave filed into the building. She would have flown over, but Mom always fussed about a united front. At least the transport was comfy. She zoned out as they made their way through the local PRT building. She picked at her nails as they reached the briefing room. Hey, there were the wards. And Dean. He flashed her a smile and... Damn it. She was mad at him. The smile vanished, and Arms Master stalked into the briefing room. He tapped at a section of his gauntlet, and a screen flared to life, with a still shot of the bay from overhead. A briefing on the bay? Were they finally going to do something about one of the major gangs? At 2300 hours last night, Dauntless encountered a new cape. The video fast-forwarded, zooming around the skies of Brockton Bay, before freezing on a helmet cam capture of two figures. One in a suit and mask, the other sporting ABB colors. The cape walked into a shootout between the ABB and the Empire. As Dauntless approached, the image became clearer. The video had no audio, it was impossible to buffer out the wind that high up, so flight-enabled capes were muted in the air, but the muzzle flash and blood splatter were captured cleanly. Dauntless froze in place. A few shocked mutters echoed around the room. Victoria was one of them. Why the hell were they showing them an execution? Dean whispered behind her. Damn. Ab's getting cocky. Well yet, Lung's been on a hot streak. Bastard. He'd gotten her again. Why couldn't he just let her be angry? Didn't it matter that she was mad? How could he just ignore that? Arms Master resumed the video and the cape stood back up. Someone muttered their surprise under their breath. He crept up behind the ABB member and put him in a chokehold. Arms Master paused the footage. The cape proceeded to knock out the perp by blocking the blood vessels in the neck. This points to training, as most attempt to induce unconsciousness by collapsing or obstructing the airway. The footage continued. The ABB member wrestled his gun out, shooting the cape in the thigh twice. The chokehold didn't break. Hard. Core. Was that Sophia? Couldn't have been. She didn't do impressed. The video resumed and sped up. The cape dashed about, checking each body. An admirable choice. Not many new capes bothered with the rescue and assistance step. Dean stifled a cough behind her, as the screen switched to a still capture of the cape. Oh? The new cape goes by the name Reset. Did Mr. Perfect not like feeling her appreciation? At the moment, we believe he has a high-level breaker rating that grants regeneration, as evidenced by the footage and pseudonym. She focused on the new cape, Reset. He filled out that suit nicely. You could see the fabric bulge around his muscles. The criminals he's fought have been treated for minor bruising, consistent with a non-cape fight. This leads us to believe he does not possess an offensive power. Dean interrupted Arms Master. No enhancements? That's going to be a pretty useless in combat, isn't it? Oh ho. It was working. He didn't usually interrupt briefings. What did he look like under that mask? Dean sputtered at her curiosity. Ooh. What did he look like under that suit? She could hear the chair creak behind her as Dean twitched. Jackpot. Dauntless approached Reset after he had declared his intention to call the scene into the authorities. What would he feel like under that suit? Reset seemed comfortable to speaking with a senior hero on even terms, and did not display any sign of hero worship. Then maybe I should show a little bit of hero worship. The chair behind her creaked louder. We recommend a neutral stance with these him. While he turned down wardship, he seemed open to the idea, and his regeneration could be an incredibly useful asset. Useful assets indeed. Arms Master switched his focus to his usual monthly reports. She didn't. And then he'd look right into her eyes, pulling off his mask and... Because what good is a weak hero? He'd need something like your crossbow at minimum. Hey? Oh. The briefing was over. Dean was arguing with Sophia over something. Geez. Maybe she'd gotten a little too into it. Wet fabric clung to her waist as she stood. Sorry Amy, definitely too far. Sophia was poised for a fight. Oh? What's wrong with my crossbow? Don't get me started on your rumored kill count. Oh yes, I'm the bad guy for arming myself. Maybe you are. There's rumors about which side you were really on before wardship. Sophia slapped him. Hey. She normally kept to insults. Or maybe you're just a naive coward. Dean flinched harder at that than the slap. Which was weird, because Sophia had said worse before. She did this devil-may-care bullshit constantly. But they knew better than to listen, she didn't really mean it. Dean was usually the least bothered cause he could literally feel. Oh. Wow. That's a bit much, don't you think Sophia? At her words, Dean whirled around to her. Oh, now you're on my side? Here I thought you were Team Reset too. Whoops. Now Dean was focused on her. That's just I. Well obviously she is. She'd have a kill count too if not for Amy. What the hell? How did she know about? It's not her fault she's got a brute rating. And Amy doesn't save them, just tops them up. Dean knew too? Whatever. At least Reset doesn't fuck with people's minds. Come on Victoria. What the hell was happening? They knew? Dean was freaking out and Sophia was supporting her? Sophia grabbed her by the hand and pulled her out of the room. Don't know how you stand him. Victoria followed after the usually moody ward. Sophia sent her a smirk. Hey, I booked the training room. Wanna spar? POV, Jonah Briggs, protagonist. I stared down at my notebook. 2 days of rumination and discussion with my passenger were scribbled onto the pages. Pros. Easy access to conflict and spars, filling weekly quota. Training. Gear. Good PR? Can probably make minor problems or slightly illegal actions go away, at the cost of a lecture. Hang out with other heroes. Cons. Oversight and control. Annoying PR bullshit. Minor connection to the chief director, her secret hero life as Alexandria and by extension her role in Worm's version of the Illuminati. Far less free time. Roadblocks. No real identity. In the end, most of the cons could be solved by quitting the wards if I did something morally grey. Without an identity there wasn't much they could do to force me to stay. Although the identity thing brought its own troubles. I had actually completely forgotten about it while talking to Dauntless. I'd have to track down an actually competent forger to set up digital records and whatnot. As for Alexandria's, and by extension Cauldron's attention? My shard assured me the temporal fuckery it offered would screw up nearly every precognitive power. Score. As the sun rose, I logged off a foe and added a new point to the cons list. Shadow Stalker. I'd realized that canon hadn't kicked off yet. No Bug Girl vs Lung stories. Which reminded me of the locker incident. I was going to do something about it. Did I stop it entirely, deny Taylor powers and trauma? No. I wasn't willing to pick up the slack, and save the world. Film the incident and speedrun solving the Shadow Stalker problem? Film the incident, await the trigger, free Taylor, report Sophia, and get her medical assistance? Yeah, that would work. I'd have to stay anonymous though. PRT would wonder why I was there, and attention from up high is a bad thing for a new ward. Actually, government attention is a bad thing pretty much universally. A hoodie and hat to hide my face? On. Camera? Ready. Awkward hiding place in the ceiling panels? An unfortunate yes. The bell announcing the first day back after winter break? Ringing. It had taken a little bit of breaking and entering, but I'd found the student records, and locker assignments. Now? I just had to endure the slight stench of fermented waste stuffed in the locker below. At least that meant it was the right year. Footsteps echoed down the hallway, as Taylor Herbert walked up to her locker. She was hunched over, clutching books to her chest as she fiddled with the lock. I'd sort of expected some sort of raw charisma or uniqueness, but this was a grimdark world, and years of bullying didn't make someone charismatic. I started filming as a shadow crept up behind her. Just a little more. Almost in frame. Taylor opened the locker, and reeled back at the filth inside. Sophia sweeps up from behind, and forces her into the locker. Taylor's screaming bloody murder. Fuck. Was I really going to watch this happen? This didn't sit right. At the very least, I was going to get a good couple frames of Sophia's face. Then I could free Taylor. The soon-to-be ex-ward turned around and smirked. Geez. Stone cold bitch. Smiling at that? More footsteps echoed through the halls. Sophia dashed out of sight. Plausible deniability I suppose. Now I could drop down and get the poor girl out. Except, she was already in there. No doubt already traumatized. Would a quicker escape really be worth losing the power to control your own life? The screams have turned to whimpers. Yet. It was. I cut the camera, and pry the ceiling tile all the way up. My shoes thud against the ground as I drop off. Now I just needed to. Oh, shit. The lock had latched. I didn't know the combination. Okay, maybe the video got it. Menu. Videos. Play. 21, 40. And then she moves into the way. Okay. School locks are shitty, there's usually about 5 numbers that all work the same. Last option, 100 numbers, sections of 5, 20 attempts. Voices echo down the halls. A second time limit. 21, 40, 1. 21, 40, 6. Taylor's gone completely silent, but I can see the locker flex from where she's pushing at the sheet metal. 21, 40, 11. 21, 40, 16. I stagger under the weight of a trigger event. What a fun day this was turning out to be. Once the trembling in my hands resets, I return to the lock. 21, 40, 21. 21, 40, 26. Get off, get off, get off. 21, 40, 31. Rapid but quiet banging noises. Not much space to wind up in there. 21, 40, 36. The lock opens, and the door busts open. Wild-eyed, covered in filth, and shaking, Taylor socks me in the face. She's got a mean right hook. I'm even less appreciative of the clawing. Nails rake across my face, and nearly take out an eye before I turn my head away. Damn it. I'd completely forgotten she came out fighting. She was going to kill me. Punch her? Run away? The scratches on my face disappear. Oh right. I was a cape. I pull the incredibly distressed girl into a hug. She doesn't stop clawing at me, but she does start crying. That was a good sign? Hopefully. Eventually she's just weakly batting at my chest as I rub her back. It's all right. You're out. You're free. You're safe. Finally, she slumps against me, limp. But hey, it would be too easy for the problems to end there, right? Oh shit, what The other students had arrived. And I needed to not be seen. I pull the hoodie a little tighter and turn my head so my eyes barely peek around the edge. A short, stout kid is standing there, dumbstruck, with 2 of friends behind him. Okay. Scene control. Lifeguard training, don't fail me now. Pick targets. Assign tasks. I point at the short kid. You. Find a teacher or principal. Tell them a student has been exposed to hazardous waste in this hallway. Do you understand? He nods. Then go. I shift to his friend as he scurries off. You. What's your name? Michael. Stay here, Michael. Make sure nobody fucks with her. If anyone does, I know your name, and I'll be tracking you down. He gulps nervously. Wow. It was wild how much control just acting in control gave you. And you, get a snack and drink from the cafeteria. When she wakes up, she'll want to clear the taste out of her mouth. With the trio of rubberneckers occupied, I scurry off before anyone can question what my task is. My eyes were locked on the screen of my new laptop. Son of a bitch. You see, I'd loaded the video up in an editing program, to confirm that I wasn't captured on it. After disconnecting it from any network, of course, precautions against dragon. As I'd flipped through the video though, I was struck by a realization. Shadow Stalker wasn't Caucasian. Or blonde. The girl on camera was both. It must have been Emma or Madison. Had the butterfly effect already changed so much? No. I'm pretty sure that Sophia's involvement was only ever a good guess on Taylor's part. She never saw a face. Just an assumption that the stronger, physically abusive one would be the in charge of manhandling her. Shit. Now this video was worthless. Well, not worthless, but had no real use against Shadow Stalker. A good lesson to learn now, I suppose. Worm was written with an unreliable narrator. I need to check my facts first. I finish clipping out any frames I thought could give me away, and put the video on a USB labeled answers. Maybe it would help Taylor. Either way, I was washing my hands of it. POV, Taylor Herbert. She'd woken up just as someone was exiting the room. They'd turned around when she groaned, and spoke for a bit. Despite the millions of new senses assaulting her, she was pretty sure the conversation that followed was an invitation to the wards. She'd fought through the haze of drugs they'd dosed her with to explain what had happened to her. She'd been talking to her dad then, right? Not everything. Obviously. The trio was never punished. She'd covered the bullying, and the feeling something would happen that day. Being stuffed into. She shivered a bit as she thought about the locker. Apparently the drugs were wearing off. Good. Anyways, she'd basically been told by the school it was her fault and she should do better in the future. PAR for the course really. It would only get worse if she accused Sophia of the incident. Because of course it was her. Emma stuck to insults, not that she was strong enough to try anything else. And Madison? She was just in it for status. This was too extreme for her. No, it was the violent one that did this. Her thumb ran over the mysterious USB-marked answers again. Over the course of the next few days, she'd worn away the Sharpity label with her fiddling. Subtle inquiries about the drive had told her that she was the only one that knew about it. Who the hell had given this to her? And what answers were on it? That single-minded focus faded away when she realized she wasn't looking at the drive at the moment. But she could still see it. Okay, so she was a para-human. Cool. She was a bug master. Not cool. Images of bugs infesting the locker flashed through her head. Not cool at all. But if this was her power, then she'd make use of it. She was being released today. The sedatives had worked their way out of her system. Which, combined with training, had done interesting things to her power. It wasn't just a kaleidoscope of chaos anymore. No, now there was a standing army under her control. She didn't even have to bring them with her. There were always bugs nearby. Which wasn't actually a pleasant thought. But a useful reality nonetheless. The library computer let out a soft whine as it struggled to start up. Today was the day she got answers. Or got pranked. Damn it. This thing was from the trio, wasn't it? Damn. 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 Of course it was. How many times had they set up some false hope so that they could tear it away? She clicked on the video file. Might as well get this over with. A shot of her at her locker. Were they really dumb enough to give her evidence? Yes. A figure walked into frame. Blonde hair? So Sophia wore a wig. Well, it still proved someone shut her in there. She shivered when she was stuffed into the locker. It would be a long while before she forgot that. And then Sophia turned around and smirked. Except it wasn't Sophia. Or Emma. Or even Madison. She had no fucking clue who the blonde cunt in the video was. Flies buzzed angrily at the rooftop windows. Tiny bugs scuttled in a frenzy along bookshelves. This USB didn't have answers. It had questions. 05, the new kid. POV, John Briggs, reset, serial name changer. As I walked into the downtown PRT building, I was a bit nervous. Or maybe concerned was a better word. On one hand, Shadow Stalker would still be a ward. On the other, teenage bullying isn't quite as bad as forcing a trigger event. There was still the whole struggle for your life thing. I'd have to see it for myself. The locker fuck-up had taught me an important lesson about my future knowledge. But I'd been dragging my feet for months. I needed to do something besides train at a fighting gym and stop petty crime if I wanted to have the power to change things. Now that I'd found a competent identity forger, I could. There were so many idiots selling laminated printer paper. The secretary's voice broke me out of my thoughts. Are you reset? Yes. I believe I had an appointment. She nods and waves over a PRT officer. Marcus, if you could escort Reset to the conference room. He grunts and I follow him into the elevator. As the doors shut, a relaxed tune starts to play, and I search for something to say. Isn't it weird that elevator music is a category? It's not music played in an elevator, it actually follows a certain style. He cocks an eyebrow at me. I suppose it's the same genre as hold music. Oh, but hold music sometime has lyrics. A sub-genre. The doors open with a ding, and Marcus silently guides me to a conference room. I suppose avoiding cape interactions meant a longer life expectancy for the average trooper. Unfortunately for him, that didn't mean I was going to stop talking to him. Maybe they're both subgenres. I've heard of corporate graphic styles, so I guess the genre would be called corporate. The door swings open with a soft click, and Marcus stands to the side, so I give him a little wave. See ya around, Marcus. He offers the slightest of nods. Who? Validation. Marcus is my new favorite PRT member. A depressingly low bar to clear. Reset. Oh right, the interview. Which was apparently with Arms Master. Yet. I'm here to join the wards. I settle down in one of the plush office chairs. Why was the socially inept efficiency tinker screening me? His sky blue armor let out soft whirring noises as he sat with his back rigid, perfectly still. Yes. Dauntless personally recommended your entry. Oh? Ooh. Shit. Arms Master hates Dauntless. This is a proxy war / pissing match. God damn it. He didn't have the chance to learn your power set though. What can you do? But Arms Master was shit at people skills, and bartering terms was all people skills. I could use this, I just needed proof of an agreement. Before we begin, can I record this to refer to later? He nods, so I start recording audio on my phone before continuing. You asked about my power set. I can recover from any injury I needed to walk that thin line of true, yet incomplete. I was almost pleased with my recent practice at that skill. Almost. And I've got above average stamina. If I needed a better lure I could elaborate, but I'd rather not relay my full powers to the world's least secure organization. Passable. You will also need to pass several evaluations. That seemed like his final question. Cool. So what benefits are you offering? Arms Master pauses at that. I can't read him with that helmet on, but I'd bet that wasn't the expected question. What kinda teenager doesn't jump headfirst into a chance at the hero lifestyle? Especially with the Shard's conflict drive. That was what legal guardians were for, the ones not present in this pivotal legal decision. Must be easier to recruit without them for some reason. God only knows how the PRT is able to make that legally binding. Likely some ridiculous Cape-specific laws. Provided you make the team, the wards have access to PRT training grounds, power testing suites, dormitories, a salary, a costume, PR management, and the support of other heroes. The power testing and the subsequent leaking of the information gathered to villains was unappealing, but rest sounded good. Not that I wanted to say such a thing, but with the lie detector built into his helmet I'd need to avoid lying too. That's it. I trade independence for a gym membership, a couple bucks, and a team to tell me how to smile pretty. The exposed mouth of the helmet meant I could see him frown. I think you are underestimating the benefit of being part of a major organization. The frown faded into a scowl. A support network can mean the difference between life and death. I needed to pull back a bit. This was the organization he'd devoted his life to. That's fair, but everything you've mentioned can be found elsewhere without the need for more oversight. I've got the cash to hire just about every service you've listed. I leaned forward. What does the PRT have that I can't get elsewhere? Access to Tinker Tech. Like. Ward suits are outfitted with low-end physical enhancements that I personally assist in the creation and maintenance of. I specialize in efficiency and minimizing. He hadn't even noticed that we weren't discussing my qualifications anymore. That is interesting, but what about specialty equipment? Could I commission something from you? He scratches his beard in thought. I didn't want to push for too much, but I was fairly interested in Tinker Tech. 1. And no replacements or maintenance. I don't have time to maintain a unique set of gear. Fair enough, I didn't want to spend more time with him than I had to either. But that wasn't much. Maybe it would be better to ask for a pay increase? Wait. I could reset things. Would that work on Tinker Tech? You'll also be supplied with a standard patrol kit. If I could. I'm sold. I assume you'll contact me once you've created a full contract. Yes, we'll call the number you provided. A few days passed before we hashed out a contract. I'd hired a lawyer, and played the recording of my recruitment, and managed to get my deal on paper and signed by the PRT. The desk jockey we'd dealt with didn't care enough to check if Arms Master was qualified to offer his services. Which was good, because I felt like the anti-Cape director Piggott would hate the idea of giving out a free pass to a piece of professionally made Tinker Tech to a new ward. Or to anyone. Anyways, we'd hashed everything out, and over the course of a month I'd passed physical, ethical, Cape etiquette, and, with some study, legal classes. Every single one of which was overseen by Arms Master. He was never unfair on the actual tests, but I had a feeling he wasn't such a brutal teacher to the average ward applicant. But that's besides the point. It was over. I was joining the wards. I was practically bouncing as the PRT officer led me down the halls. She wasn't Marcus, unfortunately. I didn't catch her name. And your custom device should be ready by the end of the week. Now then, let's get you up to speed with the team. She opened the door to the ward dormitories. Wards. Gallant, Shadow Stalker, Clock Blocker and the team leader Aegis filtered into the common rooms. They're all in their costumes, something about hiding identities from new members for the first week. A test period. Kidwin, Browbeat and Vista are out at the moment, so you'll have to meet them later. The rest of you, meet Reset. He's a new ward with regenerative powers. Aegis stepped forward for a handshake as the officer leaves the room. The red armor is reminiscent of Arms Master's, with the only exposed part of his body being the mouth and jaw. It doesn't work as well without a beard. It'll be nice to have another durable hero to fight with. I shake his hand, scanning over the other wards. I'm going to have to get used to hanging out with capes. This feels like a masquerade ball or something. Likewise Aegis. Even if I don't hit any harder, when you plan on taking hits you fight different. If you've got time I'd love to hear about any tricks you've picked up. He nods and steps back as Clock Blocker offers a second handshake. Welcome to the team. I try to reply before I realize I'm frozen. Shadow Stalker glares at him. Really, Clockhead? Do you have to do this to everyone? Now we get to sit here and stare at him for minutes. Oh come on, a little hazing never. I reset, breaking out of the stasis. Hurt anybody? Shadow Stalker glances back at me when I shake myself off. Perfect stasis is not a fun experience. Sleep paralysis without the hallucinations. I suppose not, but I'd rather you didn't do that again. I'll try not to. Despite the mask I could tell he was shocked. Shadow Stalker just laughs at him. What's the matter, Clockhead? Couldn't keep it up. I cut in before another argument breaks out. I regenerate from anything, including cape effects. It's a handy trick. Despite my best efforts, power testing had revealed far more than personal regeneration, but I'd kept a few cards to my chest. The fact I could affect objects was still a complete unknown. I just avoided adding anything to my mental whitelist, despite my testing outfit's ragged state at the end. Clock Blocker claps me on the back, startling me out of my thoughts and into new ones. Like ways to prank him back. No shit? That's cool. Definitely going to be fun to be on the right side of that in the field. Shadow Stalker is the next to introduce herself with a fist bump. Yo. Welcome to the team reset. Thanks. Any chance you could offer some tips on using projectiles? I hear you're good with a crossbow. Sure. I've got a couple tricks you won't be taught on the range. It's hard to immediately place her as a psychopathic or immoral person. More inaccurate assumptions based on canon or just a social chameleon. Cool. Clock Blocker nudges Shadow Stalker. First time I've seen you avoid insulting the newbie. First time the newbie isn't an idiot. That sounded suspiciously like approval. Weird. I turn to the final ward. And you must be gallant. He nods, and stares evenly at me. Right then. Not a talkative guy. So, where's my room? Aegis drives his fist into my throat. As I reeled, he caught me in an armbar. I jerk my body upwards, trying to wrench myself free. I fail. I give. We stand up and start again. We trade a couple punches, before I get caught grappling him again. His brute rating makes him slightly stronger than me. So instead I break out of the strength contest, and level a kick at his stomach. Unfortunately, Mr. Redundant isn't even winded. He grabs me by the heel and I fall to the floor. I don't bother trying to reverse the hold he puts me in. Aegis' flexibility goes past double-jointed and into the realm of supernatural. Instead I use my other leg to kick him in the nuts. He flinches. Even with a backup, that's a sensitive spot. I take advantage to break out of the hold. We're facing each other down when Vista bursts into the room. Reset. I thought I told you to stop bullying Aegis. Great. To be fair, that is almost what it looks like. I'm in perfect physical condition, even if I've been losing almost every match. Meanwhile, an hour of sparring has left Aegis bruised and bloody, despite the brute rating that keeps him ready to fight. It hasn't even been a full minute since he caught a punch, flipped me, and broke my arm. Vista, it's fine. We were just. The tiny hellion refuses to be reasoned with. No, it's not. You're coming with me. I shrug at him. It's not the first time our sessions have been interrupted by her. I grab a drink at the fountain. Even my thirst resets, it's refreshing. You know. I'd been meaning to check in on my first commission from Arms Master. Maybe it was finished? Shadow Stalker catches up to me as I navigate to the headquarters limited tinker wing. They keep the fancy stuff on the rig. The brat throw another temper tantrum. Kinda. At least this time she didn't beat me up. Shadow Stalker chuckled at the memory. It had been kind of embarrassing to be beaten up by a 12-year-old, even one that could manipulate space. Vista, of course, considered herself the victim when she inevitably got tired of hitting me, and I still looked fine. Little demon. Anyways, I'm on my way to Arms Master's lab. One of these days I'd actually get my fighting ability up to snuff. It would be a long time in the making though, muscle memory and understanding come slow. We rounded the corner, and I nodded at a pair of officers passing by. Oh, did your transfer papers finally come in? I pop a piece of gum in as we talk. With my resets, every piece stayed flavorful indefinitely. A fun little quirk. Transfer papers. You know, to Winslow High. Shadow Stalker bumps into me as I stop. Winslow High? Why would, wait, are they going to make me attend school? You didn't realize? It's in the contract. She sighs. You have to maintain a certain grade average. That was a thing in canon, wasn't it? Fuck. Tell me about it. History class was terrible and boring even before I was a ward. Now not only is it an hour of vague racism, it's an hour of vague racism I could have spent patrolling. Somehow I had forgotten that. Damn. Of course I'd need to attend school. I didn't have a graduation certificate forged, and every other ward was in school. I'd been thinking about things from Taylor's point of view again. The criminals known as the Undersiders didn't bother, for obvious reasons. Fugue. It's not so bad. Winslow's pretty easy compared to Arcadia. Wards get a little leeway. Oh right, and I'd have to deal with the whole Sophia/Taylor conflict. I sigh heavily. Just one curveball after another. I suppose you're right. It could be worse. But I thought all the wards went to Arcadia. Nope. Just most of them. We walk in silence to Armsmaster's lab. As we enter the Tinker wing of the PRT building, Shadow Stalker speaks up again. So if it wasn't about the papers, why were you visiting Armsmaster? Oh, he was putting together a Tinker Tech thing for me. She glanced at me. Again, the mask made reading her impossible. I couldn't wait till that policy was lifted, the little plastic thing I wore was uncomfortable. I wonder. Oh. It would probably have to be lifted when I'm enrolled, seeing as keeping the two of us separated there would be difficult. I'm a little dense, aren't I? You got Armsmaster to make something? For you. I shake off the moment of self-loathing. I could worry later. Yet, I negotiated it into my contract when they signed me on. She whistles. Damn. All I got was the default package. She probably doesn't want to bring up the dropped assault charges. Fair enough. Her lethal intentions in vigilante crime fighting wasn't one of the things that bothered me. I never bought into the Batman style of do lots of harm but take no life thing. It was mostly the fight for the right to survive and bullying bullshit that I took issue with. The keypad to open Armsmaster's lab flashes green as I approach, and the door slides open. Armsmaster is fiddling with something at one of his workstations. Reset. I assume you're here for your commission. Yet. Shadow Stalker's here too. He turns away from his project at that. What, did he expect me to hide the origin of my Tinker Tech from the team? He must have come to the same conclusion, because he nods, and walks over to the world's most expensive bag. It's pitch black elastic cloth, and has a network of little lines running along the fabric. As requested, a temporary storage device. It can store 2 cubic meters of matter, living or inert, for a minute in total before it loses power. It activates while it is open, or filled. The opening is the main constraint, at a maximum diameter of 2 feet when stretched. When I'd first described a pocket dimension to Armsmaster, he'd laughed at me. Literally. It was actually kind of unsettling to see the stoic man show emotion. Eventually, I'd creatively stretched the truth about my goal to avoid his lie detectors, was aggravatingly good at that after my stay with Cauldron, and he'd come around to the fake concept. A short-term device to clear rubble, or evacuate civilians. Plus, it should fit with his theme of miniaturization. I'd asked to prioritize the inner space over the duration, and said I didn't mind if it was single-use. With all of those concessions, things became a lot more possible. I look over the deceptively simple bag. Once the mouth of the bag is opened, space is expanded inside. It will remain expanded until it is empty and closed, or it runs out of power. In the latter case, the bag itself will disintegrate, but the contents will be mostly unharmed. All contents have their weight massively reduced while the bag's mouth is closed. A goofy grin spread across my face. I couldn't help it. I had a budget bag of holding. This was cool as hell. Thank you, sir. Shadow Stalker elbowed me. Papers. Oh right. When will I be starting at Winslow? Armsmaster turns to Shadow Stalker. You know that you aren't to give out the school name before we unmask. I'd bet a 20 that she rolled her eyes under that mask. But yes, you will start at Winslow tomorrow. You'll be meeting the other ward who attend there tonight, and any other ward is free to unmask to you from that point. Well, if I only had one more day of freedom I'd be playing with my new pocket dimension. Thank you. He grunts and I scurry away to my room. Hey. Come back here. Oh right, Shadow Stalker. I add the bag to my list of resets. Nothing explodes, and time and space seem normal. Good. So then I think I pull at the edges. It emits a low buzz before falling silent, and suddenly I'm holding a bag that's bigger on the inside, and covered in dimly glowing purple lines. My favorite color. Dope. Shadow Stalker murmurs something under her breath in awe. We're both sitting on my bed staring at the Tinker Tech device. Spatial warping looks weird as hell. Yet. Hey, close it, idiot. It's losing charge. Over the past couple days, we'd hung out a lot. Despite my caution, I found myself trusting her. Maybe it was just because she was the first person who was openly friendly since I'd gotten here. Maybe it was the times I'd mistakenly relied on canon and been wrong. Maybe this was a mistake too, but I was getting tired of keeping secrets. I kept the bag deployed, and watched the etchings on the side slowly dim. Just watch. Asterisk 3. 2. 1. Asterisk the markings flare in a barely noticeable manner back to their original brightness. But you're going to use it up. Gear from Armsmaster isn't easy to get. 5. 4. 3. 2, 1. Flare. You know how I'm a regenerator, right? She nods, still focused on the cube. Well, I never said that my body was the only thing I could regenerate. Asterisk, 2, 1. Flare. Asterisk I pick up a pencil, add it, and snap it. Asterisk, 2, 1. Flare. Asterisk the pencil sits, repaired, on my hand. Holy shit. She turns to the cube right as it flares again, and the lights flare again. Holy shit, it works on Tinker Tech. It's been over a minute since I opened the storage cube by now. I wasn't sure. But yet, apparently. Time for test number 2. I drop the pencil into the bag. It falls about 2 meters, before hitting the black surface, similar to the outside of the box. Except at this scale, you can see the tiny wiring and circuitry that have been plated with a durable black coating. Little lights slowly dim all around the box. Reset. The pencil stays inside the box. The etching flares. Yes. Resets don't clear the space. Wait, is that why you told him to make it temporary? I nod. You're telling me you tricked Arms Master into making you a portable storage device better than anything he can use. I nod again, and she breaks out laughing. Ha ha ha. Oh, I can't wait to see the stuck-up prick's face when he finds out. I chuckle a little at the mental image. The tinker had not endeared himself to me with the recruitment bullshit. Don't mention it just yet. I want to see if I can annoy him into making a replacement one or something before he realizes just how useful they are for me. She's still laughing. Oh my god, you've got him wrapped around your finger. I knew I'd like you. I give a little mock bow. Happy to entertain. Eventually we stop giggling laughing, and play around with the bag. The weight reduction is also incredibly cool. It makes sense if it's made to move rubble, but it also means that I can carry pretty much anything that fits in it. There's also a feature I didn't expect. When the bag is closed and filled, and you try pushing on it from the outside, it's incredibly difficult to damage anything inside from the exterior. I can just barely crumble a paper airplane. My best guess is some bizarre interaction that comes from changing the size of area incoming force is spread over. Like the difference between a needle and a pencil. Eventually, Sophia leaves for her range practice, but she swears to keep my secret before she goes. I really hope I'm right about her. She's far too much fun to be an enemy. Right then. If you could both remove your masks. Seeing as Sophia's the only one going to Winslow, the Commons room is pretty empty. It's just me, her, and Dauntless. It's good to see the Legionnaire hero again. So far he was the only authority I'd met that was friendly. I detached the mask from my face. The flimsy plastic had served me well, but the next mask I wore would be Protectorate made. I smile at Shadow Stalker. The name's John Briggs. I'd liked the name on the fake ID I'd picked up, all those weeks ago, so when I went in to set up a competent version, I just changed the first name slightly. Shadow Stalker reaches into the hood, and releases what sounded like latches. She pulled down the hood and mask. Good to finally meet you, John. Oh no. My name's Sophia Hess. She was gorgeous. Well then. You already knew you'd be attending Winslow, but you've yet to meet your handler. Dauntless waved a PRT officer carrying school supplies in. This is Mark. The stoic officer nods. Cool. Let's focus on him until my resets aren't clearing the blood from my cheeks and holding back a blush. Hell yeah. Dauntless raises an eyebrow, and his helmet shifts slightly. You've met. Briefly, during my interview. Seemed like a solid dude. Glad to hear you'll be getting along. Now, we've got to go over a couple rules. They spend the next hour coaching me on keeping a civilian persona and cape persona separate. I spend it stealing glances at Sophia. It's not like I expected her to be ugly, but she had femme fatale type looks that stepped past pretty and into heroine or super spy. I suppose it fit, but it seemed directly at odds with the brash, slightly violent and incredibly sarcastic person I knew. But she was still that person. Yeah, there's a science fair thing going on in the spring, I think it was optional though. Dauntless and Marcus are busy filling out a bit of paperwork to make him my handler, so Sophia's bringing me up to speed on random Winslow-related trivia. Wonder if I could swing another favor from Arms Master. She raises an eyebrow. Oh. Yab. The world's greatest baking soda. Hat. That would almost be worth it. No, really, one that throws up little clouds of ash, and actually hot lava. I deadpan. I can see it now. Ms. Militia pokes her head into his workshop, and he's fully armored, carefully gluing tiny trees to a model volcano. We both break out laughing. Dauntless walks over, closing the folder of paperwork. I think that's everything for today. It's good to see you're getting along. Hey, I've been meaning to thank you for pointing me towards the wards. Dauntless shakes his head. Nonsense, it was just. Don't worry about how easy or hard it was. It made a world of difference. I'm in a far better place than I was before. I was. It's quite possible that a single conversation from him had made the difference between me screwing up as an independent and getting forced into a gang, and me sitting here, fed, housed, employed, and with a friend I was beginning to trust. I'd realized that just because I couldn't die didn't mean I couldn't be captured. I'd survived Cauldron because I knew things I shouldn't and got lucky. I doubt it would happen again. I owed this man, whether he wanted me to or not. He thought for a moment, before clapping me on the shoulder. I suppose so. In that case, you're quite welcome. Once again, I consider the possibility of a glory girl style aura. It's like he was radiating solemn energy or something, at least until he coughs into his fist and the moment is broken. Anyways, it's gotten quite late, and you have the rigors of high school to brave. We'll leave you to your sleep. Everyone filters out of the common area, and I notice Sophia is following me to the dorms. Don't you normally stay at your house? Yeah, but my mom wants me to keep the hero stuff separate, so I'll need to meet you here anyways. Might as well get some use out of my room. Her mom. Wow, it's been a while since I've thought of home. Damn. Sophia elbows me again. Hey, don't worry about it. The beds aren't that shitty. I open the door to my room, and stand in the doorway. Just a bad memory. But the beds may surprise you. There's this lump in the top of mine that's a literal pain in the neck. She snorts. We'll see. Night. Good night. Flashes of nostalgia. Playing online with friends. Studying in the library. Movie night at the local theater. Moving to the city. My family. My friends. The life I used to have. New flashes of excitement. Mostly bad ones. Running through alleyways. Getting cut and being shot. The trigger event. But there's also the casual camaraderie I've found in Aegis. The sarcastic byplays with Sophia. Accomplishing feats of wonder with my new power. And then a mix of the two, something that never was or ever will be. Showing off my power to my cousins. Geeking out over my new bag of holding with friends. Pulling my cape costume out of the household pile of clean laundry. And right before I wake up, feeding dog treats to my dog, as many as she wants because I can reset them so they don't make her sick. This world was weird, and dangerous. But that didn't mean I couldn't enjoy life. I just needed to treat it like a fresh start. 06 Burning Bridges. POV, Arms Master. I understand that he's followed regulations. I'm just pointing out the numerous discrepancies. Arms Master argued. The trio of capes that dealt with the wards were in a conference room for their monthly reports. Dauntless nods his head as he and Ms. Militia pore over reports on the new ward. Reset, or John Briggs was just another dig in a long line of aggravations from Golden Boy. As if he'd heard that thought, Dauntless looks up. If he's cagey about things, I say leave him be. It's not like he'd be the only ward with a troubled past. He's been eager to fit in. Beside, I've heard you complain about dealing with parents and cover identities before, I'm certain it's easier to make one up. Which was most of the reason Arms Master was in a bad mood. He'd spent an hour in a hospital waiting for a possible trigger to wake up, and she'd basically ignored him, before brushing off an invitation to the wards. Then, not even a day later the Cape Dauntless invited applies to the wards. Besides, what would you rather we do? Kick him out, and arrest him the next time we find him doing vigilante work. On top of that, he'd somehow ended up providing him Tinkertech and training, while Dauntless continues his regular patrols. Ms. Militia finishes reading the report. From what I've heard, he's been disciplined on the range and sparring yards. Arms Master wasn't an idiot. He knew that Reset had little to do with Dauntless. But that didn't make the situation less frustrating. Dauntless spoke up again. And he's quickly built a bond with several team members. There is precedence for this. Shadow Stalker's brief crusade and Kidwin's violently protective tendencies towards his tech. Reluctantly, Arms Master nodded along to his points. Playing devil's advocate wasn't helping his case here. Alright. I'm still unhappy about the blatantly falsified records, that I spent my entire weekend getting fixed, but he has been cooperative. Where are the thinkers on finding extended family? Still working on it. Kids refuse to give me a name beside John Briggs, not sure if it's trauma, or what. Ms. Militia picks up a new folder. The director's been fighting a budget decrease, and the last thing we need is a problematic ward. Let's just take the win, and focus on actual problems. Now, about Browbeat's reluctance to train his power. Arms Master groaned inwardly. If it wasn't for the standing order from the director for him to do this, he'd be on patrol right now. How was dealing with a bunch of teens supposed to improve his people skills? POV, John Briggs, Reset. I finished brushing my teeth, and put on the shitty book bag the PRT had provided. Last night, I'd realized I could fit the spatial bag into one of the pockets, for the heavier books and supplies. The glowing etching was all on the exterior, so as long as the mouth of the bag aligned with the backpacks, and I didn't pack too much in there and raise questions, I could get away with a far lighter commute. A couple safety pins along the lip of the bag, and it was secured. I took a final look around the room. It was fairly Spartan. Blank off-white walls, a single-color pastel blue blanket on a sorry excuse of a mattress, a small dresser with a lamp, and a small desk. I'd set up my laptop there, and what little clothing I had was in the dresser. I'd have to buy more later. Maybe I could buy some decorations when I went shopping. That'd make it feel more like home. Today I'd gone with a grey long-sleeve shirt and jeans. Pretty much everything I wore was simple like that. I never liked the whole brand name or patterned fabric styles. Hell, if a seam ripper could remove a brand tag, I'd take the time to do so. There's a knock at my door as I grab my phone off the dresser. John, you all set? The bridge opens in 5, and the transport's waiting. It takes a moment for me to remember that I was John. I wish I could have just used a name I was familiar with. It's odd that was the only thing I'd completely forgotten. I open the door, fairly certain I've got everything I need. Yeah, I'm ready. Sophia's wearing a cardigan sweater and black pants. It was odd, seeing her out of costume. Even yesterday, she was still in her body armor. I ignore the part of my mind that wolf whistles, and walked with her to the elevators. I speak up as I press the call button. Any last-minute tips? Pick the biggest guy you can see, and beat him up. She cocks her head to the side. No, that's for prison. Sorry, they're so similar I get them mixed up. I chuckle as the elevator doors open. Hopefully not too similar, I haven't had the time to sharpen any cutlery. We reach the bus stop just in time for a bus that sputters to a stop. We both pay the fare and step on, shivering from the brief winter chill. It's a far cry from the fancy PRT transport. You sure that this death trap will get us there? It didn't stop so much as die. She shrugs. Hasn't died in the years I've ridden it. The miracle of public transport. Ah yes. I nod sagely. The lesser-known branch of necromancy, public services. Keep things alive enough to function with as little money as possible. I get a snort for my half-hearted joke, before we settle into silence. At least the bus is heated. The ride's about a 10-minute trip, winding through increasingly run-down neighborhoods. At one point, I think I saw a bit of roof tiling crumble to the ground. Granted, that building looked abandoned, but still. No wonder people try to get their kids into Arcadia. About a minute out things start improving again. Lawns are less overgrown, shop fronts have glass windows, not plywood sheets. Is it nicer here because there's a school, or is there a school here because it's nicer? Sophia looks up from her phone. Hey. The area is nicer closer to Winslow. Why is that? Oh, I'm pretty sure it's an unwritten rule. Don't fight near schools. It's not on the same level as the don't unmask or no guns thing, but some people respect it. I didn't remember that part. No guns. Yet. When capes first started showing up, crime families liked to recruit, which mean the police had to recruit, and the resulting arms war, well, it was like its own little Endbringer attack. No guns means the other side doesn't bring snipers, which means we don't have to bring rocket launchers and so on and so forth. Seems a little odd that they managed to enforce that, but I guess it would be like the Geneva Convention for capes or something. The bus shudders to a stop. Winslow is the first school I've seen that has a 2-meter-high brick wall surrounding it. After all, chain link doesn't stop bullets, and the unwritten rules don't apply to gangs. Worm manages to make American schools sound like safe havens. Sophia and me follow a couple other kids off the bus. Into the belly of the beast then. Sophia just nods, so I follow after her. My sense of direction was terrible, so I was glad I had a tour guide. The last time I'd been here had involved much more ceiling crawling, and at least an hour of being embarrassingly lost. Sophia calls out to 2 girls. Emma. Madison. They wave, and start making their way through the tides of teens. The redhead speaks up first. So who's this? The new guy. Sophia gives her a meaningful look. Ah. That would be Emma, who knows about Sophia's ward status, and apparently mine too. I'm John, it's nice to meet you. She gives a little nod, and glances toward the school. It's bloody cold outside, and her jacket looks more stylish than it does warm. Emma, and you too. The brunette speaks up next. And I'm M. Madison. Can we talk inside? I'm F. freezing. Makes sense. That's a mini skirt, and it's winter. She's a braver person than I am, that's for sure. Sophia starts, not exactly pushing through the crowd. It's more like people push to get out of her way. A fuck-off area of effect. We trail after her like baby ducklings. By the time we've all stopped at our lockers, them to get books, and me to put them away, a bell rings. Sophia speaks up. That's first bell. We've got bio. John, you've got to meet with the principal. We'll see you in world issues just before lunch. The duckling train trails away from me, and I wander about till I find a door with Mrs. Blackwell Principal engraved on it. So much for that guided tour. After roughly an hour of reviewing rules, regulations, and paperwork, I'm set free from the stuffy office. Well, not really. Now I was to walk around the school and listen to propaganda and subtle requests for additional PRT funding. Oh, that leak has been going all winter. Something to do with the heater melting snow. I'm afraid we don't have the budget to fix it. Ah, that would be the music room. We had to discontinue the program after a series of thefts. We just couldn't afford replacements. This is the library. The back shelves are a bit unstable, so be careful pulling any books out from there. We're looking at replacing them once we have the funds to. I mean, I respect the hustle to improve the standard of education, but I wasn't going to use my limited credibility in the PRT to lobby to give someone else money. So I just nodded and smiled dumbly at each scene. Eventually the third period bell rang, and I was shepherded into world issues, Winslow's equivalent of social studies. I squeezed into a rickety desk at the back of the class. No doubt another prod for funding. Or they were actually missing decent desks. Good morning, class. The energetic teacher's voice manages to summon a couple groans. Impressive. Now before we get to worldly issues, I'd like to welcome our new student, John Briggs. The desk creaks as I sit up straight. There's a thin coating of dust from disuse. Yo. Looking forward to meeting everyone. I'm kinda terrible at names, so please don't take it personally if I ask you more than once. A couple people glance my way and nod. I nod back. The silent solidarity of hating school. I'll keep that in mind, John. You can call me Mr. G, but I suppose I'll know you're talking to me no matter what letter you use. Just don't call me MRS. Ha. Ah, the crushing silence of a room of bored students. The perfect counter to dad jokes and overly familiar teachers. I respect his thick skin as he moves right onto the lesson without batting an eye. Reminds me of my old English teacher, although his jokes landed more often than not. Oh, and thankfully the casual indifference to bullying is an obvious difference. Eventually, he wraps up the lesson on Cape history. It was actually fairly interesting on account of my origins. I'm not a huge history buff, but learning how this world diverged from mine was almost fun. Is homework for the weekend. Think about capes and how they've impacted the world around you. Make a list if you want, but it's not mandatory. On Monday we'll break into groups of 4 and see what group has the best list. I'll buy the winning group treats from the vending machine. Like a hive mind, the silent classroom explodes into noise and sync. Sophia pulls me aside to her group. Did you get the sob story? Yet. Did they spend a whole hour with you? She smirks. No, when I started laughing 10 minutes and they gave up. Emma finishes packing her binder, so, you just move here. Yet. You see that news story about the para-human forest fight with the idiot with flame powers? I lived in that town. Now it's just me. I've been interning for the PRT, but finishing school was one of the conditions. Emma and Madison give me wide-eyed blinks at that. It was kind of a shocking tale. It also happened to infuse explanation that covered having no family and staying at the PRT. Arms Master decided there was no point in giving me an apartment I'd barely use. Dick. Hey, don't worry about it. You didn't know. It's just easier to mention it all right away. Madison is the first to rally, so what do you do when you aren't slaving away in an office? Haven't had a chance to find anything fun to do yet. Now that I'm mostly moved in, I'll have more free time. The lunch bell rings. So how's the cafeteria food? Emma grimaces. That good, hey. After lunch, I split off from the trio. I'd like to know a couple guys too. I just needed to find the students who weren't prospective career criminals. With 3 different gangs in the school, it was harder than it sounded. Eventually, I found an incredibly muscle-bound dude glaring at a calculus textbook. Probably cares about sports, obviously trying to get a decent grade, either not a criminal, or trying to get out of those circles. Yo. Need a hand? Fuck off, man, I got this. He looks up when I fail to fuck off. Honestly, I just transferred here, and it'd be nice to make sure I'm caught up in math. After a moment of scrutiny, he nods. You're John then? Name's Brad. We're on polynomials. I look down at the textbook. The fuckery with curves and graphs. Hat. Exactly. Cool. What question are you on right now? I want to see if I can do it. He shuffles over and I sit next to him on the cafeteria bench. Well, there's this word problem about optimizing things. Number 7. I read over the question. So you've got to find the number of trips that give you the best payout. He nods. Yeah, and I've plotted it out like the other examples, but how the hell does a curve tell me how many dollars you get? Well, the vertical axis is money, right? Right. So where on the graph would you have the most money? At this point I'd slipped back into familiar territory. My high school was fairly run down too, and we were, on several occasions, taught subjects by teachers who had vastly different skill sets. Psych teachers for math, substitutes for science. I'd managed to patch the holes by studying the textbook, but it wasn't an intuitive process. So, by the end of the semester I was tutoring most of the football team, so that their grades stayed high enough to be on the team. It was the tipping point for my status. The loner nerd became the helpful smart kid. But it wouldn't be accurate then, right? Just eyeballing it. No, but you can only have an whole number for the trip count. There are no half trips. So take the integer closest to the highest point of the line, and solve for y. He punches a couple numbers into his calculator. 107.32 at 9 trips. I check the answer key. You got it. Now you just need to record your work. Thanks for catching me up to speed, Brad. Sometimes, those paper-thin excuses, the ones that weren't even lies since everyone knew the truth, just made life a little easier for everyone. No problem, man. I've gotta hand this in before the bell rings, but I'll see you around. Brad rushes off, and I look up at the clock. 15 minutes should be enough time to wander about the school for a while. I'm just about to my locker when I hear snickering in the hall behind me. Taylor is clutching her bag, soaked, and looking completely defeated. She very clearly wants the hell out of here. And I'm in her way. What is it? She is very quiet, and very unstable. I take my book bag off my shoulders. Just wait a moment. She stares at me. Silently. Please. She doesn't talk, but when I set down my bag to dig through it, she doesn't move either. I pick out my gym clothes. Here. I don't think I have gym today. She just keeps staring at me. Are there showers here? I think I have some shampoo if you want to clean your hair. I force the clothes into her hand and fish out the shampoo. It was so incredibly convenient to have all my stuff in here. There. I can watch your stuff for you if you want. She stares down at her bag for a second. All right. I follow her to the gym, and she hands me her bag. Something in it snaps when I grab it. Oh, sorry, I didn't. She's already in the changing rooms. Okay. Normally I'd keep my nose out of her stuff, but this was ringing a bell. Something about a broken art project? I open the bag. Yeah. There's a broken toothpick replica of a tower I don't recognize, and a soaked journal. Carefully, I set the tiny model down on the ground beside the journal. I can sort of see how the model is supposed to look. It's not completely gone. A bit of superglue and it could pass as a building. As for the journal, it's thoroughly soaked. Maybe I could separate the pages and dry it. The ink is starting to blur though. And where would I get superglue? A bit of grape juice vanishes off my hand as I reset. Oh, right, I'm overthinking this. I add the model and diary to my list. I don't think they've crossed that line to be destroyed objects, so I should be able to reset them. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Reset. The collapsed cylinder reforms into a passable recreation of the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and the journal's bone dry with clear words. About 10 minutes after the bell rings, Taylor is out of the showers, wearing my gym clothes. Hey, sorry I only had shorts. While you were in there, I fixed your model. It got a little big banged up. Luckily, it looks like I rescued your book before it got anything on it. She's staring at me again. The hollow expressionless stare is incredibly intimidating for someone slightly shorter than me. Had she already managed channeling her emotions out to Bugs? Why? Why what? The journal? I didn't think you'd want to let anything get more damaged so. She shakes her head in a way that almost seems mechanical. No. Why did you help? Helping people makes me happy. But why did you help me? I had free time and you looked like you needed help. I felt awkward turning every sentence into a question, but I genuinely didn't understand what she was trying to ask. She stared at me a moment longer before picking up her journal and model. We're late. Yeah, I actually don't know where or what the next class is. I'm the new kid, John. Taylor. She walks off, and I pick up her bag, before following after her. POV, Taylor Herbert. Ms. Vick cuts off the boy at the front, and shouts at them as they take their seats. Mr. Briggs. Ms. Herbert. Where have you been? John speaks up, while she just keeps her head down. Ms. Vick was one of the better teachers, which was an admission that left a bad taste in her mouth, seeing as she taught a horribly prejudiced version of history, but in Winslow you took what you could get. Sorry ma'am, I was having trouble finding my locker, and roped her in to help. Better late than never. The thin woman scowled over her glasses. Hopefully this doesn't become a habit. Sit down. Tony was presenting his model. Tony's a slightly chubby boy with jet black hair. Taylor hadn't really talked to the kid before. She doesn't plan to either. He's standing at the front with a papier-mâché, something. It's a square with a lump in the middle. The assignment was to create a replica of a damaged piece of history. Maybe it was a document? She can see how a square would be far easier to create. She looks down at her tower, newly repaired. More durable too. So shortly after capes started showing up, a guest at the Louvre Museum got flame powers. Unfortunately, in the panic, he incinerated the lower half of the Mona Lisa. He was sent back to his seat, and the next student presented. It turns out to be a pretty morbid class. This is X, an important piece of history. It was destroyed/damaged by Y, because of Z, something that didn't really matter. Not that Taylor was paying attention. Even her own presentation on the fallen Tower of Pisa is a blur. No, she's trying to solve the puzzle that is John Briggs. First, the guy waltzes into school chatting with the trio. Then, he disappears for 2 hours for orientation. She'd sent out a swarm, and watched as the principal and one of the assistant teacher bent over backward for him. She watched until she got in trouble for sleeping in class. Then, minutes after she's tormented by the trio again, he stops her in the hallway. And hands her a change of clothes. Obviously suspicious. But a shower and new clothes sounded nice, even if she needed to leave before art class. So she'd brought him to the showers. It became even more obvious. He offered to watch her stuff. It was just another ploy to ruin her shit by the trio. She kept a swarm on him, sitting down every so often to check on him as she works the grape juice out of her hair. There wasn't much more he could do to it at this point. He takes out the model and her power research booklet. He fiddles with the model briefly, before picking up the booklet. Her cape research booklet. It was encoded, so she wasn't worried, until he gets out his phone. Which was bad. Taking pictures for later? It wasn't exactly a secure sort of cryptography, just a Caesar cipher. At that point she'd furiously scrubbed to get the soap out, toweled off and threw on the dry clothes before dashing out. To John playing on said phone next to a repaired model and a closed booklet. She examined the model again. There weren't any clear breaks, but all she'd been going off of was the loud crunch. Maybe it hadn't been that bad? It's not like she'd gotten bugs close enough to see details. That power was the last thing she wanted the trio or anyone near them to know. But there was something off about John. Aside from his behavior. She'd be watching him. POV, John Briggs, reset. So you've met Taylor then? They didn't get a chance to talk to me before history, but once the bell rang to dismiss the final class, Sophia pulled me to the side to talk. She does not look happy. I wasn't either. Yet, you know her. Despite my patchy memory, I'm pretty sure there's no way to misinterpret years of bullying. Yet, the cunt is a major pain in the neck. I bite back my grimace. Oh. It's a shame my only source of information is going to be heavily biased. She doesn't get how things work. She's not pretty, or connected, or involved in the gangs, and she still looks down on everyone. Ah yes. The terrible victim. Terrorizing the school. It's not like she works to better herself either. Just lords her grades over everyone. Emma joins in. Yeah, I used to know her well, but she sort of lost it after her mom died. Since then she's been spreading rumors, trying to drag others down to make herself feel better. I take a deep breath and pinch the bridge of my nose. It's an impressive propaganda campaign for a trio of high school girls. So in other words, her mom died, and she lashed out. That, combined with her high grades and introversion, makes people dislike her. Madison's arrived at this point, and she nods. Basically. She's insufferable. Alright, shut up. She jerks back like I slapped her. Excuse me. Dead parents. Lashed out. High grades. Socially withdrawn. Widely disliked. I count each item out on my fingers. You just perfectly described my life before I moved here. Even without the cover story. My parents weren't dead, and most of the other stuff had cleared up around the time I started tutoring the jocks, but it still hit home. So I think you'll understand my short temper. You want to make me pick sides in this? I'm going to join the one I sympathize with. The 3 friendly schoolgirls I'd been hanging out with today disappeared. I wasn't an ally anymore. In their place were 3 stone-faced facades. Idly, I realized they could probably beat me in a card game. Sophia, Emma? I think you two specifically should realize why you don't want to push me on this. If I spoke up on the other side, suddenly the PRT handler's protection cancelled out. But maybe. Just maybe I'd gotten this completely wrong and everything was sunshine and butterflies. I was being extra careful about misinterpreting canon. Especially considering Worm's alternate reality nonsense. It could be that this wasn't Earth-bet, just close to it. Maybe I've read this wrong. Maybe not. So I'm going to be a neutral party. She mocks any of you? I speak up. Someone ruins her stuff again? I help her clean it off. Sophia nods stiffly. I decide to walk back to the PRT compound. Maybe the cold will clear my head. 07 Growing Pains. POV, Shadow Stalker. Thump. The punching bag was swinging at a steady rate from her blows. Thump. Of course it was too good to be true. Thump. A new teammate, who fought in a brutal style, briefly debuted as a vigilante, and got along with her? Thump. Of course he turned out to be another goody two-shoes. Thump. Of course he'd turn on her at the first sign of trouble. Thump thump thump. Everyone did. Thump. The ding of the elevator carried through the halls. Thump. So did gallant taunting voice. What's wrong? Didn't get to kill anybody today. Thump. What a douche. Plays the role of the perfect gentleman, while reading your mind, and fucking with your head. Thump. He'd hated Reset from day one, and she still hadn't forgiven him for calling her a villain. Thump. Well, the joke's on him now. Both him and Reset were the same type of naive idiots. Thump. Fuck off gallant. So Reset had made it back. Thump. Ooh, or maybe you finally saw Little Miss Psychopath's true colors. Thump thump thump. Hey. If you've got a problem with me, it's a problem with me. You insult her again and we'll need the sparring room. She's as much a hero as any other ward. The bag swings freely when she mistimes the punch. Let's go then. Been meaning to do this for days. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. She didn't want to deal with either of them right now. Sophia steadies the bag, and fades to her shadow form. She didn't have her suit on, but she blended in a little bit without it. The PRT building was fortified with Tinker Tech against capes, so she couldn't just fade through the wall. She ducked into a corner behind a weight rack. It would have to do. POV, John Briggs, Reset. Ironically, I'd been left alone for the entire hour I'd walked home through the dangers of Brockton Bay. It was only now that I'm finally somewhere safe, that I have to deal with Gallant. I set my phone on a bench in the corner. I'd added this one the whitelist, but I was trying to keep that ability a secret. What's your problem anyways? He's kitted out in his armor, so I grab a baton off the wall. I doubt I could do anything with fists alone. Fuck, this fight might be more unfair than I realized. You. How delightfully vague. I start circling him, and a dim light gathers by his gloves. I lunge forward, raising the baton above my head, and he brings both arms up in a cross. I won't win against Tinker Tech in a strength contest. Instead, I let go with my right hand, and jab my elbow into his chest. It jolts him a little bit. Seems like the armor is fairly thin and light despite being metal. But he recovers in time to bring an armored fist down on my head. I happen to reset right afterwards, so it barely affects me. Instead of reeling back, I shift my grip back on the baton, and thrust it straight into his faceplate. The hit makes a dull thud, and I step to his side. He shoulder checks me, and we both stumble back. Ever since you. I slam the baton into his ribs when he starts talking. You don't talk in a fight, or if you do, you at least keep fighting. Gallant backs up a bit, and his hands start glowing orange. His power was emotion-altering concussive blasts, right? A tiny beam from his index finger hits me in the leg. Something changes, but I don't really notice it. The glow gets brighter, and I rush him. I bury my foot into his gut, and take a big glob of glowy stuff to the head. I yawn as we both stagger backwards. Each of us take a second. I'm not physically tired, but I feel like I was just pulled out of a warm bed. I reset, and the feeling fades a bit. That's irritating, I can clear the effect, but not what it's already done to my mind. I reset, yawn, and take a haymaker to the jaw. 5. Fuck. 4. Another hit to the face drops me to the floor. 3. I think a broken jaw is now my least favorite type of injury. 2. This hurts worse than that gunshot to the chest. 1. Although maybe that was just numbness from the shock of being shot. I try to get up from a crouch, and Gallant pushes me over with his foot. Reset. My eyes stop watering and I can focus again. As I fall I hook my arm around his foot, and pull him to the floor with me. He hits me with a blue orb this time. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. Reset. I'm shivering as the raw terror recedes a little bit. We both sway to our feet, and I automatically back away from him because of the aftershocks of fear. I'm sick of him fucking with my mind. I murmur under my breath. Hey Shard. Could use some anger. You'll get a better fight. Just don't let me kill him. RAGE. Not like the blunt, crippling rush I'd suffered on day 1. No, my Shard had refined its control talking to me. It wasn't just RAGE. It was HATE. It was cold, calculating, and exact. What the fuck? Gallant starts backing up as I shake myself off. The sudden shift in my mental state he was sensing had him confused. Good. I lunge at him, and he grabs me by the arm. I ignore that, slamming the blunt base of the baton into his visor. Over. And over. And over. He wrenches me around into an arm bar. I jerk my body upwards, and my arm breaks. Hysterical rage comes with hysterical strength, and my regenerative breaker rating is at its best when I'm taking hits to gain an advantage. Aegis had quite a few self-sacrificing moves that would see a normal man dead. The baton drops out of my now limp broken limb, so I punch Gallant in the back of the head. A knuckle pops, and skin tears. I free my broken arm right as it resets, and kneel on his arms to pin them to the ground. Yield. Fuck you. I break 3 fingers punching his faceplate. He keeps struggling. I hit him with my right again, and something in my wrist makes a popping noise. When he hits me with his emotion-altering bullshit again, I decide restraint isn't going to work. Well, what little restraint I was showing. I clasp my hand together in a mockery of prayer, raise them over my head, and slam them down onto his faceplate. Every 5 seconds, my wrists repair themselves, and I beat hairline fractures into them again. Thud. 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 Crack. The faceplate finally breaks under my assault, and my next hit has some give to it. Crunch. Augh. Fuck. My fucking nose. Yield. Alright. The rage cuts off, and my arms reset. Gallant's still prone on the floor breathing heavily. It's a damn good thing that if I reset a container inside my field, like say blood vessels, any contents that have left the field disappear. Otherwise, the both of us would be dyed red by now. Fucking psychopaths. Both of you. God damn it. This really hadn't solved anything, had it? At most, I was in a better mood now. This was dumb. I let out a tired sigh as I stand up. Sophia's not a psychopath, Gallant. Neither am I. I pick at the sleeves of my green shirt. Still needed to go shopping. We're just imperfect. Doing the best we can with what we've got. I pick up my phone from the bench in the corner. So get over yourself, because we're still teammates. You don't have to like me, but squabbling between each other only helps villains. He's still on the ground, wheezing. Had he heard me? I turned back to check, before deciding I didn't really care. I doubt today had made me any allies. Fuck, it probably hadn't done any good at all. Thanks for this, Marcus. Sophia mentioned the buses had been staving off death for a while. Apparently, that was enough to trigger Murphy's Law. He was driving me to Winslow in a PRT SUV. I'd frozen my ass off on the street for half an hour before thinking to check the bus schedule. He just nods back. It was one reason I liked Marcus. Sometimes you just needed someone to talk it. Speaking of, do you know where Murphy's Law originated? I shuffle a little closer to the heat vents. The cold's been reset, but I still remember being cold. Apparently there was this famous scientist, Murphy, who was working on a rocket calibration test with his assistant. The radio is playing quietly, tuned into some rock station. Anyways, the test gives out nonsense data, and Murphy realizes his assistant fucked up installing some sensors. Says to his colleague if that guy has any way of making a mistake, he will. Later, there's a press conference where another scientist is asked how they stayed safe testing what amounts to controlled explosions. He replies, "We kept Murphy's Law in mind. Anything that can go wrong, will go wrong. I get a slight grin from Marcus as he realizes where this is going. So anytime people blame Murphy's Law, they're actually pinning it on some intern from the 40s. Damn him for making the bus break down. Marcus pulls up beside the school entryway. See you later, John. Hopefully the assistant leaves you alone for the rest of the day. I fake a scowl as I open the door. Well, he won't now that you've brought up the possibility. Weren't you listening? Anything that can go wrong will. He chuckles. My bad. By the time lunch rolled around, I'd forgotten the curse Marcus had placed on me. Instead I was trying to create a miracle solution to the Trio vs Taylor situation. Which invoked another law, one that I don't know the origins of. Bad things happen when you least expect them. You're John, right? A vaguely Asian kid with a sad excuse for a mohawk sat down next to me in the cafeteria. I mean, really. Grow it more than an inch before you shave the rest, otherwise it's embarrassing. At least it was dyed an appropriate neon green. Yeah, what's up? He grinned at me and I noted a missing tooth. I'm Kane. Heard you helped Brad out with Mr. Quinlan's assignment. There's another coming up next Friday. Think you could help me out too? Sure. When are you free to work on it? His grin becomes a leer. I'm afraid I'm busy this week. I was thinking you could cover for me, and I'd put in a word with the boys. He draws out the Z purposefully. As in the notorious gang Asian bad boys. Fucking weird name for a gang, makes me think of K-pop boy bands. Left unsaid was the insinuation that if I didn't, his word wouldn't be so kind. I'll see what I can do. It's not like I could get in a fight over this. My power's pretty obvious in a brawl, and I don't have much else to rely on. So by the time the last bell rings, I've figured out an alternative. You're Jin, right? The thin kid in a leather jacket looks up from his phone. A couple other guys glance my way. They all have ABB colors on them somewhere. Who wants to know? They're perched on a couple jersey barriers that surround a barrel fire. It's a couple blocks from the school, near a bridge that's fallen into disuse. I'm John. The new kid. The opportunity came up to do you a favor. He raises an eyebrow. Oh. Yeah. See, I'd imagine you keep an eye out for the capable type. The ones making a name, capable of responsibility and hard work. I suppose you could say that. Well, I thought I'd let you know that Kane isn't one. One of the more muscle-bound guys stand up. You try and start something you. Jin interrupts him. Let him talk. Thank you. You see, Kane decided today that educating himself was too much of a hassle. Instead, it would be much easier to pass off my effort as his own. Especially if I knew of the club he had joined. The big guy sits back down as I talk. So I decided to mention it to you. I mean, if someone decided to abuse his status, fake his accomplishments, and abandon a chance at bettering himself, I certainly wouldn't want to give him any authority. Jin cocks his head to the side. You have a point. But so did he. You shouldn't think so lowly of his status. Of course not. I'd be happy to assist anyone of his status. But while my assistance is valuable, anything further would be detrimental. I don't think either of us want anyone to pass off long-term benefits for short-term gain. Jin laughs as he finally gets up from his perch, walking over to me. I think we're going to get along well, John. You've got a deal. But you're right about me watching for talent, and it's rare to find someone with your understanding. They, club as you put it, could use it. He reaches out his hand, and I shake it. I'll keep it in mind. Thanks for lending your ear, Jin. Anytime. Did I feel a little pretentious acting like I was at a business deal and using code to avoid mentioning gang activity? Yes. Was it obvious that I was just sort of winging it? Also yes. Did it fluff up Jin's ego, make him look smart and competent in comparison in front of his crew, and make him more likely to care? Abso-fucking-lutely. I could look silly for a moment if it meant dealing with my problems. Self-deprecation wasn't just useful in comedy. So long as it didn't actually affect your self-esteem, it could deal with many of life's little issues. As I cut through an alley on my way to the bus stop, I'm interrupted. Sophia, fades? Teleports? What would you call moving in shadowy form? Sophia, shadow casts in front of me in a hoodie and jeans. Most would have ignored them or thrown a punch. It's the first time I've even seen her since my chat with the trio. Well, the problem wasn't going away, and I don't exactly fancy my chances of staying out of gang stuff if I fought him. Smart? She shrugs off her backpack as she speaks, and zips it open. Could have used that finesse yesterday. Sparring rooms are taped. She tosses me a USB drive. If I hadn't swiped the records, your debut would be pushed back a month, minimum. I run my hand through my hair. Shit. That was Gallant's angle? Either beat the shit out of me or get me benched. Sophia snorts. Maybe. I'm not sure he's smart enough to think of that. The bus arrives at the stop, and we find seats at the back. Still. You saved my ass. Thanks for that. Of course. We're a team, whether I like you or not. I win CE. My own words thrown back at me. Fair enough. It beats being avoided. John. You in there? I'd been lurking on Fo 4. I glance at the clock. Damn. 7 hours. It was already morning. In my defense, a wholly original meme culture was a beautiful thing. Yeah, Marcus, what's up? You've been cleared for patrols. The techies need your input on an outfit. And like that, Fo had become boring. Thanks, Marcus. Be there in 5. I was there in 1. Most of the PRT's non-combat tinkers worked on the rig. So not only was I getting a superhero costume, I'd get to ride over a light bridge and see inside a giant force field. Dope. A soft hum filled the air as we approached the shoreside bridgehead, and a beam of light flickered to life. How does the transport van maintain traction on the bridge? Shouldn't a beam of light be perfectly smooth? Marcus just shrugged. Tinker tech bullshit? I don't know. I'd have to ask one of the techies. The transport jostled as we drove over the other bridgehead, and we passed through the force field. The vibrant color shift looked odd when you looked in from the outside, but looking out from the inside it was awe-inspiring. Instead of a single blob on the horizon, everything had this otherworldly quality. A portly dude with thick-rimmed glasses was standing at the Tinker Lab's entrance. A couple lights were on from Tinkers pulling the same all-nighter I did. "You're John?" "I'm Gustav, the head technician." He saunters into the depths of the workshops, and I follow. "Seeing as your breaker state only regenerates you, we're keeping the suit light for speed. You'll have all the defaults, comms, camera, voice mod, zip cuffs, and emergency beacon." I can't get a word in edgewise, but he's covering most of my questions. "Now, what did you want in terms of extras?" The professional facade fades away, and Gustav reveals his true face. A mad scientist eagerly anticipating his newest creation. "Any enhancements for speed and strength?" Day, already in. "Motorized joints, as thanks for the brilliant concepts your bag gave to me. I want more of those. Be creative, my friend." "Novel. Tricky. Maybe something else that plays with space." You know about the..." "Of course I know. I'm head tech. No one built anything without my knowledge." "Focus. Oh ho. I may have accidentally conscripted the head of the PRT Tinker Labs. Well, far be it from me to refuse his generosity. What is your Tinker specialty?" "Not Tinker." His grin turns feral. "Thinker. I do synergy. I tell Tinkers to cooperate." "Wow, that's broken. No wonder he's the head tech." "Well, it's not like I'm going to say no. Multidiscipline stuff would be best for multiple Tinkers." "A ranged weapon?" "No. He wants something tricky." Maybe something sci-fi?" "What's the single most useful tech I can think of? I'd probably get the most mileage out of a utility device rather than a weapon." "Can you do a neural interface?" He stares blankly. "Is this the mythical engineer who's not a geek? A device which can receive and interpret signals from the brain, and synthesize sensations to send back. Think VR on steroids. You'd have to harden it against intrusion, of course, and a way to connect it to other digital systems would be invaluable. DA Biotinker for read/write, arms master to miniaturize it, get our security tinker to oversee everything, and add a fail-safe link to emotional state, but what would it do? Interfacing is nothing without sending data. Off the top of my head, add a HUD to my vision, directly implant knowledge into my brain, simulate a virtual space where I can train without moving my body, and massively boost what I can perceive. Any digital sensor you attach could talk to my brain." His feral grin is back, and his eyes seem to twinkle as I list off cyberpunk post-human nonsense. "And you would do this? Connect computer to the brain?" "Well, worst case scenario, it doesn't work and I have to take it off. Best case? It works and I get to experience the world like no one ever has." He flips off a latch on a metal case and stuffs a bundle of cloth and metal into my hands. "Is suit. Go. I have work to do." I look down at the bundle. "It's already done? I thought I was supposed to help design it. And you're not going to show me how to use he's already gone. Oh well. It can't be that hard to figure out." "Ha ha 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 ha." Maddened laughter echoes through the dimly lit labs. Had I just made a terrible mistake? No. It was fine. The distinct noise of a CNC drill bit on metal shatters the quiet of morning. He was a PRT tinker. He knew to be reasonable. Right? I twisted around to get a better look at my suit. Pitch black fabric in a similar style to the dress suit I'd started with clung to my body. Purple trim, my favorite color, highlighted the cuffs, collar, and buttons. Instead of a dress shirt, a thin metallic layer covered my chest. Dim purple lights bled through the suit at where it reinforced my joints with servos. A bag of zip cuffs, a baton, and the storage cube hung off my belt. Said belt had a hidden button on the clasp, which I assumed was the tracker/emergency beacon thingy. The metal chest piece continued up my neck to the underside of my jaw, where a small mic rested along with a speaker by my ear. The slightly elastic neck reinforcement neatly sealed against a gunmetal gray mask concealing my identity. I quite liked the ensemble. Clearly inspired by my earlier costume, but professional. Fancy. I kind of missed my knife though. A blade has more utility than a stick. I bounced on my feet. Nothing rattled or shifted. I did a couple laps around the training room. It took a little bit to get used to the strength boost. It was subtle, but I fell over twice and stumbled into a wall several times. Stronger, faster, more protection, lightweight, and silent. Gustav does damn good work. I doubt Gustav was involved with the suit. The guy sticks to bigger projects. He just likes to meet the new wards. I've spent enough time around Sophia to not jump when someone speaks up behind me. Kidwin is leaning on the door frame. I reply as I toy with the sleeves. I suppose that makes sense. He mentioned he was looking for interesting projects, and I'd guess nearly every ward suit is similar. He makes a so-so gesture with his hand. They definitely overlap, but fitting the same features in different layouts is still interesting. I actually helped out with the comms system. You did? Thanks. Want to help test it out? Gustav sort of skipped over any kind of tutorial. Kidwin presses on the side of his helmet, and I hear two versions of his voice. Yeah, he does that. It's pretty simple though. You have a button behind either ear that works like a walkie-talkie, or you can push both to toggle between Overwatch to you, and local inter-PRT broadcasting. Click click. Click. Like this. Yep, read you loud and clear. His hand drops back down. Try to stay off the Overwatch comms when you're not on patrol. Overwatch gets cranky when they have to deal with too many conversations. I let go of the button. Alright. Aside from what I think is the emergency beacon in the belt, and the switches that I assume control the camera and voice mod, any other bells and whistles? He shakes his head. Nah, they keep the suits pretty bare bones. If you can't be effective in that, there's no point in sinking more money into you. Ah yes. The cutthroat world of budget allocation. Thanks for the rundown. Want to spar a bit, help test the enhancements out? He pushes off the door frame. Nah, I've got to finish up an after-action report before Monday, and I've been putting it off. I'll see you around. Likewise. I do another couple laps, and hit the punching bag a couple times. There's something incredibly satisfying about feeling motorized metal empower your movement. Not to mention, I'd finally be patrolling. Doing some good. A/N, gotta say, I'm slightly worried about the reception for this chapter. When I wrote in Gustav and his Tinkertech stuff, I was working by the rule of cool and this was still just a note in my memo app. But I fucking love Gustav as a character, so even when I tried to retcon earlier parts of the story to read less like a crack FIC and more like a story, I kept him in. It's still a challenge to balance the neural link, shard powers, and fighting prowess, making sure they all get their time in the spotlight, even in the most recent chapters I've written. It's a weird line to walk, interesting, fun, but not overpowered to the point of trivializing anything. In other news, the first actual fight scene. I'm definitely curious to hear input on it. I still feel like I have a way to go in my fight scenes. 08 A lungful of ash. I wasn't doing any good. Not really. Which wasn't to say it was a personal failure. I'd taken part in a small press conference Saturday, and had finally set out to fight crime today. Sunday. But the day had become night, which had begun to drag on. So far I'd stopped one mugging, and saved a single cat stuck in a drainpipe. At least it wasn't a tree. I can't exactly fly. Calling for assistance or climbing awkwardly would have both been embarrassing. The point is, I'd spent roughly 8 hours on patrol, and had nothing to show for it. So when the call came in, even if it outside my patrol route, I dashed towards the given location. Reports of a fire by the docks. I wouldn't be able to affect the fire, but I could carry people to safety without worrying about burns or smoke. Well, actually I was plenty worried, but I could still do it. Ward reset en route. Roger that, reset. Fire and paramedic teams have been alerted. As I run, I notice a fire extinguisher on the wall of a shop. Ooh. I'll be borrowing this. I open the slim bag I'd sourced for my ward costume that hid my spatial bag, and dropped the heavy metal cylinder in. As I get closer, I can see the flames flaring up into the night sky. It was a hell of a fire. My boots crunched on the pavement as I sprinted towards the flames. Wait, crunched? I looked down to a trail of bugs, a smushed footprint in the middle of them barely visible in the night. Oh boy. Flame and organized swarms? This wasn't a fire. I pressed the comms button, and shouted at Overwatch over the monstrous roar echoing through the streets. This was the Lung fight. Lung was in his beginning level changer state, scaling the walls of a building by forcing his hands through the wall. Reset, fall back. There's a cape fighting him. A newbie. I'm staying. Reset. I don't reply. Arms Master is on his way. I needed to be on that roof. Now. I raced to the fire escape, and used my suit enhancements to leap up, grabbing the edge. The metal structure clanged noisily as I took the stairs 2 steps at a time. Lung screamed in pain and rage. May. Motherfucker. I made it to the top, right as Taylor skidded to a stop, flames flaring behind her. Yo. I've got a breaker rating, and I can take the heat. Get behind me. She scrambles to her feet, and I grab the extinguisher. My fumbling is interrupted by shock as the inky black night becomes a kaleidoscope of neon red and orange. I cover my face with my hands, a last-ditch attempt. That works? Cool. Turns out my suit is fireproof. A quick glance showed Taylor was fine as well. Fine, and sitting on the rooftop cross-legged. What the hell? Cock. Sucker. His voice had changed with his body. It had a feral growl to it now. Move. Give me something to aim for. That's right, Taylor had mostly blinded him by this point. I leaped to the side, drawing focus, since dodging is apparently too much fucking work for her. Well, since you asked so nicely. Fire roars as he sweeps both hands in my direction. I cover my face with my sleeves, then cry out in pain when it doesn't work. Turning my face away shows why. He wasn't bothering with the whole rooftop now, just me. Not to mention his power scaling bullshit. My heart rate spikes, and despite all the reassurances and testing, the thought racing through my mind is I'm about to die. I cover my eyes, the place that hurts the most, with my hand, and spray the fire extinguisher's flame retardant his way blindly. Nothing was happening, things just kept fucking hurting. I force myself to take a step towards the heat, and in the hysteria draw the stupid connection between this and a water gun fight. But the water guns are filled with fucking acid and a lowly pest, and you challenge a dragon. Fuck you. Fuck you. A mere beast, and you challenge a man. I finally get why heroes banter. Because the other guy needs a solid slug across his goddamn jaw, and you're just not close enough. I trip, and in the end it's what saves me. I'm forced to lunge forward, body screaming in pain at the heat, all the while trying my best to blindly aim the fire extinguisher. Finally the burning stops, and I really want to just lie there on the roof, clutching the fire extinguisher. Lung roars in rage, and his footsteps hit the ground with such force I feel it from where I'm prone. Ugh. Not fucking done yet. I compromise, calling out to Taylor. Could use some help over here. She still doesn't move, but a trail of critters sweeps in from the corners of the rooftop and over the edges. Nightmare incarnate swarms lung, biting and pinching, and clawing. Oh no, wait, the clawing was him. Tearing open my ribcage. That's bad, right? I need that? The scaled man stumbled to the side after the first slash of his hands, covered in a writhing, stinging cocoon. The stuff of nightmares, really. In seconds he drops to the floor, and I realize I don't need to keep pressing on the fire extinguisher. My arms drop limp to my sides. It keeps spraying. Just before my next reset hits, I manage a glimpse of my hand. It's fused to the mangled metal handle of the fire extinguisher. Like a sausage left on the grill for far too long. There's a sizzling noise that cuts out abruptly. I let go of a pristine fire extinguisher, with a healed hand, and my insides inside me. Like nothing had ever happened. Thank fuck for adrenaline and shock. POV, Lisa Wilburn, Tattletale. They'd holed up in a building nearby to catch their breath. For a moment, she'd thought Coyle's bullshit had finally gotten them killed. Then everyone scattered as Lung went nuts. Which made sense. When her powers informed her of odd insect movements, she'd assumed it was just the same useless info it fed her occasionally. When the insects doubled in count, and targeted the Ab's eyes and ears, she reconsidered. Now, watching the swarm bring Lung to his knees? Well, she understood why her power had remarked on the girl's potential when she first saw her. There was the new ward too. Reset? He'd been introduced as a brute, but that Tinker Tech device he'd used was interesting. As was the fire extinguisher that had yet to run out. Equally interesting was how little her power was managing to glean from him. It would be a gamble, to introduce themselves while a ward was around, but the multitasking ability the girl had shown alone would be worth it. Bitch, get us to the rooftop. We're going to say hello. Gru spoke up, confused. Tattletale? That's the new ward out there. I know. We're going to recruit Bug Girl before the PRT sinks their claws in. He just nodded. As much as she followed his lead, he knew to listen to her plans too. Bitch's hounds raced out from the ruined building, leaping up to the rooftop battleground. Reset dropped into an amateurish combat stance. Shaken up a bit. Alarmed. Recognizes undersiders. No longer worried. A curious reaction, but with a reputation as cowardly thieves, it did made sense to relax around them. He stepped back a bit to let them speak. You really saved us a lot of trouble. Gru was delaying. Giving her time to get a read. When we got word Lung was aiming. What about the Bug Girl? She's focused on Gru. Coming down from adrenaline rush. Has a swarm ready. Contains wasps, bees, fire ants, spiders. Focus on the useful shit, damn you. Withdrawn. Doesn't like people. The fuck did you do to him? She could get a better read if she talked to her. Pepper spray, wasp and bee stings, fire ants and spider bites. He's not holding up too well. Gonna feel a hell of a lot worse tomorrow. Notices something. Not focused on the conversation. As she went over the feedback Gru cut in. Introductions. That's Tattletale. I'm Gru. The girl. Tattletale's eyes flickered back and forth over little details, feeding more and more to her power. Focused on you. Doesn't know you. Wants to. No, trying to place your face. Shit. Gru, we need to go. Now. Tattletale brushes a strand of blonde hair out of her eyes, and steadies her grip on the beast she rode. Bug Girl's eyes widen. Nose. How the hell could she recognize her? She'd been really fucking careful. She always is. Gru turns towards her, trying to understand. But the worst possible outcome comes to pass, and when the girl's eyes widen, Tattletale knows what her power's about to tell her before it even starts. Is certain you caused her trigger event. Confirmed afterwards. Saw your face. A recording. No. Damn it. We leave. Now. Bug Girl drops to the ground like she's fainted, but Tattletale's power only gets louder. Calling a swarm. Going to fight. Most of the swarm that took Lung down still nearby. One of Bitch's hounds yelps as hornets swarm its face. Bitch whistles, and the entire pack bolts. Tattletale clings to the creature's back as it throws itself off the roof. It had been an impulse, one of the many she followed on a daily basis. Just another citizen in Brockton Bay teetering on the edge, waiting for that final push. Hell, the locker had been set up before she even arrived. It just needed a padlock. And surprisingly, it ended up being one of the rare times someone actually did trigger. It wasn't supposed to cause any problems, in fact it was supposed to be useful. What the hell had gone wrong? What fucking recording? POV, John Briggs, reset. Now, my memory of the series was rusty. But I was pretty sure Taylor hadn't tried to fight the Undersiders. At the very least, not now. Was it because I was here? Or because she won the Lung fight? It seemed like she could take on a second Cape fight. Reset, Arms Master's EDA is 1 minute. Overwatch, Lung is down. Make sure he's equipped to deal with insect venom. Repeat that reset. Lung is down. Myself and the newbie Cape fought him. She controls insects, and incapacitated him with a swarm of insects. Roger. Taylor had gotten up from where she'd collapsed on the roof, and moved over to crouch down by the edge. I put the extinguisher back in the spatial bag, and sat down beside her. You good? Her voice trembled a bit. No. You want to talk about it? Trigger event. What did that mean? Well, obviously it meant no, but how was that connected to this? Alright. I dangled my feet off the edge and watched the lights of the city. I was a little unnerved by her fainting goat routine. What? Does your power knock you out? No. I don't think I'm getting any answers right now. But phew, I think I may have already derailed canon. Like, irreversibly. It didn't take long for Armsmaster's bike to speed into view. He stopped as the side of the road, and looked straight up at me. Looks like the GPS responder is working. I waved down at him as he fires the grappling tether on his halberd onto the roof edge. I supposed it was too much to ask for a different hero to respond. I really didn't want to deal with him, on top of all the other nonsense. Reset. Is the area clear? But there was a time and place for conflict. Yes sir. Lung is unconscious from venom, and the Undersiders just departed. He hands me a glass tube filled with a pink liquid. There's a needlepoint on one end. Good. Administer this to Lung's neck. It should stabilize any toxins, but keep him unconscious. PRT protocol says senior heroes should handle civilians and independents, so I go about sedating Lung. Although once I've finished, there's no rule that says I have to avoid interaction. And do you have any idea why the Undersiders were present? Taylor's found her footing by now. I think they were the kids Lung planned to execute. I assume they stopped by to thank me. And what happened next? She twitches a little. Maybe that footing is a little bit more shaky than it seems. Sir? I've got it all on my helmet cam. She just fought Lung. If you need details I'm sure we can contact her later. His focus shifts to me, and Taylor gives me a small nod. I suppose so. On to other pressing matters. God damn it, Arms Master. That's not what I meant. Who gets the credit for Lung? Seriously. The man has no tact at all. Hear me out. What you? I mentally tune out as Arms Master explains the consequences of fame. As he finishes up, Taylor yawns, which prompts me to as well. 2 options. Option 1 is to join the wards, where you'll have support and protection in the event of an altercation. Option 2 is to keep your head down. Don't take the credit. Fly under the radar. Should I? Fuck it. The man hates me already, and I'm already going to be in trouble for disobeying Overwatch's commands. What's a little more insubordination? Respectfully sir, there's a third option. He crosses his arms and stares at me with a certain level of sass. Oh. Instead of permanently attributing Lung's capture solely to me, that gets me a scowl, as I'm pretty sure that was never one of his offers. I would be happy to keep her involvement a secret until she feels secure enough to reveal her contribution. The footage would be impressive no matter when it is released. I know you are eager to prove yourself. Reset, but do not underestimate the danger Bakuda and Oni Lee pose. I consider it impressive that I restrain myself to a small scoff. Please. I've been shot in the head, had multiple limbs crippled, and just had the unique experience of melting my hands to metal via Lung's flame. Despite all that, I've yet to lose a fight. I doubt a slit throat, or explosion would fare much better against me. Both of them stare at me for several seconds. What? Taylor snaps out of her daze first. The third option sounds good. Arms Master just nods. I step off the elevator to the ward dormitories, removing my mask. Aegis and Clock Blocker are waiting in the hallway in casual clothing. How'd your first patrol go? Pretty well. Stopped a mugging, saved a cat, and there was one other thing. I can't quite recall. Oh right, and I fought Lung and won. Clock Blocker laughs. And here I thought you didn't have a sense of humor. Man. Everyone's here to celebrate day one. I decide to pull out my phone, and open the camera app. A video of his reaction to what actually happened, just to pass around the wards, sounds like good revenge prank for freezing me. Yeah, just kidding. I basically just walked grandmas across streets. Aegis explains as the three of us walk to the conference room. That's not uncommon. We're supposed to review with the newbie on all the improvements we can find, but one time someone brought popcorn, and now it's like a movie night. Well, I won't turn down popcorn. But I hope we skip a bit, I was out for nearly 8 hours. Clock Blocker claps me on the back. We always do. The popcorn's more interesting than footage of walking down the street. The conference room has been completely reorganized. The office chairs are lined up and a projector is sitting on a table in the center. Aside from Gallant and Vista, all the wards are there. Everyone but Browbeat and Sophia have unmasked. I don't take Browbeat's actions personally. He's never hidden that he doesn't want to be a hero, just to control his powers. But Sophia's worn it around me ever since Friday. I sit down between Sophia and Kidwin. Any troubles with the comms? Nope. Worked like a charm. Aegis taps me on the shoulder. Reset? The footage. Oh right, sorry. I eject the chip and hand it over. Remember everyone. We're required to find one improvement each. A chorus of agreements rang out, and Aegis settled down at a laptop connected to the projector. He'd be finding the interesting parts I suppose. Over the next half hour, we speed through 8 hours of patrol. Kidwin points out a couple crimes I failed to notice. Along with several tips on surveying my surroundings. Browbeat explains a couple tricks for handling cats. I never got along with them. Cat hair allergies meant I was a dog person. When I stopped the mugging, Clock Blocker gives me a running commentary on the criminal's mental state. Apparently the PRT made a big deal about knowing when to freeze someone. Sophia's pretty quiet, but I see her nod when she realizes that I'm using the technique she showed me to stay quiet, and in the shadows. The call comes in. I start recording Clock Blocker from under my jacket. And this is where things get interesting. Or it would be, but Kidwin sees me use the spatial bag, and demands we stop the footage so he can see it. After a couple minutes of him giggling to himself as he stares at an inactive backpack, I take it back, restart my recording, and we keep watching. Hey, wait. Isn't that? I grin at Clock Blocker. Yab. Those are Lung's flames. I stop recording. The cocktail of shock, confusion, and horror on his face was perfect. Not that he reacted that strongly, but it was entertaining anyways. Lung's appearance also gets Kidwin to stop pouting and focus on the footage. The whole group is silent as I climb up the fire escape. Seeing it now, it's vaguely reminiscent of a horror movie. The building tension as metal creaks under my steps, and the reveal of the monster and the victim as I finally reach the rooftop. Who the hell is that? At Clock Blocker's question, Aegis pauses the footage, capturing a blurred image of Taylor in costume. I explain. Not sure. I think she's a new independent. No name, controls bugs. Crazy that she fought Lung on night 1. That costume is creepy as hell. Did she survive? I roll my eyes at the lot of them. Your concern for my well-being is valued. But yes, both of us got out fine. The video resumes as I bait Lung's flames, and a shout of surprise comes from beside me. The Kidwin side. Aegis, my unofficial power coach, just nods. Good use of your breaker states. He's fought me enough to know how I take hits, and taught me a fair bit about how he leverages redundant organs in a fight. I feel like he'd have different things to say if he wasn't watching from a shaky body cam mounted to my chest. I get a round of applause and a cheeky grin from Clock Blocker for my banter as I push through the flames, something I remember extremely differently. The recording catches me calling out to Taylor, before the footage turns to the side, as if I'd rolled over. I nearly throw up. That's when Lung tore open my fucking ribs, and gave me an impromptu biology lesson. The body cam, mounted to my chest, swung open like a fucking door. As Lung is swarmed, Kidwin lets out a low whistle. God damn. That does not look fun. I can't believe you took Lung on. You're a little crazy, you know that. Clockblocker laughs as Lung crumples. More than a little. But in a good way. I mean you kinda have to be a cape. I just nod, and take another mouthful of popcorn. It helps. Aegis stops the footage as Arms Master arrives. There's some minor details to work on, and I can think of a dozen strategies to fight Lung without self-immolation. That said, I think you've beat the record for best intro clip. Clockblocker shakes his head. No way. Vista still tops it. Especially watching her fume in rage rewatching every time a civilian tried to help her rather than the other way around. She damn near bit off the fingers of the old lady that patted her head. Aegis hands me the chip, now labeled in tiny writing Patrol 1. We'll agree to disagree then. Alright everyone, it's a school night, so I'm already in trouble for letting this go on so long. So do whatever you need to wake up on Monday not Tuesday. There's a chorus of agreement, as people start filtering out of the room. I catch Sophia before she goes. Hey. Look, are we good? What's happening on Monday? She twitches, barely, but it's there. As much as I identify with Taylor, she's not you. I don't want to fuck up things up between us. And I want to know if I should keep my distance or not. I'm not going to run and tattle at the first sign of trouble. I'll take it up with you in private. If I wanted to do that, I wouldn't have brought the issue up in the first place. Good night reset. I took that for the dismissal it was and went to sleep off my fatigue. Damn it. Not the victorious return I'd been expecting for my first night out as a hero. 09 Reconciliation. POV, Sophia Hess. She was at home, laying on her bed, tapping out a rhythm that didn't really have meaning. It helped her think. John was confusing. Over the years, she'd fleshed out her little system a little more. He was the first she'd met that didn't fit any category. Or maybe it was because he fit every category equally. When she couldn't place him after their first official meeting, she took an interest in him. It only made things worse. Tricking Arms Master several times? Prey. Challenging Gallant to a spar, and missing the cameras? Predator, then naive. Protecting Taylor? Also naive. It was like Emma had learned. She needed to understand, become predator or more likely prey, before she had to deal with what Brockton really had in store for her. Taking time to rescue a damn cat? Naive. Negotiating with Jin? Predator. Tutoring Brad for connections? Prey. Depending on the situation, he'd leverage his weakness or his strength. He didn't seem to have a preference. And whenever he didn't need to leverage anything, he freely helped everyone, or just lazed around, doing nothing. It wasn't you don't, that's not how this works. Every single person, without fail, fit. Maybe there were one or two actions that stepped outside the category but not like this. The profile she'd written up, a far cry from the neat summaries of nearly every other, was turning into a mess. Something she'd have been fine with, people were fucking confusing, but it happened to a profile of someone who was getting results. Which made it pretty important to figure out how. Even his fighting style. She looked over at her laptop, where a frame of the Lung fight was frozen on screen. When tailing him had failed, she'd started spoofing copies of his training videos, and snuck out a copy during the first night review. He'd intentionally take a hit. Prey. He'd capitalize by hitting back with hysterical strength, or rely on some other form of his resets to do more by injuring himself. Predator. He tried to avoid hurting his opponent. Gallant got the worst, a broken nose. His game plan for fighting Lung was get set on fire and hope for the best. Naive. This wasn't going anywhere. The clock read 3:30. She had 4 hours to make a decision. And get some rest. Alright, forget categorizing him. Which does more good? Teaching Taylor how to fend for herself, or getting along with the first competent teammate who she could kind of work with? Well, that was obvious, the second option. She rolled over and nestled into the blankets. She needed sleep unless she wanted shadows under her eyes. Makeup had its limits, an image was a powerful tool. POV, John Briggs, reset. Another day, another dollar. It was weird that applied to attending school, but it was technically part of my job with the wards. The bus had, thankfully, been on time today. I didn't want to trouble Marcus more than I needed to. I'd bet they just added me to his responsibilities rather than changing them. I was briefly entertained when I realized I was acting tired because my brain assumed that's what happened on a Monday morning. Was that a psychosomatic thing? It went away when I focused on the fact that I felt well rested. Well, that combined with computers class. It was the one class that I actually found myself enjoying, teaching quality be damned. Finish whatever basic assignment provided, and then spend the rest writing simple programs. I'd just finished downloading the half-finished music categorizer I'd been reproducing when the bell rang. Damn it. The kid next to me looked over. Oh hey, it was Brad. What? Just finished setting up something, and class is out before I can work on it. He gave me the look. You're annoyed you have to stop working. Right. Need to translate nerd to jock. Imagine if you'd just finished your warm-up before a game, and the fire alarm goes off. He grimaced. Fair enough. I shut everything down and grabbed my books. Hey, you know what the next class is? I don't have a timetable on me. World issues. You have your list ready? I did in fact. Despite the hectic weekend, having an extra 7 hours a day meant I'd whipped up a couple observations. Yeah, not enough for a full presentation, but we're supposed to group up, right? He nods. Same. Glady doesn't usually pick groups. You want to join me? I accept, and sit down next to a couple other guys once we're told to pair off. Douglas, and another I immediately forgot the name of. Sorry dude. There's a couple points where we overlap, but we managed to work out a simple presentation. I'm watching as they argue over someone getting traded in football. Or something. I knew enough to know it was about football and that was about it. I look over to the sound of giggling. Taylor's arguing with Madison over something. A piece of paper? Oh, damn it. Just a moment guys. I walk over to the argument. I'm not really listening to it. Madison. She glares at me. And what do you want? I sigh. Give the damn paper back. What paper? The one that causes consequences if you're holding it in 10 seconds. Finally. She's actually thinking about it. And apparently her conclusion is to get back up. She goes over to Sophia's group in the corner. Damn it. There's some heated whispering before Sophia takes the paper, walks over to Taylor, hands it back, nods at me, and returns to her group. I stare for several seconds. What? When? Why? Fuck it. Don't question good fortune. I sit back down as the rest of my group starts discussing last night's game. POV, Taylor Herbert. Once again, class passed in a haze. When she'd decided to be a hero, she'd expected things to be different. Just not at school. John had stepped in to help, which was nice if a bit pointless, but then Sophia had helped A&D. Well, she was having a hard time understanding that one. So when Madison pulled the trio away, she'd tracked them. A small swarm followed once she'd ducked into a storage closet. Eventually they'd gone into the sports shed, so she'd pulled herself off the now drool-stained mop she'd been leaning against, and headed for it. They kept it open in the summer. She was just in time to hear Emma speak. So what's this about? I'd finally convinced the cheerleading team to fuck with Taylor. Now I've wasted a week of effort. Of course she had. Madison screeches. This is about John interfering, and then Sophia helping him. What the hell was that? Madison, she's got to play it safe with John. He's got influence. Influence? Maybe something about his part-time job at the PRT? Taylor could see how they'd be wary of those connections. So what, we just roll over for him? No, but... Sophia interrupts the both of them. It was about that before. Not anymore. I'm done trying to teach the pest. Teach the pest? Sophia hadn't been talking to anyone recently aside from John. Was he the pest? Teach him what? Emma's yelling now. Done? What do you mean done? She hasn't figured it out yet. She's still the naive bitch she. Wait. I said, I'm done. Why? It does more good to be in John's favor than try to make Taylor fend for herself. What the fuck? Swarms of insects start buzzing quietly as Taylor squashes her agitation. Madison speaks next. Really? Years of effort and you just... Yes. Emma, you of all people should know why John is more important. What, more about this secret bullshit between you two? When will you finally tell me? Taylor's still listening intently. Mostly because she's certain she misunderstood, and she's trying to figure out what they're really talking about. Emma's still loud and upset. So what, he decides she's his. Wants to protect his girl. Without her actively controlling them, Taylor's swarm has filled the shadows in the shed at this point. I don't think he gives a shit about Taylor. He just doesn't like what's being done to her. Madison's next. And have you told him about why we're doing it? Sophia shakes her head. Don't think he'd care. I have a class to get to. Figure out what you're doing. I'm out. In a panic, Taylor drops to the grass, limp, to control and clear the swarm that had unconsciously built up near the door. The last beetle is just barely out of sight as the door is flung open and Sophia struts away. Fuck. You think we lost Sophia then? Yeah, it involves the secret. Doubt she's going to change her mind, not now that she's made it. Still surprised you got her to buy into teaching Taylor in the first place. She really thought she was helping. Emma nods. She's pretty shit with people. Thinks in absolutes. Once she sees it one way, that's the truth. Honestly, if she wasn't our muscle she wouldn't have been worth the fucking effort of constantly covering for her mistakes. Not that big of a deal. Well, without whatever the secret is, we'll have to be more careful. You said it's why people stayed out of it, right? Not really. Teachers know to stay out of the way. Going to take a while for word to get around, and even longer for them to change their habits. Taylor barely hears the last bit. She's running. Not anywhere in particular, and not in a panic. Just running laps. Clearing her head. Or more accurately, trying over and over to reconcile the idea that all of that shit was supposed to be helpful. POV, John Briggs, reset. Sophia joins us for math, just as the class bell rings. The classroom is set up with 3 chairs to a table rather than desks, so Brad and me sat together at the back. Can we talk after class? I look to Brad, and he waves me off. I think I get this unit. Go ahead, dude. Then sure. She takes out her books, and we hurry up and wait for class to end. An hour of formulas later, we sit down at one of the empty tables. It's about what you asked yesterday. I'm done. You're done. I'm stopping. Don't care what you do about the other 2. I couldn't convince them. That makes us good, right? No problems anymore. She'd just ditched her friends? Or maybe they were just partners in crime. Yes. That makes us good. Don't worry about the other 2. Why the change? She doesn't even blink at her next sentence. Working with you does more good than teaching Taylor, and I can't do both. Wow. That's fucked up. In multiple ways. But I think the end result is good, right? Okay, cool. And for the first time since it appeared on Monday, her blank facade drops, and she's a happy, vaguely sarcastic teenage girl again. Want to go on patrol together on Friday? I'm briefly struck by mental whiplash at the subject change. Sure. Any chance I get to fire the crossbow once? You'd just hit yourself in the foot or something. Yab. That's the Sophia I'm used to. Then I'll heal. I just wanna feel it go ka-chunk as I fire it. She raises an eyebrow. Ka-chunk? My crossbow does not go ka-chunk. It's silent. That's why I said feel. Ka-chunk isn't a measurement of sound but of motion. It's a technical term. She snorts, and we start walking over to the food lineup. My mistake. We'll see. I stop by the labs once classes are over. It's a hive of activity, as near-frantic tinkers requisition materials, deliver tinker tech, and curse at partially developed ideas. Some all at once. Gustav, for example, is clutching a circuit board, and yelling into a headset as he hands a USB to another tinker. I do not care if the Series 7 transistors made it 10% faster. Gustav. They are double the size. I have given you Armsmaster's size constraints for his commission. Fix it. I tap him on the shoulder, and he whirls around with a scowl. What now? Which immediately becomes a smile. John. Your concept is a delight to work on. This marks the 12th tinker I have instructed today. Instructed? I guess you could call it that. 12 sounds like a lot. I'm not holding anything up, am I? Nonsense. PRT dislike tinker tech. Needs creator to maintain. If you don't punch villains personally, you're stuck making and making and making, without a single thing ever seeing use. They give us materials so that we don't build for others, not so that we build for them. Right. Well, there's a complication with the project. His face falls. Not preventing you from doing it. Just something that would be useful if you could work around it. The manic glee he showed at our first meeting returns. Good. Greatest challenge I've had in years and you improve on it. Go on, then. You have a private room or something. He calms down a bit, understanding this is serious. It's something I'm truly impressed by, how he has an iron grip on his mania. Follow me. We walk into a room that is completely silent once the door closes. Testing cell. Completely isolated. Okay, so I've kept this out of the PRT files, cause with the amount of thinker bullshit I don't consider them secure. He nods. They are not. Our security tinker will not shut up about it, but director dislikes relying on one man. I pull out the cube, a pencil, opening the first, and breaking the second. 2. 1. Reset. My regeneration works on items. I swear to God, Gustav starts vibrating. I thought it was just kinda useful, but I tried it on that pocket space thingy and it restored it. Things that I add to a whitelist and fit within a foot of my body reset to perfection every 5 seconds. Fantastisch. Gustav begins excitedly mumbling in German and broken English. At one point he takes the repaired pencil and starts to write on the wall. I call his name several times, and when tapping him on the shoulder does nothing, shout at him. Gustav. He hands the pencil back, a bit sheepish. Ah. Apologies. It is an incredible power. Very tricky. Good that you keep secret. Easy to misuse. He clasps my hands in his, and stares me in the eyes. I will not betray this trust. He looks back at the beginnings of a list on the wall. It's in German, but each line has someone's name beside it. Tell me, how important is retaining the shape of your skull? Very inconvenient. I like it. What about your insides? I take a step back from the manic thinker. I really like having them. All of them? If we don't need maintenance, the device can be internal. Much easier to hide. That's actually kind of tempting. It's a shame. I don't think surgery will work. I just sort of reset, remember? You said you mostly avoided power testing. Have you tried removing part of yourself from the whitelist? No. No, I haven't tried that incredibly obvious experiment. Nice one, me. Alright, so let's remove hair from the whitelist. I break a couple strands and watch the ends carefully. Nothing. Adding them to the whitelist resets them again. Just to be sure, I try the same with biting off the end of a fingernail. It works. Which means I need to decide just how important my insides are to me. It's not like I can actually see them. Actually that could be a good limit to start from. Let's say, if you can implant it in a way that I cannot notice the difference while it's off, you can do. I'm about to say anything, but the frankly insane glint to his eyes changes my mind. If you can do that, I'll seriously consider any method as an option. He opens the door, and begins to push me out of the labs with one hand as he presses on his headset. Hey, get me Jessica. No, it's not about the damn zombie. We cured that poor sod a week ago. I'll let that go if you help on this. I stumble out of the Tinker Labs and the door closes behind me. Well. I don't know how to process that last part, so I'm going to go look at memes. 10. Motive. Wednesday. Hump day. Nothing ever happens on a Wednesday. Mondays are boring, Tuesdays are productive. I grumble a little as I think back to my meeting with Piggott. I'd hardly call getting yelled at for saving a life productive, but that's what you get when you disobey orders and fight lung. At least I didn't lose. It would have been twice as long, loud, and pointless. Anyways. Thursdays are for finishing things before Friday, Fridays are for starting the weekend right, and weekends are for fun. Except now I was a superhero in a grimdark world. So my nothing days were a little bit different. Case in point, the battered and limping criminal that I had nothing to do with. In all honesty, I could walk away, and my Wednesday could stay as a nothing day. And then a dumpster came flying down the alleyway, barreling through the dude, and I was intensely reminded of my trigger event. I mean, aside from the crushed arm. Fuck's sakes. Couldn't a guy finish a hot chocolate in peace? I looked down as the cup reset, refilling itself again. I suppose it's more likely to get interrupted when one cup takes 5 hours. I look up to a voice. Fuck. Fuckity, fuck. Well, I suppose that's a better reaction than whoops. Glory girl, in all her glory, whipped her head up to stare back. She's flawless, supernaturally so. Her face seems completely symmetrical, and from a quick glance, so does her body. I guess having a biological controller for a sister has several perks. The guy on the ground groans, before passing out. Oh right. I'd focus on him honestly. Doesn't look too good. I'm no doctor, but my leg certainly doesn't like bending that way. She smiles as she takes out a phone. It's a lovely smile. No need to worry sir, we'll have him fixed up. I guess I was being a bit silly. I mean she's a hero. She knows how to deal with this. She was Glory girl. The cape with a slight admire/fear me aura. Damn it, I was being mindfucked. Quit that. I'm a ward, and I don't particularly enjoy being mastered. She blinked twice, and faded to normal heroine rather than otherworldly force of goodness. Oh. It's not actually a master effect. I'm kind of panicking a little. I need to make a call. I wave her off, and look down at the victim. Or criminal. It's annoying when those lines get blurred. Let's just use guy. The guy's leg and foot are fucked, and his chest has an indent to it that looks unhealthy. His breathing was more like gasping. I wonder if I could reset him? I'd never tried on other people. I nudge his foot with mine, trying to add his foot to the queue. The shoe cleans itself, but the foot stays bent. A mountain limit then. Good to know. I wouldn't have to do this if I didn't keep skipping out on power testing, but I consider my paranoia entirely justified. Glory girl ends her call. Help is on its way. I can take it from here. I glance at her, then down at Guy. I think I might stick around. Supervise. She frowns, and a bit of her aura bleeds out before she reins it back. And what makes you think you should do that? Actually, you said you were a ward? I don't recognize you. Well, as you so elegantly put it, this man is fuckity fucked. And I'm the new guy, Reset. Or I suppose John at the moment. Wish we'd met in more pleasant circumstances. She goes bright red at that. Anger? Embarrassment? I was pleasantly surprised either way. She certainly felt more strongly about hurting this man than Mouse Protector did me. Or maybe it was more about having a witness. Damn it, me, stop being cynical. I sat down against one of the buildings lining the alley. What did he do anyways? Beat up a woman for her race. Wow, and suddenly most of my sympathies are gone. That does put this in a different light. Still, the dumpster might have been a bit much. She winces. Yeah, but he was getting away. The limping criminal was getting away from the flying cape. She sputters at that, and I just roll my eyes. Well, it was certainly easier to break all his bones, not to mention therapeutic, but I feel like handcuffing him to a pipe would have also worked. I don't carry handcuffs. I raise both my eyebrows at that. Your power is hit things hard and you have no restraints? What, do you just break their legs every time? Another voice joins us. No. She doesn't. Who are you? John, also known as Reset in costume. You're Panacea, right? She ignores me and touches the guy before grimacing. Glory Girl finally sits down. Or, she sits in mid-air. I bet it's to keep her costume clean. My suit gets filthy during a patrol. If it wasn't pitch black, I'd have exposed my item resetting long ago for peace of mind. How is the woman? Andrea. Better than ever, physically. Mentally, she has a long road ahead of her. I can't fix that. And the guy? She glances over at me. How about we talk about that later? She seems smart. Listing off lethal injuries nearby a ward isn't the best of ideas. Glory Girl on the other hand. Alright, well let's question him then. If he answers you can heal him. Both me and Panacea sigh, and I speak. Glory Girl, in the future, don't plan to interrogate someone you nearly killed by withholding healing in front of a ward, especially one you barely know. She looks suitably chastised. But he's an Empire thug. Well, at least she looks chastised. Right, well before you incriminate yourself further, I'm going to leave. Panacea, you seem reasonable. Please don't let her do anything stupid. She sighs. Story of my life. Goodbye John. POV, Glory Girl. She'd made a fool of herself. She couldn't have made a worse first impression. Amy kept telling her that being reckless was going to have consequences one day. Well, she'd been right. Again. But if she'd known he was a ward, she would have acted differently. Correctly. He wouldn't have felt obligated to supervise. It had been humiliating to have the hero that should be her junior decide she wasn't handling things correctly. Where did he get off? Ordering her around, taking control of official New Wave business. It certainly wasn't how she'd pictured him. Although that was probably part of the problem too. After the meeting, she'd apologized to Dean. Explained she hadn't meant to take it that far, just wanted him to let her be mad. He listened. For a little while. When he'd been called in on Valentine's Day, they had another break. And he tried to win her back with plastic smiles. Had it been petty to change her wallpaper to a still frame of dauntless footage of meeting Reset? Yes. Had Dean left her alone until she removed it, and stopped, focusing on it? Also yes. They'd fought 2 more times before he promised to leave her be when she was mad. Just so long as she quit that. So she did. Everything had been fine for several months. She'd stopped completely. Totally forgot about the masked vigilante. But then Reset introduced himself, unmasked. Suddenly, she wasn't thinking about talking to John, she was reliving one of several fantasies where Reset swept her off her feet, and kissed her under the candlelight of a rooftop dinner. Except this time she could picture his emerald eyes under that mask. Then he'd systematically pointed out all her mistakes, and the fantasies had a lot less romance and a lot more discipline. Turns out she was into that. Really into that. But she was with Dean. Even if it was technically his fault that she hadn't known Reset, which was half the reason she'd panicked at the random civilian appearing. He'd insisted on training recently, and their dates, or even just hangouts were all outside the ward compound. But even if she had been on a break, she'd made a promise. Her hand drifted downwards. Technically, she'd promised to avoid thinking about Reset. Not John. Damn it. No. She was better than that. She'd apologize, keep her promise, and move on. And maybe bring up her new interest to Gallant. Eventually. It was kind of incredibly embarrassing. POV, John Briggs, reset. Okay, Gustav, in addition to being unnoticeable to me, it also has to be unnoticeable to others. Everything that involved mastering me to not notice it is a no. Actually, let's just say if it requires mastering it's a no. I'm sure you could find a way to set up an area of effect. Gustav had sent over some preliminary concepts, and I'd called him to bring up a few complaints. It had been going on for a while. You certainly enjoy posing a challenge to me, John. But very well. I'll scrap those versions. Now about the sensor suite. My phone's alarm starts ringing. Gustav, I've got to go. I've got a patrol in 5 minutes. But what about the sensor? I hang up. The first time I did that, I felt terrible, and stayed on the line for the second call. The third time I'd gotten comfortable with it. Now, it was natural. The man could talk about Tinker Tech for hours, provided you didn't stop him. According to Kidwin, he once lectured some poor press photographer about the intricacies of weather control for 8 hours. No one knows where he found the guy, there wasn't a press conference that day. Right then. Flexible metallic chest piece. Exoskeleton overlay. Bizarrely durable suit. Belt with add-ons. Mask. This always I click on the voice modulator. Feels funny at first. Test. Yep. I'll turn on the camera and comms once we leave. First, I've got to figure out where Sophia is. We really should have set up a meeting. Good, you're ready. Let's go. Point. Or she could meet me at the door. Lead the way. I start the recording and comms kit as we exit the PRT building. Ward reset, beginning patrol. Copy reset. Stay safe. It's a different voice this time. I wonder how many people cycle on Overwatch duty. I should send them a cake or something for keeping an eye on us. Soft Shadow Stalker finishes her comms check, and drags me along. Wait, how can you wear a radio when electricity constrains you? She shrugs. This one's custom made, no electricity. How? Who knows? With Tinker Tech, the less you ask, the better. It'll turn out to be coffee grounds and sticky tack breaking the rules of reality or some other bullshit. It's not as good though, and they couldn't manage a body cam. It only reaches like 4 blocks? It's why they always try to pair me with some idiot. Ouch. Oh hush, you're the least dumb one yet. A couple minutes pass where I can't think of a reply. She's the one who speaks up again. Have you done any free running? Parkour. Not really. I know how to vault a fence, but that's about it. I can hear the smirk in her voice when she speaks. Well, when you manage to keep up, you get to try the crossbow. Damn. Probably going to be a while before I win that bet. Still, crossbows. Deal. By the time we reach the docks, I've been taught the basics of rolling from a fall and judging distances. I haven't gotten much practice yet, but now that we're in an area with low rooftops, I get a trial by fire. Shadow Stalker's on a building on the other side of a thin alley. It's lower and it certainly looks jumpable. Hurry up. Sprint, plant, extend, crumple, roll. Okay. Okay. Hell of a way to conquer my fear of heights. Besides, even if you go splat you'll reset right. Not thinking about that. Think happy thoughts. It's the experience that I'm worried about, not the result. She waves me off. Just go. Fuck. Alright. I back up against the A/C unit on one side of the roof and take a deep breath. Sprint. My feet hammer on the rooftop. Faster. I need to be faster. My heart rate doubles as I reach the ledge. Plant. My left foot lands right on the concrete edge, and I lower my body as I wind up. Oh fuck, that's a long way down. Extend. Extend. Push as hard as possible or I die. And then I'm in the air. Holy fuck, this is insane. Crumple. Crumple. As my feet touch back down on solid ground, I let myself fall into a ball, tucking in my shoulder. Roll. The world becomes a blur and my shoulder aches as I accidentally scrape it across gravel. At least the costume is tough enough that I didn't break the skin. I end up in a heap, coughing at the dust cloud I've kicked up. My shoulder resets and the pain is gone. Shadow Stalker looks down at me. Could use a little work on the landing, but I liked the battle cry. Figured I'd try my hand at starting a ghost story. The wailing banshee of the docks. She snorts and picks me up. Well, you'll have plenty of opportunities. Let's see if you can manage to scale a wall. We spend a few hours leaping about the docks. Sophia stops a corner store robbery, and breaks up a mugging. I stop a mugging of my own when I mistimed the plant step and fell 3 stories, right next to the crime. Thankfully, the reset triggered right after I landed. The thug took one look at me, standing up perfectly fine, one look at the rooftop, and dropped his knife. An effective strategy, albeit one I hope to never repeat. It's an incredibly productive night. We'd already beaten my first patrol record, aside from the lung fight, and it had only taken half of the time. Admittedly, the only reason I stayed out 8 hours before was my technically infinite stamina. You were only required to do 4 hours of patrolling a week. Shadow Stalker's watch beeps. And that marks 4 hours. Do me a favor, and call in for me. Oh? I guess we're stopping here then. Overwatch, wards reset, and Shadow Stalker ending patrol. Copy, reset. Enjoy your night. I switch off my body cam. It's 11 o'clock at night. Maybe I could get a little shopping in? Is there anything still open? Reset, you remember the agreement we made before? Ooh, do I get to shoot the? No, not that one. I never actually used my breaker state. No way you've won that. Ah. I had kind of forgotten she had that. That's probably why she was turning in early. I was slowing her down. Which agreement then? The one with Taylor. You said if you had a problem you'd take it up with me first. Nobody else. Yes? I'm pretty sure I did that. You did. I want to show you something, but the same rules apply. Sure? What is it? Follow me. I do my best to keep up, and every once in a while she waits for a moment as I mess up a landing, or stumble over something I didn't see. I'm actually fairly proud at my progress. She used to wait after every jump, but now it's more like every 10 jumps that she needs to let me catch up. I'm led deeper into the docks. The wards don't usually patrol this area. Too much gang tension. It's the senior heroes that get put on patrol here. It looks quiet, but when a fight starts, reinforcements start crawling out of the woodwork. After all, you're either safe at home, or looking for trouble somewhere more profitable. You can see couple gang members every once in a while, but no civilians. I'm starting to get why Shadow Stalker's MO is rooftops and stealth. You don't want to be seen unless there's a crime, because otherwise you might be a target and start one. It's a major point of pride if you can win against a cape. There. You see the subway tunnel entrance? I do. It was supposed to be a project that connected the city together. Equalized the poverty gap a little. They'd managed to start 5 stations before the investor's son was killed by a junkie on an inspection trip. The funds disappeared overnight. What was left was a handful of partially furnished holes in the ground. Usually flooded. I follow Shadow Stalker down the fire escape. There's a group of guys sporting ABB colors coming out of the entrance. I glance at Sophia. Is this another fight? She seems to notice me tensing up. Don't start shit. You agreed. Right then. Hopefully they showed the same restraint? They do. One of them even gives us a little nod. I'm drawing some worrying conclusions here. But down the staircase I go anyways. No fighting, and be quiet. Treat it like a library. Against all expectations, the place is fairly well taken care of. It's obviously unfinished, but there's no rot or rust, and no flooding. The lights are off, but they're aglow coming from the turn up ahead. There's a couple mats, and Shadow Stalker wipes her boots on one. I copy her. She stops me right before the bend. Reset. Like a library. Okay. I can't stifle my gasp as we continue. The tunnel opens up to a huge, partial finished station. Candles sitting on the floor light up the walls, and their contents. Photos, pieces of paper and tiny patches of graffiti. Each the size of or smaller than my hand. They're packed so tightly that they overlap in some areas. There's an Empire thug sitting off to one side, but Sophia leads me in the other direction. I can make out the writing on a couple papers as I get closer. Their names. You know how capes have the unwritten rules. I nod. Well, this is an unwritten rule for the docks. The memoriam. A neutral area. Breaking unwritten rules might get you hunted by a couple bored and righteous capes. You break this, and everyone in the docks does their damnedest to kill you. I nod again. I'm still a little speechless. It's overwhelming, but not because of beauty or surprise. It's the sheer scale. Like stars in the sky. It would be stupid to even consider counting them all. People got tired of their memorials getting trashed. No one organized it. People just realized that this station was safe enough. But eventually someone set up a generator to drain rain, and visitors spent a moment fixing or cleaning anything that needs it. Each of these is someone who died. It's still impressive. In a much darker way. She gestures at the wall. I recognize them. Not all, not even most, but some. Faces I've saved before. That ended up here, even after a second chance. She paces along the wall, before pointing at a faded photo of a smiling older woman. I saved her 14 times. She had a broken hip, and nobody to deliver her groceries. Made a trip every week. I must have missed one of them. She turns back to me. That was early on. I'm better at prioritizing now. Most of the faces I know are from when I started. Now, I know which ones I can save without seeing them turn up here. The ones that only need a second chance, not a 14th. I don't manage a reply, despite the long silence before she speaks again. The PRT doesn't like my methods. Most of the wards don't either. But they don't come from the docs. She gestures at the wall again. They don't know about this. Now you do. So tell me, am I still wrong? I don't have an answer for her. I can follow the logic. But the idea that it was wrong to save that woman? I stare at her photo for a long time. It's Shadow Stalker then finally rouses me. Reset. We need to get going, and you haven't done your part yet. Sorry. She hands me a wet cloth. Find something. Clean it. Then we go. You've been avoiding me. I jump up from my desk chair. Gah. Sophia's sitting on my bed behind me. I thought you couldn't phase in here. I can't. You didn't notice the door open. Don't dodge the issue. It's Sunday. 2 days since I've even seen you. Aw shit. It had been, hadn't it? Sorry. I just wanted to find an answer to your question. A way to save both. She scowls at me. You think I didn't try? I didn't spend months working myself to exhaustion before I gave up. No. I don't think that. I'm pretty sure it's impossible to personally save all of them. I'm looking into other ways. Prevent the problem rather than solve it. At least she stopped scowling. How? Well, I'd prefer to fix the source of most of the crime, poverty, natural disasters, but I haven't a clue how to do that. Well, had. Besides the fact I'd be entirely incompetent doing that, there's the whole Cauldron is engineering conflict to create capes to fight Scion thing, neatly aligning with Scion and the space whales are hosting a planetary-wide Coliseum match for science thing. Not that I can tell her that. I doubt she's got the same precog interference. Or actually, maybe I could? Precogs only see what will happen. Not what people know. In fact, I'm pretty sure there's some rule from worm canon that parahumans can't read minds. So long as explaining things to her doesn't affect anyone's plans. Fuck it. I've gotta tell someone about it eventually. Follow me. I lead her through the building, straight to this outpost's Tinker Labs. It has a testing lab like the rigs, albeit smaller. The only secure place I know of. The testing suite seals with a click and a hiss. Okay. No one can hear us here. Now, to start off, I know things I shouldn't. For example, your about brief vigilante stint, and your weakness to electricity. This time I'm happy to see her scowl. I'd been expecting a punch in the face or at least a fighting stance. That's all I know about you really. But I know other things too. Huge fucking secrets. You're a thinker too. No. The best way to explain it is I read the notes a thinker had taken. An incredibly powerful precog, one that's as good as dead. Didn't like how things went, so I changed stuff. So some info is outdated, some I've forgotten, but some terrify me. She rolls her eyes at me. Okay, drama queen. Like what? I walk her through what I remember of Cauldron. Of their members. Of their goal. How I was a giant blank spot for precogs, and since I was the one who told her that should keep her safe. Probably. She was definitely skeptical, but hadn't refused to listen. Not even about Scion. At least until I cover the space whales. Ha. I get it. You're fucking with me. This is all just a shitty joke. To be fair, I had said the phrase space whales gave you powers with a straight face. But I had a trick up my sleeve. Hey bud. If you convince Sophia's shard to do a couple rapid pulses, I'll resume my weekly spars. On top of everything. Sides, I guarantee I'm going to get into more trouble with her around. Did. I needed the practice anyways. Who the fuck are you? Her fists clench and she stifles a roar. Then, her hand starts twitching. Clenched. Loose. Clenched. Loose. Wasn't fun to watch. It reminded me of my first conversation. I'd need to apologize for this later. Eventually she sits down against the wall shivering. What the fuck was? Your shard flipping the conflict drive on and off at max intensity. I've worked out a deal with mine so it's less subtle about things. Usually they use that ability to convince us to go get in fights. She starts rambling. No. Bullshit. It's Tinker Tech or something. Gallant's in here, fucking with my head. You're lying too. I hug her. She elbows me in the face. I just stay prone, seeing she's ready for another attack. The world's fucked. And I'm sorry. But right here, right now, everything is okay. Nothing bad is happening right now. Her shivering has stopped, but she's still mid-panic attack. Focus on the wall. Pick out details. Or the feel of the tiles you're sitting on. And then breath in. And out. And repeat. In hindsight, this was a really shitty way to do this. But was there a non-shitty way to tell someone the world was falling apart at the seams? I certainly didn't have one. Fuck. It's real, isn't it? There's a giant conspiracy, Sion's a fake, and I've been a damned puppet for years. Her eyes are a little wet, and she's breathing hard, but that's all she allows of herself. She took this better than I did. Okay. What's next? Way better. I'd been planning to change little things. Do what I could to make things better without screwing with Cauldron. Now, I think I need to do something different. Faster. I just don't know what. She nudges me in the shoulder. We. Hey. You keep saying I. It's we now. Despite the heavy topic, I laugh. I hadn't realized how much this was weighing me down. Obviously it was. Single-handedly saving the world? It sucks. It's why I've been trying to pawn it off to Taylor. It had only gotten worse when I'd seen why I was doing it with my own eyes. I didn't want the memoriam to have a second layer. Golden Morning would probably put a dozen on, if it even survived. 2 people working on it wasn't much better, but it was better. Someone who I could rely on. I didn't need to keep it all in my head. It wasn't all on me anymore. I nodded at Sophia. All right. We can do this. It felt good to say that. We. 11 butterflies and rebel. And you just forgot. They're a lot to juggle. It slipped my mind. Sophia was pacing around the Tinker Lab. Bakuda bombing the city, and Lung's escape, and they just slip your mind? When is this happening? All I remember is it started when Lung was captured. I'm shit with remembering dates. She gave a little growl and poked me in the chest. You're going to anonymously report that. We can't fix this alone. That. Some of the certainty in her voice bleeds away. That much won't get us killed, right? I'd have to tie it into my resets somehow, so that the anti-thinker thing covers the identity of the person who made the tip, even afterwards. A burner cell, with the battery removed. And a pre-recorded message. And then if I reset a nearly dead battery, connected by wires. I nod. Yeah, and I get you to watch the phone. It shouldn't show up to precog since without my resets the call wouldn't go through, but they could still trace the call. So you tell me if anyone shows up, and that's when I stop resetting the battery and book it. I'll have to grab those materials as soon as I can, the more warning of Bakuda's actions, the better. Sophia shakes her head. I still can't believe that all along the PRT hasn't just been incompetent, but an active front. That's bullshit. I stop, my hand on the door seal release button. Speaking of, don't talk about this at all outside the room. Just call it the project or something. We'll meet here. She rolls her eyes. Day. I'm not exactly new to sneaking around behind the PRT's back, John. I open the door. I repeat. All wards to the briefing room. We both stare at each other wide-eyed. That was new. What else happened near the bombing? The bank. The kidnapping. This could be something else from the project. It was a cover for something else. Can't fix both, so we'll have to delay fixing the second thing. Got it. Let me know when you need me. We rush off to the briefing room, where Arms Master was waiting for us, along with Kid Win. Reset. Shadow Stalker. Good of you to finally join us. Asshole. The Undersiders have staged a bank robbery at the central bank. One of the hostages is Amy Dallin, also known as Panacea. New Wave is heavily invested in her safety. So Glory Girl, along with the rest of the wards who were off base are en route. You 3 are to meet up with them and assist in the capture of the Undersiders. I glance over to Kid Win, who's grinning widely. Didn't take him for a battle junkie. Oh, but he had new gear to test, didn't he? Arms Master hands us each a folder. What little details we have on the Undersiders and the situation are in here. Study them on your way over. Dismissed. Without Taylor tipping off Arms Master, or her involvement in the heist, things were going very different. Clock Blocker and Aegis hadn't had time to swap costumes, almost all of the hostages had escaped, and most of the fighting was out on the street. Apparently the Undersiders had attempted to bust through a wall and escape, and Tattletale got caught inside. Shadow Stalker growled as she caught sight of Gru. They had a rivalry, didn't they? I grab her before she joins the fight, disabling my body cam. We need to know their base's location for later. Gru's the leader, chances are he'll go there. We need him to escape, and you need to track him. I continue to the bank, re-enabling my body cam as she barks out her reply. Fine. For all that had changed, some things stayed the same. Glory Girl was squared up against Tattletale inside the bank, the know-it-all holding a small pistol to Amy's head. Just far enough away to avoid her grasp and therefore her power. Just close enough that Vicky could be sure the bullet wouldn't miss her sister. That's not even the most dangerous tidbit of info I've picked up here. I know stuff that's just as bad. Bits of rubble from the destroyed wall crunched under by shoes, and the room focused on me. Hello again, Tattles. Let me guess, bragging about your so-called intelligence. My plan was to aggravate the girl holding a gun to someone's head. Kinda stupid, but I was betting on Tattletale's need to be the smartest in the room. I had a couple advantages. The resets should clear most of the traces she could deduce things from, and I did genuinely think she was being an idiot. Additional information isn't really a combat-oriented perk. Which she picked up on. Her eyes flicked to Glory Girl before she smirked at me. Hey, a reset. Here to clean up Glory Girl's mess again. I suppose she could still read others just fine. Oh well, I had her attention. Now I just needed to distract her. No, I'm here to watch the self-proclaimed psychic fuck up. Fuck up? Things are all going according. No, they aren't. You didn't plan on all the wards arriving. Or panacea. You're in over your head. She barked out a harsh laugh. It's called improvisation. She gestured to the pistol. I think it's time for you to shut up. I shut up. And smirked. And projected smugness. She just lost the argument. Failed. Was an idiot. She scowled, and took the bait. Why are you even here, Reset? What did you plan to do against actual capes? Tire them out by getting hit in the face too many times. She wanted to talk about powers? Let's talk about powers. Right. Right. And certainly Ms. Holmes here is right at home in a fight. Carries a pistol to cover her weakness, something I've heard people don't look too kindly on, and apparently bails on arguments she loses. I repeat, you're in over your head. She flips me off. Fuck you. She was much less composed when she didn't have any deeper insight into the person she was talking to. Let me guess. Your power doesn't have much to say about me. Suddenly, you lost your biggest advantage, and you have to fall back on. I snort. Your natural intelligence. The gun drops a bit and she smirks. Oh, it has plenty to say, John. Like what you do online when you're not browsing foe. Yanderies and submissive women? Pick a lane, weirdo. Despite stealing myself, she does manage to embarrass me slightly. That's all you got? My first name, and the fact I watch porn? Shit, the second part is a given, I'm a teenage boy. As for the first, well, would you prefer I call you LW or SL? She brings the gun around to point at me. You piece of SH. Glory Girl clocks her in the side of the head, and she crumples like a sack of rocks. I zip tie her arms and legs, leaving the two sisters to talk. Fucking thinkers, man. POV, Glory Girl. Oh fuck. Seriously, Vicky. I'm fine. Not hurt at all. Get a hold of yourself. Yab. Her beloved sister had been in danger. That was why she's frozen. Not. Vicky. Ahoy. Amy shoved her towards the opening she'd made in her entrance. Go help the other wards. I'm fine. Right. Go help the wards. And Reset. The incredibly handsome ward who'd been commanding her every time they met. The one who'd unknowingly introduced a brand new kink to her. One he was apparently into. Fugue. The brick she'd been holding onto as she exited the building burst into dust as she clenched her fist. She could go help Gallant. He looked a little beat up. They weren't on a break right now, even if things were a little awkward. She'd brought up her new interest with him the last time they'd had a moment alone. They'd never gone all the way, but there was a lot you could do before that. They'd spent maybe a dozen minutes awkwardly role-playing before Gallant had given up. Something about her emotions being a turn-off when she was, getting off on being, humiliated. Which was fine. It just that she was incredibly horny. And her boyfriend refused to help. And Reset was constantly teasing her. And she'd promised to stop thinking about Reset. And the way his arms bulged under fabric as he picks up rubble. No. Bad Vicky. Ignore Reset. After all, why bother with the mask when could think about John? Fuck. Stupid brain. Technically that's the same thing. Technically, it should be possible to bounce a quarter off that ass. Not that he'd let her. She could do it anyways, see what he does. Would he lecture her again? Or maybe he'd decide his lessons weren't sticking, and he needed to get physical. Ugh. After this, she should go pester Amy some more. There has to be a solution to puberty and hormones that doesn't involve the brain. Maybe she could just go talk to him? POV, John Briggs, Reset. Aegis meets me halfway as I climb through the hole in the wall. All good inside? The rest of the crew bolted. The new wave heroine sat down at her words. I gesture behind myself at the human-sized hole in the bank. Yet, Glory Girl took down the girl who was giving commands. Good to hear. Man. Cleanup starting already. Great. As useful as wardship is, it's overseen by a demonic entity. The Public Relations Department. They come up with wonderful ideas like stay visible on patrols and spend hours cleaning up the aftermath of any fight you're in. On the surface, reassuring the public and helping speed up repairs is useful. But the only people reassured by visible patrols are the ones living outside of the docks. The rest would prefer you actually stop crime, made difficult when you are seen coming and scum scuttle into the woodworks until you leave. And cleaning up rubble is much faster with a bulldozer, a backhoe, and a dump truck. It was the same sort of smooth-brained bureaucracy they'd tried using to convince me to try and take less gruesome injuries. Not out of concern for me or my mental health, oh no. It was all about the public perception of a teenager putting their life on the line as a government agent. Never mind that me being shot in the head would still be a better outcome than, say Vista being shot in the arm, both in overall fighting capacity and in long-term recovery. Idiots. I pick up an armful of rubble, and bring it over to the growing pile, catching sight of one of my teammates. Hey clock blocker. He turns towards me, and I jog over to the area he's working on. Stabilizing destroyed areas using his stasis ability. I got here late, and was inside. How did the fights go? I gather up chunks of crushed brickwork while he talks. Pretty well. They tried to escape as we arrived. Aegis, Browbeat and me each pinned down one of Hellhound's dogs. Mine wasn't smart enough to avoid frozen items, but it was annoyingly stubborn. Vista's warping power let her fight against Gru without getting stuck in the darkness. I drop off an armful of rubble, and come back to hear the rest. Kidwin took on Hellhound with her fourth dog. Poor guy's going to be spending days mending the gashes in his armor. Gallant went up against Regent, don't know what happened, but a lot more lights were flying about than it normally takes for him to disable someone. Then shortly after you entered the bank, they all scattered. I think I'd count that as a win then, yet. He smirks. Definitely. I've clock-blocked a bank robbery. I groan, and find some more debris to clean up. It doesn't surprise me that the emotion manipulator has trouble affecting the son of Heartbreaker. But I'm not the right guy to try and cheer him up. Gallant still hates my guts for whatever reason. At least he's left me alone since our spar. I pick a fallen section of siding, and start pulling it free. I could use the storage bag, but it's not exactly an emergency, and I don't want to show off the powers I'm hiding. Plus, now that my stamina is infinite, I'll just try until I get it out. Is what I told myself. Come on you bastard. Move. I give it another yank, with the full weight of my body, and tumble backwards as it shifts free. Whew. The servos reinforcing my joints whine as I grab hold of the edge and drag it to the refuse pile. I smell a faint smoky scent coming from them, but it's reset away regularly. Wo shiot. I nearly break the language regulations as the chunk of siding lifts into the air, with me hanging onto it. Glory Girl's holding the other end, smiling at me. Figured I could repay your help. I let go, dropping back down to the ground. Thanks. Might have bitten off more than I could chew there. I look for a smaller piece this time, and the heroine lands beside me, grabbing her own. Like I did in the alley. As I heft the piece of brickwork onto my shoulder I chuckle. Guess that makes us even then. She blocked my path, crossing her arms and faking a pout. At least I think she is, because it doesn't reach her eyes. We would have been, but you swooped in and saved the day again. Besides, carrying rubble around doesn't feel like enough to. Glory Girl. Relax. We're both heroes. You don't owe me anything for helping, it's just what we do. If you really feel the need to repay me, just patrol more or help people. You do good work. Hopefully. I'd give her the benefit of the doubt that last time was an off day. Apparently, it catches her off guard, because she spends several seconds looking for something to say. Reset. Leave her be. Ugh. Both of us turn to see a furious Gallant stalking towards us. As if pointless labor wasn't enough. Now I get to deal with King Douche. Hi Gallant. He continues glaring at me. His silver armor is fairly battered, and unlike my set, the whining servos can't fix themselves. But that won't stop him from being a pain in my ass. Well? Go find something else to do, and quit bothering my girlfriend. My ability to adhere to the language regulations is only so strong. God damn it dude. This shit? Again. Gallant's put himself between me and his girlfriend, who I notice looks like someone just shat in her Cheerios. I roll my eyes. Your girlfriend decided to come talk to me. I'm not bothering anyone, except you apparently. He whips around to look at her, and I take that as my cue to leave. Glory Girl, it was pleasant talking to you. Gallant, die in a fire. Bye. At least most of the cleanup is finished at this point. POV, Coil. Thomas sipped at his coffee. The PRT stocked the instant version, so he kept a stash of his own in his office. For celebrating success. Coil ended the phone call with Tattletale. Apparently the bank job had gone a little differently than expected, but the whole team had managed to escape. It was a shame the paperwork he'd finished today would need to be redone once he collapsed this prospective future. But the progress it brought was worth it. Dinah was still unconscious at this point, and the Undersiders were all on their way back. It was a good point to branch from. Coil collapsed the first prospective future, and his body went on autopilot, recreating the second one. He was just a passenger, at least until he reached the merge point. Thankfully, most of it was hazy. It would be quite boring otherwise. After all, he'd done this all already. In some ways, since he'd gotten his ability, he'd doubled his remaining lifespan. In others, he'd merely doubled his inconvenience. His automated actions cut off abruptly. Nothing like the gentle easing he was used to. No, now pain split his mind like a pane of shattered glass. Coil shook himself and focused on the phone call he'd been making automatically, like a doll dragged along by strings he'd held moments before. Boss. They got Tattletale. What? What? She got separated, couldn't get out of the bank, and they took her down. The rest of us shacked up in a hotel. We didn't want to stay somewhere she knew about. Let it not be said that he was a man incapable of improvising. Understood, Gru. I will look into her release. Await further contact. Tattletale was closer to his operations than most, on account of her thinker powers. Her capture was inconvenient. Would it be better to risk his civilian cover by killing her, or stage her release from the outside? A cruel grin split his face. He could just try both. The grim satisfaction stuttered to a stop. Or could he? This was the first time he'd been interrupted during his autopilot. He played up exactly how much his power could do, and while Tattletale had revealed in one of countless futures he had chosen not to manifest, she believed him able to create new realities, he could not. In part, it was security through obscurity. But now something had changed. Had a precognitive powerful enough that he couldn't simulate them appeared? Or something else, entirely unknown? It was unsettling. Humbling. Humility was not in his nature. Perhaps a few tests. Losing his operations would be bad. An early grave due to Cape interference would be worse. He called Gru back, making the first decision in a long time without peering into two futures. Change of plans. Come to the compound. No. Just you, I need to hear the details of the bank job. 12 The blame game. POV, John Briggs, reset. Reset? You're still here. I look up from my phone. Oh, hey Dauntless. Yeah, just about to turn in for the night. Sophia had found Coil's compound, but I needed a break before I was willing to think about hero problems again. And maybe a full night's sleep. I'd been pushing it lately. You're sleeping here for the night? Things okay at home? This is home. He raises an eyebrow. You don't have anywhere else to stay? No? The dorms are fine for now. Pity flashes across his face. No family? I'd assumed we'd gotten in touch with someone by now. What a charming end to my night. Not anymore. He shakes his head. Not exactly in disbelief, my circumstances aren't that rare, more like dissatisfaction. Right. You want an actual apartment instead of a tiny room? Oh definitely, but I've got better things to spend my pay on. The PRT keeps a list of a couple empty apartments for transferring employees and capes. There's a government grant offered that pays half the rent, to encouragement PRT personnel to move here. It wasn't offered during recruitment. Of course they do. I pinch the bridge of my nose and sigh. I suppose Arms Master thought it was unnecessary. There's a full second where the Legionnaire is frozen stiff, silent. I'll get that sorted for you. Sorry about that. Damn it, Colin. Don't think I was supposed to hear that last part, but it wasn't quite muttered quietly enough. Oh well, Arms Master's name isn't new info to me. Dauntless stops as he turns to leave. Wait, so what's your cover story then? The default intern shtick. Except you live here. I nod and Dauntless swears under his breath. It's not legal for us to house you at your place of work. Something about preventing master capes from making a company of slaves, not to mention outlawing stuff like company scrip. Your cover is an obvious lie to anyone aware of business law. Or an example of bureaucratic incompetence. That gets a chuckle out of him. No, that only happens when it screws you over, not the government. I'll fast-track that apartment, and we can say it was a rumor. I apologize that whoever dealt with these arrangements did so with obvious haste. Good enough, I guess. Thanks. I'm going to get some rest. See you around, Dauntless. Good night, Reset. I meander off to my room, and flop onto the lumpy mattress. Hopefully the new place has a comfier bed. And space for a TV. Ooh, I wonder what the gaming scene looks like here? I need a PC. And I could start another garden. A&D. Snore. POV, Shadow Stalker. She wasn't exactly a trained spy. Nothing formalized. But there was a reason she called herself a stalker. Formless shadows weren't just useful to move and fight. They also made it virtually impossible to keep her out of somewhere. Sure, she had to dodge around electric wiring, but it still meant a concrete bunker had more holes than Swiss cheese. So when Gru split off from the other villains, and seemingly disappeared in a dead-end alley, she walked straight through the hidden door in the brick wall. The access shaft she found herself in certainly seemed dingy, and in disrepair. But that was a carefully constructed lie. Electric hotspots spoke of lasers, cameras, and more scattered along the tunnel. So she avoided them entirely. Sure, walking along an oddly specific path above ground and sticking her head through walls and floors occasionally to check the route looked weird. But she was a ward, and capes did weird shit all the time. She doubted a girl dropping, though the shop floor was the weirdest thing that startled gas station cashier had ever seen. It took her about an hour to follow the tunnel to its origin. An incredibly high-tech, expansive, fortified underground compound. What the fuck? Sure, it was in the train yard, away from the populated areas, but how the hell did the PRT not know about this? There was incompetent, there was a front for conspiracies, and then there was this. Whatever. Focus on that later. She caught a glimpse of Gru making his way through a corridor, and followed along once again. It was far more difficult now that the base was several meters underground. Eventually she couldn't push through all the dirt and debris, and had to take pit stops inside the base, in blind spots. Storage closets, bathrooms, etc. Even then, she never dropped the shadow form. It was another tense half-hour of creeping through state-of-the-art surveillance before Gru came to a stop. As what looked to be a blast door unlocked and opened, Shadow Stalker wore a Cheshire grin under her mask. This was the best hunt she'd ever had. Maybe she could try sneaking into the PRT? Not anywhere she didn't have clearance, but avoiding detection anyways? That could be. Focus. She faded through the walls, and settled into a dark corner. Luckily, for some reason this room had far less lighting than the halls. She suppressed a snicker. Maybe it was because Coyle thought it fit the villain theme better. Although, if that was the case, his costume was incredibly lacking. A thin bodysuit with a pattern on in? Sure, it was custom, but incredibly lame. Even the few capes that wore spandex at least had a bit of color and pattern to it. She probably should be listening to the conversation. Nope. It was just Gru answering questions about the robbery. She could probably have answered most of them. Shadow Stalker settles in, already annoyed at the stiffness in her neck hiding here was going to cause. Eventually, the underside finishes reporting. I see. You're dismissed, Gru. Well, that was boring. But she had completed her goal. She spent another half-hour extracting herself from the base, and changing back into civvy wear at home. Fuck, what a night. Had it really been just one day? John had told her about his stolen precog knowledge, the wards fought a villain team, and she'd pulled off a covert stealth mission. Tomorrow is going to be so fucking boring. How could history possibly compare to the thrills of Cape life? It couldn't. Speaking of John. She turned on her laptop. Wonder what he's doing. Sophia had given up on trying to categorize him at this point. Or, at least on trying to fit him into predator, prey, or naive. He was just John. It wasn't for lack of effort. She flicked through several live camera feeds she'd hidden in the PRT's ward section. She was careful to secure them from external access, and they didn't record. At least not often, and not without her input. She brought up her saved clips, and checked the John section. 509 different videos. When had that reached triple digits? Most ward analyses stopped around 50. Oh well. She switched back to the live feeds, and flipped through them. Eventually, she found John sleeping in his dorm room. Obviously she wouldn't be getting any useful data right now. But that wasn't why she was watching anymore, was it? POV, John Briggs, reset. Top 5 worst things I've woken up to. 5. Nearby construction when I could otherwise sleep in. 4. My alarm, despite not feeling at all rested. 3. Literally nothing, except it's 3 hours too early and I can't get back to sleep. 2. Somebody waking me up to deal with their bullshit. 1. A phone call. Like number 2, but usually requiring me to not only wake up, but also to leave the house. 0% chance of further rest. Braying. Shit. Apparently, today I've been treated with both of my top 2 at once. I rub at my eyes groggily. Who the hell is swearing in my room? As I yawn, everything stops. Sort of like a reality-wide record skip effect. Hey! There's a bullet hole in my pillow. Oh shit! There's a bullet hole in my pillow. The intruder cries out. What the foo? Reality skips again. As it resumes, I hear my door close. I take note of 3 things. There's a second bullet hole, I'm currently the only person in my room, and apparently I fell asleep in my ward uniform. I trigger my comms. Overwatch. This is ward reset. I was just shot twice in the skull in my own dorm room. Say again reset. I was shot. Twice. Inside the apparently infiltrated PRT building. A klaxon goes off, and little red lights start flashing. I suppose I should be glad it only took 2 tries. Right. One thing down. Now what was that phone call about? Unknown number, has also sent a text. Tattletale was in your room, shot you twice. Shadow Stalker. Maybe it's the shitty sleep, but I'm just glad there's actually only one thing for me to deal with. The blaring alarms are much louder once I open my door. If I listen carefully, I can hear shouts down the corridor to the left. I turn right. It's 4 AM. I need caffeine. The body is willing, but the mind is weak. Arms Master is yelling at me. And Gustav. And several PRT members. And several wards. Who all happen to be yelling amongst themselves. I just sip at my mug. Caffeinated cinnamon tea. Good shit. Much better than coffee. Blah, blah, blah. It's not like it was my fault I was shot twice in the head. Cunt. Apparently, Tattletale got out of her cell. Then, she smooth-talked her way through the base, till she saw someone important looking. Once she'd convinced the armory guard she was a ward liaison, she commandeered a Tinker Tech poison in a gun, and got my dorm location. And then she intuited the door code, injected me, and shot me twice in the skull. Now, it could be said I was stuck on that point. And I kinda was. Murder attempts are my new #1 worst wake-up for a reason. I honestly can't describe how viscerally upsetting exhaustion, reality skips, and personal danger are when forced onto a previously peaceful sleeping mind. Anyways. My report to Overwatch had the whole compound buzzing with activity. Apparently, it hadn't been part of the plan for my rapidly dissolving corpse to reset, nor had it been planned to fire a pistol in the middle of the PRT. Twice. Straight through my forehead. Reset. Are you even listening to me? Fugue. Yoo-hoo. No. Arms Master twitches. Why the fuck am I even here? I don't know anything, I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm fucking exhausted. You arrogant. Arrogant? Poisoned. And then shot twice in the head. I'm clinging to the vache hope that my headache, exhaustion, and general inability to focus is thanks to shitty sleep, as opposed to permanent brain damage. I mean, unlikely considering it's been done before, but that can't be healthy for me. Hey, look, he shut up. So, I apologize for not entirely focusing my possibly crippled attention span on the fact you've decided to blame me for 3 lethal attacks on my person inside a clearly incompetently secured compound. I stumble to the left a little, before catching myself on one of the shitty folding chairs the briefing room has. Hey! When did I stand up? In conclusion, I jab an accusing finger in his general direction. Fuck you, fuck this, good night. I flip the room off behind me as I stumble back to my dorm room. Maybe this isn't the new #1 after all. After all, I do get to go back to sleep. Lucian. Fuck you, fuck this, good night. I bury my head in my hands as another classmate plays the now infamous clip before bursting into laughter. Apparently, when I'd triggered my comms, I'd also activated my body cam on reflex. Apparently, someone got a hold of the footage. Apparently, when it was posted on FO, people thought it was glorious, meme-tier content. FYFTGN. It even got rolled into a climate change awareness slogan of some sort, one I refused to look at. The only saving grace was they'd edited out any sensitive details. It was a fairly explosive entrance for the newbie ward reset. One that the PRT was incredibly unhappy with. On account of the swearing. And the insubordination. And the mention of violent crimes committed on a youth. And the accusations of incompetence. As for Arms Master. If we'd disliked each other before, now. Let's just say that things were tense. My sole saving grace is that I testified under his lie detector that I didn't know I was recording, and I wasn't the original poster. That honor went to SHADE07. Kudos to them for taking it down when I messaged them about how much trouble it was causing me. Too slow to stop reposts, but it's the thought that counts. Reset. Are you even listening to? I let out a groan as someone starts the clip over. Again. I was scheduled to deal with the PR team this afternoon, and PRT lawyers after that. It was going to suck. Post this response. Say this line. Retract these statements. Contextualize the situation. Here's how you handle press. Here's how you handle fans. Which memes to encourage, which to ignore. Or at least that's what I'm expecting. Like the PR section of my training cranked up to 11. Maybe if I make my suit bright pink and cover it in sparkles they'll let me skip it. That sounds like the sort of brain-dead family-friendly move PR would appreciate. John. I look up to see Sophia staring at me. Sorry, what? I was wondering when you'd have time to work on the project. The fixing Brockton's bullshit project. Hopefully tomorrow afternoon? I don't know how long PR's going to fuck with me for, but I have a feeling it's going to be exhausting. She cringes, likely remembering her own dealings with them. I'll let you know if I'm free before that though. Don't get me wrong, 100% invested in rescuing Dinah and dealing with Coil, but I can only do so much in a day. And how are you doing after the incident? Someone does care. Or Sophia was double-checking I'd be able to patrol this Friday, and ensuring she wouldn't be stuck with some other idiot. I can't tell, flip a coin. By now, it's like it never happened. I mean, the troublemaker got caught, I fully recovered, and security got beefed up a bit. I pick at the lunch tray. Once Dauntless got my apartment sorted out I needed to start packing lunches. Closing your eyes only made the slop a little more bearable. Thanks for that warning by the way. Hey, how'd you know? Wait, you thought they caught her? No. No. She got away in the chaos. Arms Master covered it in. Oh. I slumped back in my chair with a reasonable impression of a quietly deflating balloon. Fuck my life. How did? Nat, it was obvious. Social chameleon thinker powers vs PRT grunts rigidly following procedure. Right. Well, that's not my problem right now. I'm going to struggle to stay awake through history, sit through hours of PR bullshit, and enjoy a long night's rest. I manage a weak smile as the bell rings, and we split up to grab our books. At least this day couldn't get any. Nope. Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Don't do it. Don't think about it, don't even think about not thinking about it. Think about, binary counting. 0. 1. 10. 11. 100. 101. 110. 111. 1000. 101, 1101. 101, 1111. 110, 0000. Bring. Aw shit, lost my spot again. Doesn't matter. I've already stopped thinking about things not getting any worse. Fuck. It's just superstition anyways. I grab my books, and catch the bus to the PRT headquarters. Let's get this over with. Ward reset. I trust I don't need to explain what this is about. I take my seat at the conference table. Even if I've stared death in the face, or as close to it as I can get nowadays, the stares of a dozen people in business suits are still intimidating to some degree. Or maybe I'm just tired and anxious. Yes. My actions on the night of the villain Tattletale's escape, and the subsequent release of footage of said actions. The man speaking to me winces, and rubs at his forehead for a moment before continuing. Apparently I'm not the only one who considers this process a headache. Indeed. While we understand you were under intense duress that night, the fact remains we have a problem on our hands. We're not here to assign blame, just to fix this. Well, that's surprisingly refreshing. I suppose I should introduce myself. I'm one of the PRT's para-human consultants, Commander Thomas Calvert. Ha! I bare my teeth in what was probably less of a smile, and closer to the threat display of a wild-eyed chimpanzee in the midst of a mental break. Thank you so much for your help. It's exactly what I need right now. Right. So dealing with the reality creator. As soon as possible nail down what you'll say, and what you won't. Actually, just say as little as possible. Don't bother threatening him, he'll just end the timeline and pick the one where you're cooperative, while remembering your threats. Don't talk about my powers. At all. Even if it's only once, he can redo that one question over and over. Don't mention Sophia, he'll try interrogating her and she won't understand how to deal with him. If he tries attacking me, trigger comms and dodge. Avoid exposing any combatability. Don't fake incompetence either, there's no way I can fail in similar ways for every timeline. And that's it. That's all I can do here. And if you're approached by the media, emphasis how you were in a poor condition at that time, and exaggerated things. No one will believe a full retraction is your own initiative. I just nod. Any thoughts on handling the pop culture aspects? A shake of my head, and Tommy Boy winces in pain again. At least he's apparently not operating at 100% today. That's all right, I suppose that's what we're here for. Jones. The meeting drags on for hours. By the end of it, I'm pretty sure I've made enemies with the entirety of the PR and legal teams with my mute disinterest in everything. Sorry. Well. As much progress as we made today, there's a few details remaining. Reset, if you could stay behind. Fuck that. I'm afraid I've got a prior obligation. Calvert's mood has gotten progressively worse as the night dragged on. At this point I suspect he's shot me at least once in a simulated timeline. I see. Thank you for your time. As everyone files out of the room, I barely restrain myself to a brisk walk until I'm out of sight, before calling Sophia. Meet me at the secure spot. We need to talk about the project. POV, Thomas Calvert, Coil. How incredibly irritating. How incredibly irritating. He interposed himself in the soonest PRT meeting, to cut Tattletale's imprisonment short. He interposed himself in the soonest PRT meeting, to cut Tattletale's imprisonment short. And yet the infuriating woman had already broken out only a night prior. He was stuck speaking with some brainless worker for no good reason. Apologies, gentlemen, something just came up. He rose to his feet. He settled back in his chair, unhappily awaiting whatever sycophant was scheduled to turn up for him to talk it. As soon as he cleared the PRT building's doors, he dialed the wayward thinker. Thomas adjusted his tie, and did his best to care about the pointless conversation. With one line of precognition thrown away for information, he'd need to keep this one clean. Tattletale. The line is secure. Or it would be as good as secure when this future failed to manifest. Explain yourself. A young man in a costume strode through the door. Thomas checked his BRAFING. A Ward? Ward reset. I trust I don't need to explain what this is about. No. The phone creaked under Thomas's grip. Why? The Ward nodded. Yes. My actions on the night of the villain Tattletale's escape, and the subsequent release of footage of said actions. How serendipitous. Thomas immediately drops the pointless grilling of an unwilling Tattletale, and control of his body fades away as he's puppeteered through the pointless wait once more. Then Reset opens the door, and a splitting pain lances through his mind. Thomas grimaces, both at the inopportune timing of his new problem, and the confirmation it was not a one-time issue. Irregardless, he'd need his power for this. First, he would need to repeat. What had it been? Ward Reset. I trust I don't need to explain what this is about. The now expected reply was given, so he creates a new split. In some ways, the new occurrence that stopped his replay was useful. If it was something he could control, perhaps he could simulate two possible futures, and discard them both. Perhaps a second trigger? He couldn't think of when it would have happened. He had not heard of powers changing without a clear impetus. Exactly. Care to enlighten us as to why you reacted so poorly that night? Indeed. While we understand you were under intense duress that night, the fact remains we have a problem on our hands. We're not here to assign blame, just to fix this. The Ward uncrossed his arms in the second future, so Thomas ends the first end. That damnable pain arrives once more. Thomas reenacted the more favorable conversation, and peered into the future once more. I suppose I should introduce myself first. I'm one of the PRT's para-human consultants, Commander Thomas Calvert. So let's get started. This time, it's the first option that has the Ward before him sitting up and paying attention as opposed to dismissing him in exhaustion. Thomas chooses that future end. Winces in pain. As he repeats his introduction, as best he can, Thomas becomes aware of a possibility he'd not considered. Reset had been briefly present at the bank heist. Reset was present now, as his power spat and hissed like a half-dead cat, claws raking his brain. Reset may be the impetus for this new behavior. Thomas split timelines again, resigning himself to a headache-inducing conversation. One that he felt was going to fascinate him. A nod. Thomas cut that future, ignored the pain, and made a new split before he repeated the preferable of the last two futures. And punched the irritating boy in the face. Fuck. With a slight stumble, Reset triggered his comms. Overwatch, this is Reset, Thomas Calvert just attacked me in conference room C, suspected to be mastered. Then, without a trace of hesitation, he fled from the room. Well. That was an unexpected reaction. Thomas ignored the shocked office workers around him. He'd just left? Well. As much progress as we made today, there's a few details remaining. Reset, if you could stay behind. For the first time in hours the Ward speaks more than a couple words. I'm afraid I've got a prior obligation. Thomas draws his sidearm, and fires 4 times at the cretin's chest. Thomas sits back and smiles. I see. Thank you for your time. With a sigh, Thomas accepted another jarring sense of pain on top of the horrible migraine that he'd worked up. I see. Thank you for your time. It was ridiculous, that so soon after acquiring a precognitive, he'd stumble across another way to improve his power. A painful one, yes, but with results well worth it. For some reason, as soon as Thomas encountered the ward's resetting state while enacting a simulated future, it would interrupt his automated actions. Reset could give him the potential to simulate an infinite number of possible courses before taking action. Now, how was he going to capture a ward? 13 Catalyst. POV, Shadow Stalker. Sophia picked at her nails as she waited. Her nail polish mostly covered it up when she got dirt under them, but you could still notice it looking from the other side. It was the little things that made beauty a weapon. Certainly, there were obvious qualities that made a woman beautiful or a man handsome, but that was just the start. Shrinking pores. Plucking and shaving hairs, touching up makeup to create symmetry. Mascara to emphasize the eyes and lipstick to draw attention to her mouth, both of which magnify displays of emotion. Plus her hard-won physique, fit, tanned, graceful and flexible. These, and 1,000 other tidbits were ignored by everyone. At least consciously. Subconsciously, the mind registered perfection. Every detail in its place. And perfection was woven into several useful concepts. Untouchable. Powerful. Successful. It was almost entertaining how quickly people listened when their instincts screamed at them that she was under complete control. When she'd first seen Reset as John, she'd assumed he'd learned the same thing. Immaculate hands, healthy hair, fit body, flawless complexion. In fact, she'd never would have admitted it, but he'd done it better. There wasn't a hair out of place. So when he'd revealed the real applications of his power set on that piece of tinker tech, she'd been relieved and envious of the personal applications of his power. On one hand, he wasn't more talented and dedicated than her at her own game. On the other, he'd been handed an alternative that made it trivial, one that she'd never have. Admittedly, it wasn't the first time this had happened. Glory Girl had let slip that Panacea had enhanced her in a couple subtle and unsubtle ways. But she'd gotten over it. Her abilities in infiltration, investigation, and combat were more useful than saving an hour of effort in the mornings. She put away her nail file as the testing room's blast doors slid open with a hiss and John walked in. His power set had also made her habit of observing new wards so much more entertaining. Which was a hard thing to come by for her. John sits down beside her, and slumps back against the wall with a sigh. It wasn't like she was actually a psychopath or a sociopath. Gallant just picked up on the fact that things were just a little more muted for her. Life as an average teenager just didn't bring the same thrill as stalking through the night fighting crime. The responsibility of a life on your hands. And well, if the official PRT record says they stopped her before she'd killed anyone, who was she to correct them? There certainly weren't many parties interested in investigating the deaths of scum. Although apparently she had a shard to blame for part of that thrill. Maybe that was why stalking was so much more vibrant? Conflict drive was calibrated to a normal person. I just got interrogated by Coyle in his civilian persona as the PRT's Cape consultant, Thomas Calvert. Sophia froze. Shit. He laughed, not quite in a broken way, but certainly more exhausted than she'd ever heard him, and she'd heard a lot of him. With any luck, he got nothing out of me. Certainly seemed frustrated when I left. With any luck. He scratched at the back of his head in that way he did when he was thinking. The ability to create a new reality without consequences can be very useful in an interrogation. Even if you only let one detail slip, he can just repeat that same slip with different info. Well, that was an unsettling thought. So when do we off him? John looked at her, confused. That is the next step, no. His silence sent her reeling. All this time she'd assumed that was what he'd meant by dealing with Coyle. His crimes, in the past and future more than warranted it. But apparently that hadn't been the plan. And now he knew that she... Fuck. I guess so. Or maybe not. I thought the next step would be figuring out how to deal with him. But after the Tattletale fiasco I don't really trust the PRT to hold him. It's not like we can broker a deal with him, his reality-creating bullshit is too powerful, not to mention he's got the morality of a saber-toothed tiger. John starts pacing around the testing chamber. I don't know of a way to disable his powers, and I don't trust Cauldron to keep their hands out of this with him anywhere short of dead. He stops and stares at Sophia. You're good with taking the lethal route. Fuck yes. Finally cause some permanent change. Alright. I guess I am too. Any ideas on how we do this? If we just hunt him down he gets warned by the timeline split. She kills the grin that was trying to creep onto her face. We could use that? One of us lays in wait at his safe house. It's not like he only has one though. You said that there was a rat's nest of tunnels around the train yard. We wouldn't know where to wait, and he could split timelines and keep getting warnings. This was turning into an interesting hunt. Walk me through his powers again. If I remember right, he's a precog that can simulate two possible futures, but has to choose one eventually. So if I killed him at the same time in both versions. John scratches as his chin before nodding. That should work. We could go off a clock or something. His actions can't change that. We. Oh, I just assumed you'd be participating. No, no, no. Other way around. No offense, John, but there's no way I'm taking anyone along for something like this. He didn't seem to get it. Look, I can turn into shadows. You recover from wounds. I'm more likely to fail with a bullet sponge tagging along, just like I'd be a liability if you were to defuse a bomb or something. Sophia could see the moment he swallowed his pride as he sat back down on the bench beside her. And then disagreed again. Counterpoint, Cauldron wants him alive and my input is going to have to be the deciding factor in you killing him somehow. So text me with another dead burner. He tilts his head to the side. Hey. Yeah, okay, that should work. Simpler, cause we don't need to worry about physical tracing if you act and leave immediately. It would be a decent practice run for warning people about Bakuda. She hums in agreement. This was so much easier than trying to cooperate with immature and self-righteous idiots. Sophia turns the plan over in her mind for a bit, and can't find any obvious issues. You do know that as soon as we earn the PRT about Bakuda, we should expect a ward briefing soon where we're told not to do anything. Yeah, probably. Dealing with an explosives expert who has hundreds of hostages seems like a pro problem. Not that I'm complaining. It was either that, or they'd ignore the problem. That seemed to be the two default responses to gang crime. She really hoped it was the first. That should be everything. Dinah and Noel can wait till after Coyle's dealt with, we don't want to tip him off. At that, Sophia got up to leave, until she realized John hadn't moved. You're staying here. He rubs the back of his head, one of the tells she'd recorded for being uncomfortable. Yeah. The room seals from the inside. Tattletale's long gone by now. She followed. He gazed to his other hand, shaking slightly. And Coyle's here in her place. Wouldn't even know if I was tortured all night. Sophia was incredibly skilled in many things. Martial arts. Marksmanship. Manipulation. Stealth. Comfort wasn't one of those things. As an awkward silence filled the room, she dredged up the two closest things she could think of. Her little sister sleeping beside her mom after a nightmare, back when her home was more than just a place to sleep, and John hugging her after his revelations. For the half second before she put him into the ground, it was almost nice. You want me to stay? Oh, I think you should be fine. You don't sleep in the compound, and Coyle shouldn't have any reason to question you. Ugh. Well, if copying others didn't work, there was only one fallback. Incredible bluntness. No. I mean, I want to help you. He glanced away, one of his tells for evasion. Bastard. This was difficult enough already. Thanks. But I don't need. Do you want help? Yeah. Despite herself, a smirk crept onto her face. Good. Stay there, open the door when I knock 4 times in bursts of 2. If they were worried about Coyle, then it'd be best to ensure he stays out. She picked up a PRT Trooper overnight kit, sent a text home, made her way back to the testing suite and rapped her knuckles on the door. John opened the door and sealed behind her as she slipped in. It had barely been 5 minutes, but without anything to focus on, his exhaustion was obvious. His power set prevented shadowed eyes and the imperfections a long day brought, but his shoulders still drooped and he was much slower at responding to things. For example, the dozen seconds he spent staring at the offered mat and sleeping bag, before he unfurled it and laid down in the middle. Or the several moments where he'd pause after doing something, visibly working through what the next simple step was. She'd been there before. Heroes tended to get stuck with shit sleep schedules. Sophia nudged him with her foot. Scoot over. He mumbled something and shifted to the side, almost sleeping already. The sleeping bag was a little snug, but Sophia managed to squeeze in beside him and close the zipper. John murmured something else she missed, before pulling her into a hug. It was much more comfortable. Good night, John. After about an hour, Sophia started drifting off too. And if it took that long because she was memorizing the shape of his muscles and the smell of his body? Well, that was just for the sake of. Fuck it, she didn't get this far in life by lying to herself. It was because it felt good. POV, John Briggs, reset. Wow. Life is so much better when you're well rested. That's the first thought I had today. The second, after stretching my neck in a way that made satisfying pops, was this sleeping bag is heavy and warm. Which brings you up to speed with my third and current thought. Why the fuck were Sophia and I cuddling in our sleep? Or better yet, how? I vaguely remember her returning after our conversation, carrying a sleeping bag. It's not like I was drinking yesterday, and I can usually hold my alcohol well enough to avoid awkward mornings. Ugh. Coil. Now I wish I had been drinking last night, maybe I would have forgotten it. As tempting as it is to try and escape while she's asleep, that's got a decent chance of making things worse. Sophia. I shake her shoulder a bit. Hey, Sophia. FVMO minutes. What time was it anyways? With the arm she that hasn't been wrapped around her and latched onto, I reach for my phone. 7:30. On a school day. Get up. We have 10 minutes to make it to the bus stop. I worm my way out of the sleeping bag as she blinks away her sleepiness. No time for a shower, or brushing my teeth, or any other the other dozen things my power does for me. Right. I turn back to Sophia, who's now made it to her feet and is stretching. I'm pretty much ready to go, how can I help? She gestures at a backpack, rubbing at bleary eyes. Return the trooper kit, and grab my dry shampoo bottle from the showers. It's the blue one. Aight. See you at the bus stop. As usual, the bus is nearly empty in the morning. The day shift has another hour of sleep, and the night shift has made it home. So there's nothing left to distract me. Unfortunately. So. I don't really remember last night. I finished the meeting, and met you in the testing suite. The resets might keep the blush off my face, but I'm still fidgeting. It's never a good thing when you need to ask. So how did we end up sleeping together? You were stressing out. It took your mind off the bullshit. Relax, we were protected. Well, there goes any doubt I might have had. Sophia glances over from the window she'd been staring out of. Why, you didn't like it? Can't really remember anything after I made it to the testing suite. Which was beginning to piss me off. Apparently I'd forgotten a one-night stand with one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever met, which ended with us snuggling together in a sleeping bag. Sophia looked back out the window. Shame. It was nice. Never before had I hated my shoddy memory quite this much. Nice enough for a repeat. Not tonight. Busy. Tomorrow? After your patrol. Sure. I reached down to rifle through my bag, hiding the silly grin on my face. Holy shit. I should buy a lottery ticket. Apparently I'm the luckiest man on earth. It was pretty clearly not a relationship, which was a shame, but I sure as hell wasn't going to complain. Not when I had no idea how I'd managed this. John? You were working on a music sorting program, right? I take out the earbud I'd been listening to rock with and turn to see Brad looking over my shoulder. We've set up a half-study group, half-boys night thing for Wednesdays. It's actually kinda dope. What used to be a dusty storage room is now a lounge with an old CRT TV playing sports reruns, several beanbags, and a study table that is occasionally used for ping pong. Yoo-hey. It's still a little scuffed, need to figure out why every second dubstep track is sorted under the chill mood. Why? So what part of? He points at my phone, and starts reading off one of the paragraphs. Neural dampening via mildly invasive surgery fixes that. Maaib, I shouldn't be chatting with Gustav at school. Oh, no, this is just an interesting read. An interesting read sent to you in an email. Fuck. Brad may not a nerd, but he's not dumb. Yet, I'm part of a mailing list for cool science stuff. Nope. You've got that look on your face. I roll my eyes. What look? The same look you had when you hacked your school account to ignore the blocked website list. Or when you hotwired the intercom in Gladley's class to trigger an early class dismissal. Or any other time you find some interesting project. How does he know about the hack? I'd only finished that this morning. It wasn't much of a hack with Gladley's password, but how was I supposed to stave off boredom without YouTube? Who blocks YouTube? I have a look for that. Also, I deny involvement in all of the listed activities. Yes, I know. So what's this about? I've gotten predictable. Nuts. Okay, so I kinda maybe made friends with a PRT tinker. And they kinda maybe plan to make me something. Brad's worry visibly doubles. Involving invasive surgery? No. The worry continues. Look, I haven't agreed to anything. Plus it's not like he's some quack tinker working for gangs. He's PRT. John. This isn't fair at all. Usually I'm the voice of reason. I don't know how to argue on this side of things. I open my mouth to avoid saying nothing, but I'm interrupted. Just be careful, yeah? My GPA is riding on you, and if I don't make it into uni my ma will kill me. Fine. I promise to be careful. The classroom door opens, and I catch an object thrown at me. A phone? Had time to pick that up. I look up in time to see Sophia close the door as she leaves. Thanks. I flip it, the cheap plastic thing open, and it beeps at me. Low battery. 14 a permanent solution NSFW. POV, Sophia, Shadow Stalker. As the last bell rang, and John went off to his clubroom thing, Sophia retrieved her ward suit from the stash at school, stuffing it in her bag. Their handlers cycled the suit between stashes so it would always be nearby. Incredibly handy, but it did require excessive bribes, threats and blackmail to get an unsupervised patrol. Tonight would be one of those patrols she needed to handle without prying eyes. He may have agreed that she should handle Coil alone, but it didn't hurt to remove the temptation to go back on his word. Not to mention, she was never a very patient person. A quick trip to a cell shop to net her a burner phone, and tapping a piece of metal onto the battery a couple times had it nearly drained by the time she got back to the school. She leaned into the room just long enough to toss the nearly dead burner to John. Had time to pick that up. Sophia ducked into a storage room, ditching the civic clothes, and suiting up. It felt like a second skin at this point. One she knew top to bottom. There was a bloodstain, just under her right armpit, from last week, scratches caused by a couple jumps that ended up a little too close for comfort, and a laundry list of other dings and scrapes. If beauty was her weapon when pretending to be a civilian, experience was her tool of trade out on the street. Visible marks of that experience only served as another valuable point of intimidation. It began, like all hunts did, with searching. Not exactly tracking, not without any clues, but a tour of Calvert's regular haunts. A private pool game, empty. A custom office, quiet. A difficult trek into the belly of the train yard, unfulfilling. It took 2 full hours before she found him, and when she did, she mentally added the donut shop to the list of his spots. Perhaps in his other timeline she was still searching. Perhaps she'd been following for a while. Either way, her search was over. Now, she needed to wait. To stalk. It was nostalgic to do all of this without her breaker state. Lugging the little ball of electricity around brought up memories of her first couple of nights out. Hugging rooftop edges, sailing over pitch-black gaps, all while quietly observing her target, the most she'd been willing to do. When she'd first gone out, it had almost been fun to play at being a feral monster in the night. Now she played at being normal during the day. It took another 5 hours for Coil to be faced with a clear decision. One that would require a timeline split to evaluate. A phone call involving an encounter with Empire troops. She sent her own message to the number she'd just recorded. Reply, if I should take action. In this reality, Shadow Stalker had a lethally weighted steel-tipped bolt levied at the back of his head. Perhaps in the other she had chosen the opposite building, to watch his reactions. Less for the entertainment, more for any warnings of last-ditch attempts for survival. Perhaps not. But one thing was certain. The split had started with her present. And both of them knew that, unless that little inconvenience in her back pocket failed to buzz, they would fire on the hour. 11 o'clock. Bzzz. What would it matter if the man saw his death twice? There would be no time to react to the first before the second arrived. The digital clock in the convenience store window across the street updated its display. Shunk. His lifeless body dropped to the ground mid-step, neatly hidden in an alleyway. A crime lord, a kidnapper, an employer of thugs whose grasp had pervaded a horrifying amount of Brockton Bay. And according to Reset, the worst had yet to come. How incredibly anticlimactic. She dropped down to the body, retrieving the bolt, and ruining the identifiable wound with several stabs of a pocket knife. That hunt was, well, it was fun to plan. But there was no fight. Her battle junkie tendencies didn't disappear just because she knew they were artificial. More than that, why would she want to lose one of the only things that she actually enjoyed? One of. That was new too. As she ejected and crushed the SIM card she'd bought only hours ago, she pondered what was going to happen tomorrow, spurred on the message Reset had chosen. Stay safe. She hadn't intentionally tricked John. Not at first. But she certainly wasn't naive. She'd realized the two of them were talking about very different versions of sleeping together. So she took the opportunity. Reviewing footage of the bank robbery had led her down a rabbit hole. She'd ignored Tattletale's reveal of his interest of submission, that wasn't her thing. But Yandere was an unfamiliar term. Devotion to a point of obsession. Passion by way of borderline insanity. Stalking and violence. They weren't what most would call attractive qualities. It was part of the reason she'd never bothered trying to move relationships past idle curiosity. Sure, some of her classmates were attractive, so was she. So long as she stopped at attraction, no one could tell she was any different. But a relationship? Not only would it make Wardship Identity's paper-thin secrets, the way she thought was far too odd. Except he was a ward too. Except he'd apparently prefer her the way she was. Except he knew, maybe not the real Sophia, but the closest version of her anyone else did. She'd be content with purposeful isolation, except there was finally an alternative. As far as she could tell, there was really only one way things played out successfully. One day, the Yandere would reveal herself, and fuck him senseless before he accepted her. Which, obviously, was porn logic. But there wasn't exactly much in the way of psychopathic love stories. So, improvisation would have to be good enough. CRRRK. She looked down at the now broken wooden bolt she'd been toying with, and decided to head back home as she thought. It needed to be good enough. She couldn't go back now that she'd had a taste. It was, shamefully similar to the merchant scum. An obsession most would consider unhealthy. But she was a citizen of Brockton Bay, and those who lived here were no stranger to trading health for happiness. POV, John Briggs, reset. Okay. I've spent my required 4 hours arresting 2-bit thugs. More importantly, I've got the condoms, set up the PRT field camping kit, grabbed a towel for damp spots, and made an official reservation for overnight gear testing in the soundproof testing suite. It's a small miracle we haven't been interrupted in there, even if most of the tinkers stay on the rig. Anyways. I'm freshly showered with minty breath, and slightly early. Make that on time. Hopefully I haven't forgotten any thiene. John. Holy shit. She smiles as she steps into the room, and I could swear my heart stops. The bombshell beauty I'd begun to feel familiar with is, at minimum, doubled. Her hair is carefully styled and nearly glowing in the light. Her makeup can't be called concealing, not with the way it reveals those amber eyes and smirking lips. And all of her is tightly wrapped in a beautiful red satin dress. Hey. Should I have worn a suit? And bought candles? And food? I'm so out of my league it's not even funny. Wait, you idiot, isn't an appropriate greeting. You look incredible. Literal superhuman beauty. She gives me that wry chuckle, the one I've only ever heard from her, and somehow that familiarity makes it so much worse. Better. Both. Thank you. You clean up nice too. Shall we? I'm fairly certain I managed to nod calmly, without making a fool of myself. Hopefully. I must have fallen into a daze again, because suddenly I'm sat against the wall holding her in my lap facing me. Apparently Sophia's fallen into that same daze, because she doesn't react to me leaning in, not until I'm kissing her. I'd expected mint. Toothpaste, breath mints, what else was there besides bad breath? Caramel-flavored lipstick apparently. Soft and warm and sweet and perfect and. The hands that had been playing with my hair pull me back as she breaks away, gasping for air. Right. My lungs reset. Sorry, And then I'm reminded of how little words matter right now, as she kisses me hungrily. She shifts on my lap, pressing her body against mine so tightly I can feel her heart beating, and then continues shifting, grinding herself against me with near desperation. It ends all too soon, when her body once again demands a break for air. Instead I find that we can continue if I trail little kisses and licks along her jaw. That trail leads me to nibble gently at her ear, with feather-light strokes of my fingers along her back, drawing shivers through the thin satin. Not thin enough. As she trembles in my arms and moans in my ear, I fumble at the zipper tucked behind a seam and open the back of her dress, revealing. Did you pick? Breathing heavily, Sophia pulls her dress down to her waist, revealing delicately laced purple and black lingerie. Shut up. As in my color scheme of black and purple. She was driving me to madness. I could feel it, and I couldn't be happier. Sophia unhooked the bra, tossing it to the side. Quit fucking staring and grab my tits. My hands seemed to sink in, kneading her chest, and dragging over her nipples, but somehow that didn't have my focus. I was caught, eyes frozen to her face as if she'd been Medusa and I was stone. Her eyes had nearly closed, barely able to peer back beneath her lashes, and her lower lip was caught between her teeth. Pinched in a last-ditch attempt to maintain the facade she always kept up. How dare she? My thumb pressed a little harder as they brushed over her nipple, and she finally broke her silence with the smallest of gasps. She wiggled further out of her dress as she did, stretching out in a way that displayed her body like art on a pedestal, with only her panties left. Her hands finally free of their task, she stripped me of my belt and set to work on my jeans as I threw my shirt aside. It didn't take more than a moment her to strip me to my boxers, but she didn't come back up. Lying between my legs, it was her turn to roam my chest her hands, trailing kisses up my abs. What a wonderful sound. As she reaches my neck, I grind my hips up against hers, and steal another caramel-flavored kiss. She takes it back with her tongue, both of us savoring the sweetness. With traces of sweat and caramel on my tongue, I drift lower for a new taste, but Sophia's hands in my hair stop me. My turn first. With the speed I'd come to expect in our spars, she's drawn back down to kiss at the skin just above my boxers. She looks up at me with that mischievous smirk that seems to laugh at a secret only she knows, and catches my boxers with her teeth. I lift my hips up, but she still ends up stuck, so with a little growl pulls them off with her hands. Hands that are all too eager to explore me, playing with my balls, and trailing back and forth along my cock. Then her hands are finished, and she licks, ever so slowly from the base of my dick to its tip. Fuck. The smirk grows at my groan and she takes another long lick, cutting me off. Oh, I intend to. How the hell had I forgotten this? She takes a third lick, savoring it slowly, but her tongue doesn't leave at the end this time. Slowly circling the tip, it's joined by her lips, planting an incredibly lewd kiss on my dick. And another, that once again lingers, as she stares up at me, and her cheeks hollow a little as she sucks. Ever so slowly, her tongue licked further, and her lips dropped further down, and she drove me wild. And then, ever so slightly faster, she pulls her head back, tongue trailing along my cock as she literally slurps up her saliva. HAAA, babe. Her ass twitches from where it's raised, as her hips buck slightly at the way I refer to her. That's fucking incredible. Her head dips back down, quick enough that I almost miss the corners of her lips tilted in a smile, taking my cock even deeper into her mouth. My hand drifts down to gather up stray bits of hair from the ponytail that had been coming loose, the slightly messy look even more erotic than before. GHCK. She glared up at me. No pushing. Sorry. Wasn't. She starts again, and I nearly lose it as her fucking tongue laps at me. Intentional. I drop my hand to the side of her head, and she leans into my touch as she starts bobbing faster. Her content hum almost lost to me beneath the intense pleasure. I sort of lose myself like that. Pampering the beautiful woman who's servicing me. Closing my eyes to make her touch a little more intense. The way her throat clamps down at the end, as she forces my dick just that little bit further. Each time, swallowing to ignore her gag reflex. The way she spirals her lounge around my length, leaving it damp as she withdraws as opposed to sopping wet with drool, just in time to breath through her nose. I'm about to come. The only sign she hears me is her almost desperate attempts to redouble her speed. I force myself to let go, not trusting my restraint. In the midst of a flurry of motion, she draws back. Please come. It's the first time I've ever heard her say please, and the sheer need in her voice is overwhelming. And then she forces my cock back into her mouth, and far enough down her throat and her nose bumps into my crotch. Fuck. I come down her throat, gasping for air as my eyes fly open. It takes me a moment to get up, and I'm greeted with two sights I'll never forget. Sophia licking the little bit of semen that didn't end up down her throat off her hands in between her own gasps for air. And the tears running down her face. I pull her into my arms, gently, not at all interested in a other elbow strike. You good? I didn't expect her to push herself that hard. Her voice wavers as she replies. Yeah. Wavers. In that distinct way voices do when you try to speak as you sob. Sobbing definitely isn't an automatic reflex. Sophia? What's wrong? Nothin'. I grab the towel I'd brought and dab at her tears, trying not to smudge her apparently waterproof mascara. You're crying. She blinks in confusion. I am? Sorry. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Which just leaves us staring at each other. I'd probably have some internal wisecrack about resets and staring contests if my heart wasn't in my throat. It'll have to be good enough. Fine. She scoots closer to sit facing me, and takes my hands in hers. I love you. My train of thought stops. I think I'd have sooner expected aliens to abduct me, or to abruptly realize this was all a simulation. I'd die for you. I already have killed for you. Whatever. Shit, I'm bad at this. She'd what? Was about coil? I knew I should have. I do this thing, profiling, for everybody I meet. Makes hard decisions easier. I started yours before we met, when I watched you take down a mugger. Or was this about coil? I don't feel emotions quite right. Most of them are, plain. Thin. Dull. Violence and fighting was the exception, which apparently is because of a fucking parasite, but whatever. And then, for the first time, I saw Sophia Hess look nervous. Not just feel nervous, traces of it actually cracking through her poker face. I started your profile when I saw your vigilante work in an alleyway, but shelved the full profile till you joined the wards and became more active. When I came back to it after spending time with you, it wasn't just work anymore. She starts and stops what she has to say next, trying to phrase it right as her foot bounces nervously. My profiles usually have shit like embarrassing secrets and blackmail. You wanna know what the latest thing I added was? She pops her lips, like when blowing a kiss. You like the taste of caramel. She let out a wry chuckle. Fuck, I mean the first time I actually got why people masturbated was rewatching a secret recording I took of you beating Gallant into the training room floor. You plus violence is like. She struggles with her words again, and I can tell she's giving up on getting the full meaning across before she speaks. It's good. I just sit there processing. And not only do we get along without me spending every moment pretending to be some plastic fucking Barbie doll, not only are you probably the first person I've felt more than vague attraction to, tattletale lets slip that you're into yanderies, something I actually had to look up. Surprise, surprise, it's a fictionalized, sometimes sexualized, version of my issues. She's worked herself into a frenzy at this point, as pushes out of my arms to get up and pace around the small room. So for the first time in forever, something besides fighting feels real. All I've got to work off of in figuring it out how to actually make it work is a couple dozen porn storylines, only half of which end in actual romance. All of which basically go Yandere fucks boy then Yandere is revealed then, occasionally boy accepts Yandere as opposed to boy rejects Yandere and she gets stabby. She whirls about on her heel to face me, visibly angry. Which is such a stupid fucking ending. Why the hell would doing additional unhinged bullshit change anything? Instead of ruining what little you have left, just savor bits of interaction you do actually have. You need him, damn it. At which point she realizes she's been staring right at me for all of that, and somehow things get more awkward. I run through it all in my head again. Okay. So, you're somehow even more awesome than I thought, but the fact you have a profile on me in a world where thinker ratings exist has me halfway to a panic attack. Don't know if your profile has this, but I really like my privacy. Her shoulder droop. Fuck. Can I still sleep beside you tonight? Well, why? Sophia, I'm not rejecting you. Hey. Shit, we plan how to kill a god and save the world in our spare time. We can figure out how to secure a gigabyte of data or 2 terabytes. Hey. Right. Terabytes, then. Unfortunately, a panic attack also happens to be the most effective mood killer I can imagine. I click the light switch off, and crawl into the sleeping bag. Please do. You're incredibly warm, and my feet are cold as ice. She spends a moment adjusting the bag to clear room before slipping in and zipping it shut. I'll warm you up, so long as you put your arm around me again. And I get to fall asleep to your smell. I pull her tight against me. My smell. Him. Can't describe it. You smell safe. What a pleasant thought to drift off with. A/N, alright, that's this batch of chapters out. Hopefully the coil bits didn't get too complicated and technical to follow. I wrote them recently so I haven't treated them to the same level of editing as the rest of my work. Lots of progression in relationships. I find my version of Sophia is really hard to write during romance sections, mostly because I'm trying to have her come across as emotionally and romantically dependent without taking away any actual agency when it comes to her public life and ward career. She certainly doesn't need someone in order to function, she's an experienced badass heroine, but love is a new and rare luxury she chases. Much of my editing related to this has been finding points where I ended up writing generic woman falling in love and replaced it with something darker, harsher, or blunter while keeping the scene the same. $15,250,000 man. POV, Sophia Hess, Shadow Stalker. The morning after was a pleasant one to wake up to, her phone was the only light in the room, and a fairly dim one at that. A Friday with no obligations but to curl up in John's arms. TP. And work on the profile for him. It was quickly eating up storage on her phone, even after she'd shelved most of the contents to other hard drives. Really, it might be better to just catch up on her sleep, but she had a lot of blank areas in her profile on John, and snuggled up in his arms was the first time she could answer them. Not to mention, everything she'd learned last night. Although, some of that wasn't exactly accurate. Or rational. Or TP. She erased another ridiculous line in frustration. For some reason, she'd woken up during the night, and decided to update the profile. Not everything she'd added in her sleepy state had been up to par with her standards. Being held in his arms feels amazing. Subjective. TP. There had been a lot of subjective lines that she'd deleted by this point. His kisses can make you lose your sense of time. That one, definitely seemed true, but it was still subjective. Just her own distraction and lust. Probably. Perhaps more testing was needed. Sophia nestled into his arms a little further, and kissed his sleeping face. John smiled lazily as he murmured in his sleep, and Sophia hunkered back down to focus on her phone. TP. Cute as hell while sleeping. That entry had to be objective. Also, she had confirmation on that earlier point. Although, she could stand to get a couple more confirmations. Later. Her left hand traced along his chest, and around muscles, her right taking notes as best she could. It was becoming increasingly difficult to focus. Or, well, focus on anything aside from the hundreds of lewd ideas circulating her brain. It was very easy to focus if she thought about wrapping a hand around his cock and memorizing the shape as she finger-fucked herself unconscious. Or maybe she'd tease him awake and convince him to fuck her into the ground. Or... Ding! The noise broke her out of the horny daze she was struggling with, and she ignored it to focus on her new position. Her hand already wrapped around his dick, head buried between the sleeping bag and him. No. Nope, stop thinking about him, you have work to do. TP. It was the first time she'd felt his dick soft. Without seeing it, it was hard to imagine the burning hot mass she forced down her throat, choking and sputtering on, could ever be harmless. Or somehow make that experience enjoyable somehow. She gave it another grope. It felt harmless though. TP TP TP. Dick is magic. The chime sounded again, and got Sophia to squint around the dark room. What was that sound anyways? Ding. The door access panel flashes blue. Ding. She it. Really? Now? She finally got some alone time with John, and this was when someone needed to use the testing suite? Fucking bastards. She was going to tear whoever was on the other side of that door a new asshole. With a knife. John's hand squeezes her shoulder lightly, dragging her closer, and she decides to focus on more important things. He blinks the sleep from his eyes and smiles at her. Hey. She smiles back, half her attention on the phone she was holding behind his head. TP TP TP. Smiles are also magic. He stretches, and one hand pulls hers forward to look at her phone. Whatcha doin'? Oh. Oh shit, she was supposed to stop, wasn't she? What if? Smiles are. He chuckles and kisses her on the cheek. You're surprisingly sweet, you know? Even with the caramel. Gah. John. So good. The door chimes again, and the butterflies in her stomach die. John frowns. What is that? Just ignore it. It will go away. Ding. No. Oh, great. Guess we have to get dressed. He looks at her phone again. About time to anyways. We were going to send in that tip on Bakuda, remember? Sophia grumbled. Hey, look on the bright side. If it's Arms Master out there, you can kick him in the dick or something. Sophia doesn't laugh. It didn't matter who it was, they were dead. POV, Kid win. Access denied. Testing in progress. He paced back and forth, staring at the impenetrable door. He should know, the types of things his tests did to it would have broken anything lesser. Except it seemed that someone had broken it. What is with this thing? 2 mornings now the testing suite had read as occupied. Except this time rather than immediately give up he'd tracked Arms Master down, and his mentor in Tinkertech was busy on the other side of the compound. And the schedule of authorized tinkers had nobody on it. So the suite was empty. He presses his hand to the scanner again. Access denied. Testing in progress. What bloody testy? SHFFF. The door abruptly slid open to reveal Reset. Hello. Wah. And Shadow Stalker. Kidwin glanced down at Reset's hands. And a sleeping bag. There weren't a lot of things that involved a sleeping bag to do in a locked room together. Reset coughed into his hand fakely, and even with the mask he could tell Shadow Stalker was staring right into his soul. It was terrifying even with her wrapped around Reset's arm. Kidwin was uncomfortably reminded of his dog eyeing a piece of steak. Actually I just realized a go something by. He isn't flayed alive in the time it takes him to dash around the corner, breathing hard. And, the most intense ward aside, he felt kinda bad for Reset. He just majorly violated the bro code. Those doors triggered an alert inside the room when you tried to enter, unless they'd been set to silent mode, and he doubted Reset knew to set them that way. So he'd been annoying them for the better part of an hour, a point in time he could only imagine Reset trying to calm down a neurotic Shadow Stalker. Also, holy shit, Shadow Stalker? Him and Clock Blocker had a running bet on her. His money was on reproduces like a praying mantis, and Clock Blocker had a new one just spontaneously appears once she's committed enough violence. Actually. Okay, technically he might still win that bet. He'd keep an ear out for Reset suffering a horrible accident on patrol. It tracks that she'd find a way to murder the guy that couldn't die. Oh fuck, or sleep with the guy she could kill. Kidwin dashed to the cafeteria. Where the hell is Dennis? He owes me $100. POV, John Briggs, Reset. I nervously look between the little box in my hands, my phone, the crowded street, and the alleyway for the dozenth time in as many minutes. Everything's okay. The battery is being repeatedly reset, the burner phone is calling with a pre-recorded message, I have about a full block of distance between me and the cell in the alleyway, and Sophia is on overwatch. Just calm down. It's all. My phone buzzes. They've arrived. I drop the battery, and wander off into the crowded boardwalk, doing my best to look bored and touristy. Seconds later, a half-dozen PRT officers burst out of the alley the cell had been hidden in. No capes? It's only because I'm intently scanning the alley that I catch it. A rift in space appears, mostly obscured from the public on the street by a hanging towel, and a hand lazily reaches out to snatch. Nothing. The now closed fist pauses in midair for several seconds, before it's whipped back into the portal in a rush, which closes at an equal speed. I swallow hard, and make my way off the boardwalk. I think Cauldron just figured out someone's out there that can fuck with their path. I return Sophia's text. Cool, I'm free, let's meet up for drinks. Maybe it's paranoia, but keeping the conversation misleading made me feel ever so slightly safer. Instead of actually lingering in the area I suspect a thorough investigation is heading for, I head back to the PRT building as planned. All good. All according to plan. Still fucking terrifying. Reset. I wonder if Sophia has any interest on going on a date? Maybe. Reset. I stop to pay attention to the voice, and find Arms Master standing in front of me, arms crossed. Hello. I've removed your Tinker level authorization. Not only do you not possess such a power, both myself and Kidwin were inconvenienced by yesterday's booking. I'll give him one thing, Arms Master is also a master of professional spite. Expertly towing the line of what can actually be reported to HR, and yet it's like everything he says to me is carefully chosen to piss me off. I see. Satisfied with his drive-by, the blue cunt stalks off. Great. This was just great. And on the same day I poked the hornet's nest that was Cauldron. So I guess I'm finding a way to get Tinker credentials, because that suite is a dream come true for my paranoia, which, is it still paranoia, if they really are out to get you? Admittedly, I have been misusing it. It's a testing suite, not a meeting room. Or a meet-up room. I've got a meeting scheduled with Gustav anyways, and he's done even sketchier shit than this. I mean, my entire weekend is full of online conferences about creating this neural link thing, which unless I've missed a memo, is still entirely an under-the-table deal. I turn down the hall to my dorm room, and realize Gustav is standing there, waiting for me. I give him a wave. Good to see you. But, wasn't this supposed to be a virtual conference? JA, but we've finally gotten back specifications from the security tinker. He rushes up to me and grabs me by the shoulders, lifting me slightly into the air. We have finished. Hwa ha ha ha. He shakes me back and forth in mid-air for a bit, laughing, so I just sigh. He's got a brilliant mind, but he gets these bouts of mania. Ha. 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 HCK. He sets me down as he clears his throat. So. Now we can get to the exciting part, no need to review alternatives and specifications this weekend. No, now we can test. His shout echoes down the hallways and brings a smile to my face. Being eccentric is underrated. Awesome. So where? He slaps me on the back, shepherding me along with him. The rig, of course. Come, we've a transport waiting for us. Once we've climbed into the waiting SUV, I feel like it's a good time to bring up the testing suite. Hey, so apparently I've had Tinker authorization. He quirks an eyebrow at me. JA? It was obvious, no? You have a power that interacts splendidly with the degradation inherent to Tinker tech. Even if you prefer to keep it out of records, I see no reason to bar you from certain privileges. Hey. Well, thank you for that, but apparently Arms Master objected to me booking the only testing suite and revoked it. He starts groaning when I mention Arms Master, and starts ranting under his breath when I finish talking. Fatsa, spy-a-psych, wring his neck till. I don't know most of those words, and it's probably better I don't. It sounds a bit harsh for what was an inconvenience at most. Gustav takes a moment to compose himself, before explaining. That, mouse bastard? No, rat bastard. The rat bastard finally got around to being petty about losing the position of head tech. You're not even a tinkerer. Blah, 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 qualifications, active hero duty. Gustav starts into another round of quiet German swearing before resuming. Anyways. I think he combed through the Tinker database for what he considered mistakes and fixed them all, because suddenly I've 1,000 different complaints. He scratches at his beard and closes his eyes. Why would the database not reflect rules and regulations? Who knows? Maybe my security tinker detests them. Maybe I have a biotinker who is legally classified as a biological weapon required to be disposed of. Maybe abilities to take the rules of reality and make it your bitch is difficult to quantify. I may have regenerative immortality, but being trapped in a small space with an angry German mad scientist built like a brick shithouse still unsettles me. Gustav notices, cutting his rant short. Apologies. He has single-handedly robbed me of hours of sleep and tripled my workload for nothing more than arrogance and posturing. This weekend will help to soothe my mind. It's been a while since I've had a decent personal project. The transport comes to a halt, and I realize we've already crossed the light bridge. Come. We have work to do. That puts a smile back on my face. Even without his powers, I'd like the man for his energy and enthusiasm. I hadn't expected this to be such a spectacle. Of course the sensor suite was reused in several versions, but most of the internal modules are tightly interwoven and unique. Rather than a secluded workstation, Gustav's led me onto what I'd refer to as a stage, even if he called it a testing chamber with an observation deck. There's at least a dozen different scientist types watching as they fiddle with notes and devices, plus the camera which is apparently live streaming to the security tinker, a notorious recluse. People only call them security because they have no other name for them. My kind of people. Daughter boards specifically designed to fit around biological grafts and the motherboard itself, not to mention the fact it's custom fit to your skeletal and muscular structure. The device is housed in a transparent replica of my body. There's a few commonalities I recognize from our early designs, but the feature list is much longer by now. We started with a quarter-sized blob in the head equipped with the barest of processing power and features. It was only capable of successfully receiving wireless connections and routing them into the brain with a web of tiny wires. The idea was to have the brain interpret that stimuli rather than try and translate it. The next version saw major improvements. A thin sheet half the size of my hand in the chest opposite the heart, with a bundle of wires snaking along the spinal cord, including a simple sensor suite and processing power equal to a high-level PC. It could parse data and create stimuli of its own. Unfortunately, it reminds me of the design I was shown when the biotinker finally joined the project, and a shudder runs down my spine. Electronics spliced into hollowed-out bones over my entire skeleton, with the top-of-the-line sensor suite replacing my stomach, digestive tract, liver, kidneys, bladder, lungs, and heart, with the justification that I can reset to supply my body with sustenance, air, and fresh blood. Technically, since my power is automatic, I wouldn't notice anything in daily life that fit my specifications, but hell no. Obviously, the more space I give up, the more they can add, but I feel like becoming more machine than human crosses a moral line somewhere. So we had the fourth version. Still a little grisly. Shortening my digestive tract, as again I don't need nutrients. They leave my lungs and heart alone, removing only one kidney. Going through with this still affords some impressive upgrades over the second version. For one, the 10-second power supply that powered signals to the brain now has the juice to support a network of them overlaying my nervous system. The technician creating them insists it can be used to unconsciously automate entire movement sets just like breathing. So far, it's mostly improved reaction time in animal subjects. The sensory suite still monitors signals in several wavelengths, along with a subdermal mic in the head. Apparently Gustav has also finished negotiation with the Toybox's optical tinker who's added zoom and thermal capabilities to both eyes. And finally, the right hand's index finger. The bone in the tip is hollowed out, and a nest of independently movable wires rests inside connected to the system. Essentially, it can reconfigure itself to match any physical data connection point, like the world's most advanced USB. Or, it could seamlessly retract, indistinguishable from human skin and correctly transmitting touch. Wow! Gustav stops halfway through the specifications he was rattling off. Ha! He likes it. I mean, yet. I remember expecting a simple HUD and maybe the ability to send texts or something. Obviously I've been trying to follow along, but seeing how much tech you've packed in is mind-blowing. A nervous chuckle comes from the audience, and I trace it to a thin woman in a lab coat. That may be a more literal description than you'd prefer. My tests on surgically inserting mock-up brain interfaces into mice and pigs have been unpleasantly exciting. Bah! That was merely an issue with the early nerve wires. It's long fixed by now. The elderly man in overalls barely finishes speaking before someone else starts shouting. My wiring was never the problem. It was the shoddy surge protection in the power source at fault. Shoddy? I'll have you know. Gustav makes his way back to the center of the stage. Enough. You all know as well as I do that it's not your job to assign fault. It's mine. So quit bickering, because we only have a weekend. No time to waste. A mob of tinkerers eye me like a prized cut of meat. Oh boy. I get the feeling that testing is going to be much more intense than I was expecting. So, John. We'll need to stick with a model if we want any decent progress. Which is it? Damn it. Why'd they have to make the ones involving surgery so cool? POV, Jessica. It is, at the same time excruciating boring and uniquely fascinating to work on this project. To weave technology into biology seems such a waste of potential, especially considering. She shakes herself of the oncoming tinker fugue. If she's going to be performing surgery, it's going to be with a clear head. The subject walks in and lies down, chattering about something that she ignores. The mask is on, the words are said, and finally, she can work. It's almost therapeutic, how her practiced hand cut and peel, not a trace of damage except where she wants it. A power that builds on a lifetime of medicine, turning a science into an art. The first of the systems is inlaid into the subject's body, and she wakes him back up to check his reaction. Slightly unfocused, something that can be blamed on the anesthetic. She puts him back to sleep, and wakes him up several times, but it's the parts in between that keep her focus. Convincing the evolved biological wonder of the body to accept this tragedy of circuitry. It feels incredibly wrong to combine these things in this way, but a favor was owed, so she shall do it. The final implant sees a remarkable shift in the subject. Completely physically disoriented, and after some failed attempts at communication, she realizes he's also auditorially and optically impaired at the moment. She stands perfect still in front of the groaning patient and repeats the single word that he needs to focus on. Fail safe. Over and over, she say this, until finally the subject returns to lucidity, and she can start monitoring responses again. Most interesting of them all is the mention of a dream while on anesthetic. That should not be happening, not with how she uses it. Likely more complications introduced by botching her surgeries by introducing technology. POV, John Briggs, reset. Gustav opens the operating theater door and steps inside beaming. So is a success. Just need a pinch of calibration. I yawn and look at the computer clock. Maybe tomorrow? I'd like to sleep off any after effects of today, for accuracy. That seems to placate him. J.A. Hurry up and fall asleep then, I can barely wait. All those systems conflicting. Tech with biology, micro with macro, temporary with permanence, science with superhumans. Is masterpiece. As Gustav trails off into planning my Saturday, I make my way to the cot I've been sleeping in, seeing as none of this project is actually official. I can certainly see how a bureaucratic reset of Gustav's system would be a culture shock to what he's got going on. I'm not going to complain about how it affects me though. I seriously doubt that everyone included in this project would have the time and the inclination to solely work on it, and finish a final version, install, calibrate, and test the neural link in one weekend. Gah. I don't know how this cot is lumpier than the piece of shit mattress the PRT issued me, but it is. Maybe there's a tinker specializing in uncomfortableness. Now that would be a shitty power. It could probably be weaponized, but there wasn't anything you could give me to switch my power set. Without it, well, the corpse I would have left behind would be long rotted away by now. Less morbid thoughts. I'm supposed to sleep. It doesn't help that it's kinda cold with these thin blankets. Not like when. Should I call Sophia? Check in after a couple days away? Sure, why not? 16 maintenance. POV, Sophia Hess, Shadow Stalker. Fuck's sakes. Sophia threw the wireless mouse she'd been using at the wall. She was in a piss-poor mood. That night with John. It was a vivid memory already. Him and her and nothing else. And all that it cost was, withdrawal. It wasn't really an addiction, but she hadn't realized how much time she'd started to spend watching him until she couldn't. No morning review of fast-forwarded records of his sleep, no daily cataloging of habits and preferences, none of it. Because somehow, beyond all of her expectations and worries, she had a chance with him. So you could be sure of one thing, the issues he had about the data? They became fucking commandments. Words to live by. Terabytes of hard drives had been unplugged and wrapped in tinfoil to block any bullshit tech powers. Sketchbooks and journals were locked in a safe that was bolted to a structural beam in her bedroom's wall. Surveillance cameras, mics, and movement sensors had been completely removed from the ward wing, and, after a thorough factory reset, sat in a cardboard box under her bed. Trackers hidden in his wardrobe sat deactivated in that same box. She'd even shut down the automatic program she'd had commissioned that watched new faux threads for keywords like new ward, reset, and matched photos of his likeness. Which left her with one of his shirts, annoyingly reset of any scent, the pencil he'd used to demonstrate his real power, the caramel lipstick she'd worn on the night, and the posts she'd already bookmarked and read a million times speculating on reset and his first steps into heroism. Deedut. Great. That was her personal cell, so not only was it not going to be anything about beating up criminals, it was more social bullshit. What now? Her scowl disappeared after reading the caller ID. Hello? John. Hey. It might be an unsecure line, but I thought I could just call and say good night. Phew, yes. Yeah, totally. Totally. What, was she stuck in a retro sitcom? Fucking brain. Do the people thing, and talk normal. I won't go into details on my weekend, but the folks in the lab finished, and I get to test out a finished product. That would be about the brain computer then. How to be vague in her reply. Congrats. But I thought they were still working on prototypes. So did I, but they made a bunch of progress recently. Anyways. What else can I talk about? Patrolling? No. Cape stuff? Obviously not. Schoolwork? Not confidential, so no need for vauchness, but boring as hell. I could bitch about my music categorizer and its never-ending errors. Or it is kind of late, maybe I should just let why. She finished the sentence in her mind before he spoke it. Let you sleep. 10 seconds of conversation was far from enough. She cut him off. Yes. What's the current problem? What isn't? The most infuriating one would have to be its insistence on deleting every 10th file I pass through it. It's not even supposed to have permission to delete existing files. Sophia dug out a pair of headphones, and burrowed into her bed, zoning out to the sound of his voice. Sometimes, she'd follow the explanation and comment, sometimes she'd just close her eyes and listen. About an hour into the night, John started yawning over his stories, which had shifted to the daily struggles of organizing a study club in Brockton Bay. I swear, I feel like a goddamn mob boss sometimes, running a mafia. Sourcing study supplies from the teachers, bribing the shit ones, charming the good ones. Negotiating peace between gangs so nobody fights on our turf. I dread the day somebody else makes the connection because there's no way I could stand it if anyone referred to me as Don John. Sophia smiled lazily. Oh? Don John doesn't like his new title. Okay, that's not fair. Why? What's wrong, boss? She smiles even wider as he sputters. She should have seen the reply coming. Nothing at all, darling. Hoo. That was not fair. Why? What's? If you finish that sentence, this phone call is going to be much longer, and very different. There's a pause, one where neither of them know which way they want it to go. Damn it. I need to be up early tomorrow. Sophia relaxes back into her bed, hands drifting back to her sides. See you when I get back, my love. Click. Sophia's entire body tenses up in a fight or flight reaction. Bastard. POV, John Briggs, reset. Get up. I blinked at the foreign ceiling above me. Wazah. Get up. Oh. Hello, Jessica. Ha. Going. She left as soon as I began replying. What a charming bedside manner. Whatever, to each their own and whatnot. She was actually helping me so I could stand far more bullshit from her than Arms Master. Right, helping me. Today was calibration and testing. I was sleeping on the rig. Where was my jacket? And my phone? I grimace when I see the call is still ongoing. I'm fairly sure I've got an unlimited plan, but cell companies tend to have funny definitions of unlimited. I suppose I'll find out in the next bill. Oh shit. 9:23. We were beginning calibration at 9:30. Jessica. Crap. I'm pretty sure she went down that hallway. Oh boy. Annoying the engineers who designed your cybernetic implants and plan to adjust them sounds like a terrible idea. Actually, scratch that. Annoying engineers is a bad idea. Most, including myself when I'm elbow deep in a project, fall into binary states. Either too busy to deal with your minor bullshit or alright, now you've become enough of an annoyance and all of my expertise is focused on solving the problem that is you. It can be difficult to tell how close you are to crossing the line. Let's hope I fall in the former category. John. I trust you slept well. I had, actually. Just talking about nothing with Sophia was very therapeutic. Bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. What's first? Gustav got that look people usually had when I rambled about coding. Uncommon metaphors and English as a second language. Right. It means I'm feeling rested and energetic. Like a rabbit in the morning. He nods and claps me on the shoulder, directing me to a smaller observation stage/testing room. Good. Fuck. Why was my hand shaking? Take a seat there and we can get to work. The mention of work jogs my memory. I shoot Gustav a sheepish look. Sorry, could we use a different style of chair? Or maybe I could lay down on a table. Gustav looked at me like I was insane. Which was sort of accurate. Apparently I now have a fairly fucking intense phobia of dentist/medical chairs. You know, like the one I was extensively tortured in. It's, trigger event related. I felt like I was halfway to hurling all over the sterile medical environment. Jessica, can we make use of your operating bench? Fine. I'm stripping it down so you idiots don't break my tools though. While she left to do that, and a worker of some sort was called to uninstall the chair, Gustav led me through the processes I needed to stand to test. It was incredibly embarrassing to learn how to walk with at least a dozen scientists and engineers staring at your every mistake, occasionally making suggestions. Unfortunately, they weren't suggestions to me, or even on how to walk. The sensational overlay must be delayed more than expected. Look, you can see how there's a secondary pulse of exertion with half a second of delay. Nonsense. That can't be the first input from the overlay. It's an echo. Why else would his initial movements be exaggerated if not for doubling nerve signals? I fall flat on my face. Again. I lay there in disgrace, fighting back a blush at the echoing clang. Would that be software? The brain's output does undergo some processing before interfacing with the synthetic nerves. I activate the failsafe and stand up again. It shouldn't be duplicating signals though. And even if it was, why such a delay? Maybe it's a recursive loop of some type? The input is sent to the muscles and also to itself. I'm managing to keep upright. Unfortunately I'm doing that with a centrifugal gyroscopic force. Fine, I won't cover it up with techno-babble. I'm spinning with my arms out like a kid mimicking a helicopter. And it's definitely not fucking intentional. But then why would it only repeat once rather than looping? Perhaps it leaks a minor charge which takes time to build in intensity before it is entirely used. Wouldn't it be nice if this was over? Yes. Is it? No. So I'm quite relieved when Jessica returns with something to prop myself up against. I hop up on the bench and breathe a sigh of relief. When I open my eyes again, it's to an audience of stunned scientists. What? Gustav breaks the silence. You didn't activate the failsafe there, did you? Well, no, I haven't fallen yet. No, instead you easily walked over to Jessica's operating bench and climbed on with precise movements. Hey. I guess so. I move my arms and legs around a bit, with no obvious tremors. My God. I look up to the woman I believe is one of the programmers. It's self-correcting. It's self-correcting. She grabs her coworker by the lab coat. You pinpointed the error and he fixed it unconsciously. Fuck me, really? Was that what happened? She races up to me from the viewing partition. Test the eyes. I try to focus on the weird not blinking movement that dropping the fail-safe on the thermal overlay feels like, and now the room has an additional vibrancy to it. People glow the brightest in this new primary color, and the cool metal of the table is the dimmest. Things are slowly getting closer? I think the zoom function is constantly increasing magnification. The programmer looks back to the gaggle of scientists. Who's our optical tinker? What would be triggering this? A very small figure in a hoodie steps out, wearing a white mask. Oracle from Toybox. The eye mostly focuses via angle. If the zoom function were to offset the perceived angle even slightly, the eye would attempt to make many minor adjustments to bring things into focus. That sounds bad. Would I fix it if I could? Yeah. Of course. And just like that, the slowly receding field of view snaps back to normal, and after adjusting it, which feels like rolling my eyes on an axis that doesn't exist, maintains the new zoom level. Yeah, that's fixed it. What's the square root of 3,527? Math should be easy enough for a computer to do. Why not? 59.388. I trail off as the numbers float to the surface of my mind. I thought the software team was delayed? Wasn't the computational package set for next month on account of the neural encoding fuckery? The programmer who's been losing his shit goes into a coughing fit, and another guy steps forward. We are. There's no interface in there. Just the bare bones needed to drive synthetic nerves and sensors. I've got no idea how you're doing that. Well, that sounds like a bad thing for a device hooked to my brain. Gustav? That sounds bad. Do I reset? The man stands there in shock. Or maybe confusion. He shakes himself out of it shortly. Jessica. Vitals stable. Gustav steps forward and grabs me by the shoulders. If anything goes wrong, if any harm comes to you, do it. But please, please don't kill this masterpiece out of fear. Not like. He gets a glassy-eyed look, staring at something 1,000 miles away before grunting and stepping back. I leave it to you. That seems to be the general sentiment. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. The universal port is next then. DA. I'm handed a USB thumb drive, and I focus on the tip of my right index finger. Go. Become a USB port. Nothing. I don't know how to make it, do stuff. One of the engineers pipes up. How did you do the other stuff? Well, there was a good question. I guess instinct? I don't know how I knew, but I did. I'm not getting that here. There's a shuffling of paper before I'm presented with a concept drawing and a blueprint with specifications. Would these help? Like with the syncing up of the other stuff. That makes sense. Yeah. New sensations flare to life in my mind. Apparently yes. I just need to, that feels weird. You don't think about it, but really each of your muscles is 1,000 tiny strands of muscle fibers. So now imagine that instead of a clump, they're bound in groups of 3 and can move freely by pulling on themselves. Like tiny inch-long tentacles. The tip of each wire that extends from my fingertip has a small hexagonal patch of synthetic skin on the end that fits into a seamless place when retracted. Or, onto the metal contact pads of a USB to read. Really? Hello world. A trio of engineers cheer at the confirmation of their success. Gustav's phone starts ringing. He spends a moment typing before he scowls. It seems that's it for in-house testing, John. We've got actual work to do, everyone. You're free to try some field testing though. I couldn't stop myself from giggling. I was a cyborg now. Cool. 17 debugging. I stepped onto the PRT transport heading back to the bay. At the end of the day, I was pretty happy with this. Sure, some would call me insane for going this far. Some would say I hadn't gone far enough. Transhumanism and biohacking existed back home, but was a little lame. You could embed a magnet in your akin to sense magnetic fields. Or an RFID chip to be a living credit card. But why not just wear a bracelet? Not to mention the actual utility was low. This was different, it was worth the effort. Besides, it's not like I was in some bizarre cyberpunk world where augmentation decreased my humanity. No, I had the privilege of a very different death world. I leaned back into the SUV seats, looking out the window with thermal vision, just for fun. It had been a while since I'd thought about the plan. Between Sophia and the neural link it had been, nearly a week. Wow. What was next anyways? With Coil gone the future would be a far cry from the original path. Sophia gave a tip on Dinah's location, so that was wrapped up too. The ringtone I'd set for the PRT came muffled from my pocket. Hello. It wasn't a voice I recognized. John. You won't be required to report to work tonight. Another team will be handling today's project. How odd. A dismissal code for unsecure lines? Then could you get someone to water my plant? I wasn't the one who chose the lame verification code, but I was the one stuck with it. Certainly. We'll have the janitor add it to his routine. Ugh. That reply meant two things. It was a valid order, and I was required to stay at home. You know, that thing I didn't have? Should I look into a hotel? If I'm getting a paid vacation, I don't exactly want to stay at the office. The line went silent. Not the quiet room type silent where you hear background noise, the calm muted silence where you don't hear the other party swearing furiously. Or laughing, or whatever it was. Roman has an opening. Head over there. Who? He set things up after your conversation with him. Oh. Roman-themed hero. Dauntless got me an apartment, sweet. Any chance I can have my things sent over? There was another brief mute. They'll be waiting there for you. Click. Welp. I wasn't going to say no to a break from training, new digs, and a little R&R. POV, Lisa Wilborn, Tattletale. Click. She glanced at the screen, where a call spoofing program was stuttering. About to short circuit. She backed away from the console, narrowly avoiding a shower of sparks. Fucking. Coil. Paranoid bastard had riddled the place with explosives, that had, for whatever reason, triggered after he died. What little they didn't take out had been on the verge of deleting itself. Gru, any luck with the mercs? He tipped his hand back and forth. About 3/4 sticking around. The others either ditched while or after things started exploding. Fuck. Fine, still had a majority. Another saving grace was the low yields these charges had. Coil was apparently trying to avoid a cave-in, because some stuff ended up surviving. Pages of documentation that he'd racked up over years of obsessive planning had been corrupted, deleted, or burnt to a crisp. A handful that hadn't. It was a damn good thing she specialized in filling in the blanks. Bitch, any heroes sniffing around? She grunted. No. One of these days, it was going to get through to her that context and explanations were important. Today, Tattletale was too busy. Alright, well, we've got the bitch who killed Coil benched, along with a profile detailed enough I can play the dumb bastard like a fiddle. Not to mention put the arrogant sod in his place after fucking up her plans twice. Well, maybe escape from the PRT, and get some revenge for being captured, all while taking out the reason she was captured wasn't much of a plan, but it was the principle of the thing. Regent, any luck with Shadow Stalker? Some. Like I said, weird brains take longer. Interested. Enjoying the puzzle. Ugh. She didn't want to know that. Why? Drawing the process out. Oh. Well, do it as fast as you can. We're on the clock here, Accord is already putting out feelers. We need everything Thomas Calvert had, Coil was only half of his operation. Understands. Regent flips her off, and heads for the couch they'd dragged in. What else? What was she missing? The gangs. Shit. She stepped to one of the few working consoles, and started combing through Coil's activity logs of their movements. ABB getting restless. Empire recruiting. Merchants expanding. Of course. Accord wasn't enough, there was also a brewing gang war on the way. Should they participate? ABB weakened, unlikely for conflict to cause significant losses for Empire or merchants. Well, there goes Coil's plan. Can't just set up a car crash, and sweep up the pieces that remain. Not when you've got 2 semis and a moped. Gru, any word back from Uber and Leet? Yeah, a thumbs down emoji. Brats. So how did she pull this sinking ship together? It seemed too good to just let the opportunity go. Tattletale didn't have the patience to set this kind of shit up, but she quite enjoyed the perks of 1,000 different ears around the city. There was an idea. Let it fade. She didn't care about ruling the shithole called Brockton Bay, she just wanted a decent source of info and entertainment. Something that made use of her talents. So fuck the gang war, that shit could spiral into flames, scrap all of Coil's political nonsense, and focus on what this entire base had been designed to do. Hide, and listen. Bitch. New plan, pull back, don't attack anyone until they go into the tunnels. Try to capture them, but be sure they don't get away, one way or another. Gru, I'm thinking we ditch all the posturing, and start peddling our services. We don't care about Coil's political whatever, never had. Her sort of leader, sort of second-in-command nods. Yeah, alright, I dig it. I'll see if any of the mercs have connections. Which just left her. Had. Maybe she'd head out for a walk? Bug Girl was pretty obviously proof her idea worked, even if it needed a bit more finesse to it. Actually. There should be a couple capes that Coil had his eye on, no? Tattletale tapped at the cracked console screen, skimming through boring reports, half of which had months of missing time. Purity. Protective of kids. Her kids. Possible. Would be a decent connection to the Empire, even if she didn't manage to recruit. Travelers. Looking for safety. Fleeing Accord. Very possible. In fact, that may end up pacifying the neat freak's expansionism, to take one of his problems somewhere else. Fault. No. Hell no. That ragtag group of misfits could do good work, but Faultline spent every goddamn second testing her. It just wasn't possible to have a civil relationship when she had a constant barrage of criticism hand-delivered by her power. In fact, did Faultline know Coil was dead yet? Or could she get the cunt killed in the upcoming gang war? She scrolled for a little while longer, before the thinker headache grew too irritating. Time to think about something else. What to call us? Just Undersiders. Maybe something that played on that theme. Coil didn't like the idea of a name, but then Coil was dead, so clearly not all of his ideas worked out. Under. Sounds silly. The Under. Worse. The Underground. Literally told you where the hidden base was. Dumb. Hey bitch, any ideas on names? She looked up from the dog she was pampering with a glare. Shut up. Oh, right, that dog was the one that didn't like shouting. Whisper. It even kind of worked with her name. The Whisper. Whispers. And you could work it into casual conversation. I heard someone whispering. And just like the merchants, it was immediately obvious what their shtick was. Shit. That had to be the first time anyone had ever used the merchants as a positive example for something. She needed painkillers and junk food until this migraine quit driving her insane. POV, John Briggs, reset. It was a nice spot. Nicer than I'd come to expect from the PRT. One bedroom, a small kitchen, and a bathroom, plus an empty room in the middle. It was one of the upper floors in a small apartment complex, with several sun-facing windows in the mid-room. It was a bit dusty, but when you could wipe up a swath of dust and reset the cloth to be perfectly clean, that changed quickly. I really don't have much stuff, do I? There were my clothes, the laptop, my book bag, a bunch of legal papers, and a set of speakers. Everything I owned fit on the little table beside my bed. Definitely need to make a supply run once this whole home arrest thing blows over. I wonder why it was happening anyways? So now what? Browse fo? Maybe. Let's see if. Nope, I'm still a meme. Damn it. Granted, it had mostly died out by now, but my costumed, sleep-deprived mug staring back at me every so often felt very wrong. I can only imagine how much that single picture tells a thinker. Maybe video games? I haven't played anything recently. I guess. Honestly, I'd prefer decorating my new place, but I can't exactly go shopping right now, unless online shopping sites delivered to Brockton Bay. Do they? I visit several sites, checking their shipping options. Only one, but yes. I flop down on the couch and log into my bank. How much cash do I have right now? $53, 174.03. I close my eyes for a moment, and read the number again. It remains the same. I refresh the page. Okay, at least 1K of that is pre-ward vigilante loot. But where's the other 50K from? I thought I was barely breaking even with wardship right now. Wardship salary, clothing. Wardship salary, groceries. Hazard pay. Aha. $50,000 from an anonymous source. Who was this and why? I clicked on the transfer info. Asterisk attached message, a reward and a thank you. J. Alcott asterisk. How mysterious. You know what? I have no idea what that's about, and I don't need to right now. I've got a room to decorate. I look at my virtual card again. About 2,000 in furniture, basic appliances, kitchenware, and toiletries. A gunshot rings out in the distance as I decide to add a California King mattress to the cart. Tallest mattress there was. Tall enough I could stretch out without laying diagonally. What else is there? I did want a decent PC setup. Let's say, 3,000 for parts and peripherals. I copied someone else's build, one cheaper than my price range, and sourced the parts. Sends the RGB lighting. Sacrilege I know, but I like fairy lights and they don't fit together. I think that's it. How long did that take? The laptop's clock read 8:23. So about 3 hours then. With everything in transit, I was once again stuck waiting. How had I gone this long without any hobbies? I mean sure, I spent an hour or two online, or working on code, and hung out with friends, but most of my life had been training and patrolling. I mean, a week ago I would have been chomping at the bit to out, regardless of what the PRT told me. I should get back in the habit of having hobbies. Keeps me sane. I can't exactly play guitar or garden right now. But I did have a high-tech system architecture to poke around. I turned on my laptop, and disassembled the bottom. It didn't take more than 10 minutes to remove the Bluetooth and Wi-Fi cards, rendering it a secure system. Overkill? Especially considering I knew how to disable the drivers for them? No, not in this universe. I am going to look at the source code of a machine hooked into my brain after all. I rebooted the computer, and formed the truly universal connector into a USB. Hey, that'd make a decent acronym. TUC. An unconfigured device appeared in the file browser. Thankfully the text used a file driver most PCs already had, so I didn't need to install anything. NLJ. Maybe neural link for John. There were a couple obviously labeled folders, config, a mostly empty program files, and debug, alongside folders named with random letters and numbers. Config held several files, containing a mess of randomized variable names with floats, boolean, and string values. Program files had a single file for each of the functions we tested, and looking deeper into those showed several references to the config folder. Debug had another mess of randomized folder names, and 2 text files named log1 and log2 respectively. Naturally I clicked on it. There was another mess of code words and reference values I didn't know, but I could pick out the important lines. System booting. Installing optical drive v0.3. Done. Installing auditoreal drive v1.1. Done. Installing artificial nerve drive v2.34. Done. All systems paired. Listening for neural input. Received. Received. Error. Multiple input streams detected. Declare stream 1 as primary. Y/n. Small black square y. 2103 ms elapsed. Small black square n. Error. Invalid input. Declare stream 1 as primary. Y/n. Small black square y. 3221 ms elapsed. Small black square n. The logs went on like that for a while. Right up until the following entry. Error. Invalid input. Declare stream 1 as primary. Y/n. Small black square yn. 10659 ms elapsed. Small black square n. Stream 2 set as primary. Initiating sensory suite. Fail-safe triggered. So. That was bad, right? I mean I'm not an expert, but that seems pretty fucking bad. I'm pretty sure I'm only supposed to have one input stream. As in one brain. And seeing how I was able to control it while stream 2 was the primary, I'd say that stream 1 isn't me. Not to mention the fact that stream 1 reacted to prompts with 0 delay. Way beyond human speed. Oh. Fuck. Or superhuman speed. Or maybe shard speed, Maybe the parasitic existence connected to my brain could be considered an alternate stream? Fugue. And maybe, just maybe, these initial attempts to commandeer control of my fucking body weren't so benign? I'm so fucking dumb. Maybe, and hear me out here, maybe 10 seconds of negotiation with part of a genocidal hive mind didn't make it my best friend? Maybe making it aware I knew of it wasn't the smartest thing to do? I literally avoided my own personal Darwin Award with sheer luck. I should buy a lottery ticket today. Actually, no, I've probably used up all my luck. I open log2. Know your enemy and all that. There were some interesting points. Fail-safe disabled. Secondary stream connected. 314 ms elapsed. Primary stream connected. Initializing sensory suite. Primary small black square 13.03820.2 LG3. Primary small black square 0.1000000010.2 LG3. Error. Below minimum threshold. Primary small black square 0.1000000020.2 LG3. Error. Below minimum threshold. Primary small black square 0.1000000030.2 LG3. Error. Below minimum threshold. That would be me beginning the tests with Gustav. The first input from primary sending the intensity of nerve pulses for a duration of 0.2 to leg group 3. The rest is the recursive loop building in strength. About an hour in, this happens. Secondary small black square / artificial nerve drive VCLEANED / firmware update detected. Install driver Y/N. Primary small black square Y. After which, none of the recursive looping occurs. Similar update packages are made and delivered corresponding to the tests we did. So that was a plus. My parasite made software updates. Downside was my Tinker Tech wasn't self-correcting, and I'd unknowingly installing updates made by part of a genocidal hive mind parasite. And make no mistake, I now considered the shard a parasite. Symbiotes don't pull shit like the following. Detected neural pathway. Connect. Y/N. Secondary small black square N. 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 Primary small black square Y. Connecting to neural pathway. Done. Interpreting data type. Numerical. Fail. Boolean. Fail. String. Success. boredclean.fight.kill. 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 Infinite loop detected. Mute pathway. Y/N. Secondary small black square N. 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 Primary small black square Y. Pathway muted. 28 child pathways detected. Mute pathways. Y/N. Secondary small black square N. 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 Primary small black square Y. Literally the one request, the only request I had. Don't fuck with my head. But no. I bite back a hysterical giggle. I mean, I feel like I should have noticed it. But that's the thing about mind control. How do you know to look for something wrong if you are forced to think nothing's wrong? Shot in the head? Comic relief. Shot in the groin? Mildly aggravating. Self-immolation to save Skitter? A bit gnarly, but no big deal. Conflict with a fellow ward? Insult gallant and then beat him up. Sitting through class to earn a decent grade? Pointless. Trigger the bell. Need to stop a supervillain? Kill the fucker. And no, why wouldn't I want to do it personally? I mean, I still agree with ending the cunt, but now I'm doing it hunched over a toilet hurling my guts out. Okay, damage control. The failsafe is on. And the last few logs sound like it's managed to isolate the shard. Let's see what I can do with this. 18 Paranoia NSFW. POV, grew. It was definitely a shift to their usual routine. Things felt bigger. More important, more risky. More rewarding. But as ONI Lee's figure crumbles into dust, he still has to fight down a shiver. Tattles is stirring up shit with the gangs, and hopefully this is one of the times that she actually knows what she's doing, because again, this kinda thing is more risky than their usual small-time thievery. Gru was still on the fence on whether starting a gang was a good idea. Part of the reason he stayed small-time for so long was the ability to drop it all at any time. No one cared if a petty thief vanished. Or even several. But gangs had rivalries, and tensions and all the stuff that Tattletale claimed acting as an info broker would smooth over. Hopefully she was right. He knew better than to question her when she was making a major play, that's how their little group stayed together for so long. He handled the day-to-day, and Tattletale did the important, risky, and insane planning when they needed it. Gru's boots crunched as the path changed from concrete sidewalk to rough gravel. All these doubts were part of the reason he'd delivered the message to ONI Lee personally. Something about retribution. It seemed innocuous enough when he read it, but knowing Tattletale, there was something about it that would influence someone in just the right way. But again, it was just a letter. One of the mercs who cared more about money than Coil's ambition could have taken it. Gru needed time to focus on his doubts without being read by Tattles. It would probably be a more stable role, spying and selling info, as opposed to stealing. The chaotic aspect of his lifestyle did become annoying at times. But leading a group, gang, or not, would mean more. More of everything he already dealt with for the Undersiders. He was good at stability, but there was something to be said for simplicity as well. Humph. In the end, Coyle had been pushing for even more complexity though. They may have just been tools to further his goals, but it was unlikely the man would have let go of them once petty thievery was no longer needed. So yes, Gru did like that change in the status quo. It would of course, be even better if they could go independent and keep taking small jobs. But there was no chance in hell he could convince Tattletale to keep things small scale. She'd keep trying to escalate. Except right now she was escalating by hiding away and picking her fights. The plan she had in mind seemed to put them out of the public eye. Yes, it might actually be less trouble this way, as bizarre as it sounded. Lieutenant for something that wasn't a gang, or CO leader for a bunch of small-time thieves. And it was the second that was simpler? Capes make everything so damn weird. Was that hypocritical to say, considering he was one? POV, John Briggs, reset. So I've been poring over my new phone, finding all the points the malware was able to affect, and how I can stop anything like it in the future. About an hour into my discovery process, Sophia called and I did my best to give a censored version of my day. I was pretty sure she was following. First off, I'm pretty sure the 50k donation to the PRT was from Jonas Alcott, the mayor, and Dinah's father. You said she was a thinker. That's why the name was familiar to me. Dinah had made it out of Coyle's grasp, and her father sent a little thank you. Sounds about right, but wasn't the entire operation designed to be unpredictable and covert? How'd they know who to thank? Dinah's thinker power should be cancelled out by my resets, no? Well, it's not a prediction if it's already happened. Is it? Oh. Hey. At least Contessa predicted things then. Wait. What about Tattletale? She doesn't do predictions. You said she picks up on context clues like Sherlock Holmes, right? The same properties would wipe those away. Nothing to go off of. Which brings me to my next point, what's your apartment number again? I shuffle through the paper stack again, trying to find the lease. 513 I think. How do those things connect? Nope. I finally find the paper. Oh, you're right. It's 613. How does that relate to predictions? The call ended, and I had maybe half a second to react to something blocking the light behind me before the call ended and I was put in an almost gentle headlock. We are solving the info security problem tonight, and I am replacing the bugs, trackers, and cameras. Replacing the what now? Also, I need a fridge-sized space in your apartment for a data storage server. You said you have 50,000. I not as much as the arm around my neck lets me. Good. I'll need 30. Hold on, just relax for a moment. Her determination gives way to whispered panic, fingers digging into my shoulder. I tried that. I tried to wait. And I just about lost you to a dumb lump of space whale. I can't muster a reply before her false mask of calmness reappears. Who supplies the internet here? I point at the stack of papers. She lets go to remove her mask and leaf through them silently. She pauses at my rental agreement. Good, we can renovate. You know a security tinker, right? Yes, but I don't know if. Name. Just know them as security. Gustav tends to. She takes my phone from my pocket and unlocks it with my password. She calls Gustav with it, with the volume loud enough I can hear it. John? It is good to hear from you. How is they? This is Sophia, John's girlfriend. He says hi, he's doing well. I need to talk to security. I sit down on the bed as Gustav replies. Ah, a pleasure to meet you. Security is unavailable at the moment, but can you make him available with $20,000? Gustav Drach. That's Gustav's last name? Hey. I wonder if the name for the mythical beast Drake is related. Dragon. Dragonov? Isn't that something? A sniper? Yes, one moment. I settle down on the bed, and she stands up to keep me in full view. I'm struck by the mental image of a hawk watching over her nest. A stilted synthetic voice breaks the silence. This is security. What would it cost to design an item that can guarantee information security for a network of surveillance recorded in a 6th-floor apartment? Assume it has weekly access to the ward reset. An additional $12,000 to Gustav's payment. If it is not reset within a week, it will deactivate all connected devices and encrypt the recorded data in a way that can only be reset. All information captured in the network will be unintelligible to anyone not registered. It will also deactivate and encrypt in the event a thinker, tinker, or Trump manages to bypass this effect. How long would this take to make? I have a broken version that can be there tomorrow, or in the event that reset cannot repair it, a week. She mutes the call and turns to me. Can I have another 2,000? Fuck it, it doesn't even feel like my money yet. Sure. She unmutes the call. How do you want the money transferred? By cryptocurrency. Gustav will relay the details. Where should I send it? The Brockton Bay PRT compound, marked as fan mail for Shadow Stalker. Pleasure doing business with you. Likewise. She hung up the phone and left it on the bedside table. I get up to pull her onto the bed, into my lap. All good now. She leans into me, losing some of her tension. No. No? Should I kiss it better? She tossed her shirt away, working her pants down in a rush. You should fuck it better, after teasing me so bad while you were away. I steal a kiss as we stumble to the bed, shedding clothes. She steals another as we stand in front of it, and tips me back so that we fall backwards together. Her hands find my shoulder, and she lifts herself up, hair spilling over her chest. That really pissed me off, you know. Oh. She grinds her hips into me. Hard. Don't apologize. Fuck it better. I buck my own hips upwards to grind against her, and her fury melts into bliss. Yees. Her hips stay in the air though, so when I come back down, the head of my cock nudges her wet pussy. She grins down at me fearfully. And drops. Fuck. Sophia catches herself on my shoulders, moaning loudly in my ear. What the shit, I thought it was supposed to hurt. Wait. It depends how active you are. Fuck. Right, she actually has no experience with sex. This is her first time. Her hips drag upwards, flinching occasionally. Am I at least going to bleed? I really wanted to mark you. It's really fucking hard to keep that in mind with how she acts in bed. If you didn't feel any pain, probably not. She pouts, staring down at my cock. I can't say no to that face. Okay, it's not my thing, but some girls like to bite or scratch. Her breathing hitches as she lowers her hips back down. Fuck no. You're going to get bitten and scratched on patrol. I was supposed to be the only one who broke her hymen on my dick. I can't tell if that makes her a shameless pervert or a hopeless romantic. I love it. Tell you what, there's a trope where the girl gets fucked so much by one guy that her pussy takes the shape of his cock, and sex ends up feeling better for the both of them. I can feel her tense up around my dick. Yab. Yeep, that works. She relaxes completely against me, grinding her hips, and the world fades away as I listen to her moans. It was horrible, you know. Every so often, Sophia lifts her hips high, and shudders the entire way back down, but most of the time she can't bring herself to stop clinging to me. You sealed away in that stupid little workshop. Damn it, those are tears. Again. Not anymore. I'm back, I've got you. She shudders a little before grinding against me even harder. Apparently, that's a turn on. What about? We can stay together all night. Yes. It's as if she's in a trance as my hands traces circles down her back. Hours to feel my touch. Her hips buck forwards when I grab her ass, and she throws her head back when her clit grinds against my groin. I stay there for a while, curled up with her in my arms, savoring the quiet gasps and moans, before finally slipping a finger between us, and barely brushing her clit. And listen to my voice. Oh fuck. All pretense of patience is thrown aside as she slams her hips down into me, over and over. Her breathing changes, and I rub my thumb over her clit, hard. And be the only thing I care about. Sophia throws her head back, using up the last of her breath in a loud moan, clamping down hard on my dick. Yes. I'm dumbstruck by the sight and the feeling, and my hands fly up to her back to pull her down tight as I come. She's frozen stiff in pleasure, and I'm having my own difficulties with thinking, but a reset keeps the strength in my arms to lift her up slightly by the hips, and slowly fuck her through the orgasm. There's a strange gasp, and rather than tense, she goes limp, and this time I'm the one on top as we fall back onto the bed. Her face is buried in the crook of my neck, and I don't have the heart to tell her desperate gasps for air would work better if she wasn't so focused on breathing me in. She shudders again, squeezing down on my dick. Fuck, did you just get me pregnant? No. I kiss her cheek. Just reset the sperm. She looks up at me, totally bewildered. I brush a bit of hair out of her eyes. I love doing that. It's... No, shut up, I got it. I just can't figure out if I'm happy about that. Shit. Being pregnant. For many reasons I'm thankful she blanches at that idea. Hell no, I've got no inter. Her confused expression gets a little more intense. I've got very little interest in Rugrats. Just. Her legs wrap around mine, and she looks to the side. For a minute there, got really focused on the idea of you filling me up. And staying that way. This is exactly what I mean about the behavior in bed thing. What the hell? Aren't I supposed to be corrupting her? I kiss her hard, and thrust into her again, which makes her moan into the kiss. Now you've got me focusing on it. My hands drift down from her head to her breasts, toying with her nipples. A shame we'd need birth control for that. Better for her to be on it first rather than risk morning after pills. Tell you what, how about instead we get a head start on the whole fuck the shape of my cock into your pussy thing instead? She glances down at our crotches in a daze, before nodding. The room is filled with three things. The incredibly thick stench of sex. The ridiculously wet and lewd noises Sophia's pussy makes every time I pound my dick into it. And a muffled fuck. 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 Sophia's stuffed her face into the pillows, and is still shouting loud enough into them that I can hear her. I don't try to stop, because the last time I did, she nearly strangled me. I was saved by the fact that she had no strength in her legs, and she just sort of toppled face first into the mattress, screaming though the pillows at me to fuck her. One of my hands lets go of her hips. Oh, fuck, yes please. And starts rubbing her clit again. Fuck 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 fuck. Sometimes she slumps over moaning, sometimes she starts thrusting back into me. So when she doesn't fall over I'm expecting the second. Oof. Her ass, the only part of her body she'd been bothering to keep held up in the air, starts flinching, over and over like she's bracing for a hit. She isn't, she hated that earlier. And her arms and legs twitch in some combination of muscle cramps and convulsions as she groans loudly. Babe. Her pussy clenches down me hard. Fuck me. I pull out. No. If you can sit up and put my dick back into you, I'll fuck you some more. Otherwise, you're going to sleep. She throws her weight to the side with what little strength she still has. It doesn't even roll her over. You're going to sleep. Fuck. I get off the bed, and grab 2 glasses of water and a towel. I don't know how long we've been going, but it feels like hours. I am exhausted, and considering the only way to do that to me is to wear out my brain, it's been a pretty intense night. I lay down the towel, and set down the glasses on the nightstand. She's still trying to flop over on her side. I grab her by the shoulders and roll her onto the towel. Fuck me. No. She glares at me. I can't tell if she's actually mad, or if she's remembering when I mentioned it was a turn on that she was so fucking determined to please me that she got angry when she couldn't do it right. I got you water. I take a sip of my own. Look, you can either drink this to rehydrate after that. I gesture to the literally soaked mattress, drenched in a combination of her sweat, drool, and cum. And we can fall asleep cuddling, or you can fight me about this, and I'll go sleep on the floor. She takes the glass, and I help her up to drink it. Thank fuck. You are insatiable, you know that. She smirks as she hands the empty glass back. I switch off the light, and curl up in bed. Sophia melts into my arms, latching on. I'm not sure this is what grapple holds were made for, but I won't tell. It takes some convincing, but I manage to flip her around. As I kiss at her neck, I notice her lazy smile and realize it might be the first time I've seen her smile for this long at once. Not a smirk, not a laugh, just quietly happy. You're cute like this. She murmurs something too softly for me to hear as I lay us both down, under sheets that have reset to be clean and dry. Good night. The smile gets the slightest bit bigger as she nuzzles into the crook of my arm. Night. POV, Gallant. Gallant had never been a conspiracy theorist. The earth was round, climate change was real, and there was no such thing as a shadowy cabal of capes that ran the world. But it was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore the possibility that something was up. The chance that maybe Reset wasn't just an asshole, he'd actually set out to ruin his life. Sure, it seemed unlikely that John had manufactured Vicky's new crush. Officially, he didn't have anything that could do that, no mental alterations, no abilities that barely skirted below a master rating. Nothing anywhere near Gallant's emotional influence. Except there was their spar. Well, it was more of a fight than a spar really. The point being, normal people don't snap like that. A psychotic break isn't mild anger, before sudden rage, even if looks that way. No, it's a steady build-up of irritation, desperation, and frustration, too many tiny things that pass a breaking point, and end up unraveling a sane mind at the seams. It wasn't the sort of thing you mistook when you could feel emotions. So he must have hidden some aspect of his power then, right? Hell, Gallant had gone through to trouble to make sure the guy barely ever talked to Vicky. Yet somehow a half-dozen passing words had begun to unravel years of love. Of lust, and contentment, and admiration. Fuck. Admiration was one of the hardest feelings too. So easy to get wrong. One of his first trials, convincing Vista to actually listen to him when Aegis wasn't around, had warped her into some sort of demented groupie. It hadn't been a psychotic break, but it had felt similar. Since then, he'd limited the tiny pulses he sent, through handshakes, hugs, and pats on the back drastically. There was fitting in with the team, making friends, and then there was the indescribable way her mind twisted every time she looked at him. The distortion hidden behind those shy glances still sent shivers down his spine. Shadow Stalker was worse. On a good day, he could barely tell she was there. Like a transparent blur in a sea of watercolor. Today was not a good day. Today was worse than the animalistic satisfaction that sprouted up during a fight, like a panther dragging home the dead carcass of a gazelle. Today was worse than the static Y feedback that attempts to send her emotions caused. Today, Gallant had completely failed to hear any of the briefing on Bakuda's capture over the endless, droning gnawing thing beside him. Words were just washed away with an endless tide of hunger and need that sounded like jagged granite jaws devouring panes of glass. Every once in a while it would ebb away for a moment, only for it to return louder than before. And of course, when Reset finally made it to the briefing, it faded almost entirely. It all fit. The guy fucks up his relationship. He irritates Arms Master, the man who oversaw the wards and Gallant's potential new position as team leader. He riles up the resident psychopath, and joins her in the ranks of people immune to Gallant's power and who had the tendency to irritate him. Now that he could think again, Gallant could see how it was funny those things seemed to overlap. The only saving grace was how few people fit in the category. A few of the stricter senior heroes and officers who followed the cumbersome master/stranger protocols to the letter, the now mentally deviant Vista, Sophia, and now John. Once upon a time, Vicky had been in that list. Her passive emotion alteration gave her the same resistance to emotion manipulation that anyone with related powers got. But it was resistance, not immunity. That, and the fact that he probably couldn't break her like Vista was why Gallant made her his girlfriend. Oh, Reset, good to see you're finally joining us. Feeling spikes of irritation from Arms Master had become distressingly common these days. To recap, there's been a string of minor incidents in ABB territory, ones that our thinkers believe are likely to continue. Reset just nods, his half-hearted interest like day-old pop. If you patrol in these areas, do what you can do to escalate tension. The current truce between the major gangs is uneasy, but it's far easier and safer to repair it than what could happen if we didn't. Gallant filed the info away before a familiar irritation appeared. Oh, for the love of God, why? Also, members of the Empire and merchants have both been spotted in the others' territories. Why, we still don't know. Please. Just one meeting without sitting through Vicky's cloying horniness. As Arms Master continued, Gallant glanced over too. In addition, the Undersiders have gone completely silent. We're still unsure as to why their original MO of to reset high-value targets done quietly changed to the bank, so keep an ear out on that front. Ew. Ew. That was worse. So much worse. He didn't want to know that. Why didn't his damn power come with an off switch? Leet and Uber have also been quiet, so we expect the duo to try another of their insane stunts in the coming weeks. Why would Reset even? Shadow Stalker glances at Reset with a smirk that hid a burst of static and hunger. That's everything. Thank you for attending. Dismissed. Go figure. The lunatics are in love. Fuck, he needed a toothbrush for his goddamn brain. Maybe Kidwin could make something that deleted memories. Or vodka. Wait, isn't this perfect? What better way to get Vicky back to normal? Reset was taken. Yeah, okay. Trust was difficult to synthesize, but he'd need it if he only had his word on this. Shadow Stalker had a knack for keeping things hidden from everyone but her. That, plus microdoses of resignation and misery. And maybe things would start making sense again. A/N, woo. It is going to be so freeing to finally be able to reply to the comments about Victoria. I was being very careful about it, because some of you are really fucking sharp, and any reply I could make about Vicky seems more emotional being a plot point, especially with other people pointing out the less than shining version of Gallant, would be too much evidence. I was pretty sure people would catch on, and I wanted to keep it a big reveal. So, surprise. It was all foreshadowing. I mean, originally it was just bad characterization, long before I posted this, but when I came up with this plot point that meant that same bad characterization became awesome foreshadowing. So yeah. Emotional teenager? That tends to happen when an emotional master fucks with your head all day. And the fact she fell so hard for John, while in a relationship. Well, of course. It was the first time she was actually attracted to someone and into the idea. Bursts of false emotion with little staying power have nothing on the constant tug of something real. Indefinite hiatus and thank you. It's kinda crazy to still be receiving watch alerts, likes and comments on this. Appreciate all the love y'all have sent my way. Unfortunately, I probably won't be continuing this story, or writing in general. Quarantine during COVID meant I needed an outlet, and writing was that. Without being cooped up and suffering from cabin fever, writing lost a lot of its allure. I mostly just drop by QQ to read nowadays. If I do ever end up writing again, I'll post it under this account though. Just, don't expect it.